slim. Because the best you can hope for on a job like this is chronic bronchitis, rings under your eyes, and the fact that you're awake when regular folk are asleep. Sometimes the worst happens to you. A story grabs your heart and shakes it until it hollers uncle. A corpse in the dark alley is the business at hand. In the big city, a dead man is a pretty impersonal thing. But this one I had a special interest in, because they wanted me to identify it.
Night Beat stars Frank Lovejoy as Lucky Stone.
It was early morning when I walked into the county morgue. There was that same familiar ammonia smell stinging my nostrils, that gleaming tile, that cold, empty feeling you get. The way the morgue always swipes across your face like the tail end of a nightmare. The police lieutenant was waiting for me. He nodded for the attendant to pull back the white sheet.
Well?
Yes, that's him. That's Ted Carter.
Okay, that does it. We had to get positive identification. You were the only one we could reach. Sorry I had to get you out of bed.
Oh, that's all right.
Guess that winds it up. Be seeing you. Thanks for the trouble.
Now, wait a minute.
Huh?
What do you mean, be seeing you and thanks? What happens now? We go back and catch up on our sleep?
I know you had a friendly interest in the kid, Lucky, but he got it the way all hoodlums eventually get it.
He was going straight and you know it.
You're getting sore about it.
Who did it? Who killed him?
Lucky, go into any book joint, any gin mill, look in any back alley, any flop house. Whoever you find there could have done it. Take your pick.
Take my pick?
Nobody talks. Nobody remembers anything. In my book, it's murder by person to persons unknown.
Just like that?
Just like that.
Maybe for you it's that way, but not for me, Lieutenant. I've known that guy since we were kids. I was lucky and he wasn't. I talked him into going straight, and now he's dead for it.
It's crazy to think that way, Lucky.
Okay, it's crazy. Somebody didn't like the idea of his going straight. And if I don't find out who it is, I'm going to start having some lousy dreams, Lieutenant. And I'm a guy that likes to sleep sound. I walked away from the lieutenant like he had the smallpox and I'd never been vaccinated. When I hit the street, it was raining. The sky was gray and there was a cold chill in the air. I waited for a cab thinking that for the first time I hated this city. I hated it because somewhere in that rain was Ted's killer. What was he doing now? Sleeping? Having his morning coffee? Waiting for the first editions to come out and see how well he'd done? You'd have to look hard to find anything about Ted. Page 6, ex-hoodlum found shot, period. When you're an ex-anything, that's a nice way of saying you're dead, brother, lie down. When a cab showed up, I went over to see Ted's girl, Joan. As soon as she opened the door, I knew she'd found out. Her face looked pinched and pale, and her eyes were red like she'd squeezed out the last tear.
Lucky, why did it have to happen like that?
I'm sorry, Joan. You didn't go down to...
No, I couldn't.
I understand. Who do you think did it?
I don't know. He told me he was all through with the racket.
Well, what was he doing? Who'd he been mixed up with?
He never told me anything. I never asked him. I believed him when he told me he was going straight.
I'm going to find out who killed him, Joan.
Look, Lucky, you and Ted lived in different worlds. He wouldn't want you to get hurt because of him. This is for the police, Lucky.
I'm sorry, the police aren't interested.
Well, then why should you...
Because he followed my advice and now he's dead. Now, who was the last guy he worked for, Joan? Who got sore when Ted decided to go straight?
I don't know, Lucky. I don't know.
Joan didn't know. I went around to the old haunts, his former friends. They didn't know. The district attorney didn't know. The cops didn't know. Ted had kicked around in this city among all these people for 28 years. And now, suddenly, it was like he'd never lived at all. Then I remembered a little item from his old life. A little item with baby blue eyes and red hair. Laverne Clare. He'd gone with her before he met Joan, and even after he'd met Joan. I know he'd kept sneaking back to Laverne like a drunk trying to decide whether to spend his last coin calling Alcoholics Anonymous or buying a glass of Muscatel. I went looking for Laverne. She had the number 4 spot in one of those 5 times a day shows on the untidy side of town. When I got there, I had to wait until the fleshy part of the entertainment was over, and then I went to her dressing room. Now, Ted spent a lot of time telling me how crazy he was about you, Laverne.
Yeah? He was a sweet guy. Ted was all right.
He liked to tell me about the way you looked when you danced.
Yeah, sure. Where's my drink? That bottle there. Pour me, will you?
Oh, sure. Say when.
I'll be one.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Who do you think killed him, Laverne?
Look, Mr. Stone, you're a nice guy. So why don't you go back to your office and write your column about pretty things, Mr. Stone. Nice, harmless things. You don't want to get mixed up with Bailey or with that guy Jerry.
Bailey?
I didn't say Bailey.
Oh, so it's Bailey. The character that parlays pinballs into diamond stick pins. Number rackets, Bailey. So Ted knew something in here.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say anything. Get out of here. Right away. You understand?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm beginning to understand. So I had myself a lead, George Bailey. Only it was like going fishing with the hope that you'll be lucky enough to catch a trout, and all of a sudden, look who's eating your worm. Moby Dick, the whale. Before I told anyone else, I thought I'd go back and see Joan. I think I know who killed him, Joan.
You do?
I'm not positive, but it's a beginning.
Who?
George Bailey. Know him?
Bailey. Who told you it was Bailey?
You're getting pale, Joan, so you think it was Bailey, too.
Listen, Lucky, stay away from Bailey. He's trouble.
Yeah? I'll let you know exactly how much trouble. I'll see you later.
Lucky. It's dangerous. Please be careful.
The lieutenant told me anyone could have killed Ted. He invited me to take my pick. I'm going over and see that cop. I've taken my pick. George Bailey.
Lucky you surprised me. You really expect me to arrest George Bailey? On what charge?
He's mixed up with Ted's killing. You know it and I know it.
Outside of this Laverne girl, I got nothing to go on. You have one shred of evidence pointing to Bailey?
Arrest him on suspicion. Sweat it out of him.
Now, wouldn't I look fine against Bailey's high-powered shyster lawyers, trying to make an arrest stick because some drunken dame shot her mouth off? Even then, she'd deny it if I put her up on the witness stand.
So you don't want to touch Bailey?
Look, get me one witness who saw them together. Find me one scrap of evidence, even circumstantial evidence. I'll arrest Bailey in a minute. You won't find anything. I know. I've tried. All you'll find is frightened people and blank walls. Bailey's had this town by the throat for 10 years. No, I'm sorry, Lucky. I can't help you.
But I couldn't stop. I was like a snowball somebody started rolling down a hill. I didn't know where I was going or what would happen when I got there, but I had to keep rolling. They've got a name for that. It's called a guilt complex, and I had it in Technicolor. Ted was dead because he'd believed in me. I couldn't forget that any more than I could forget my name. Then I remembered my column. Sure, why not? The little poems to the first robin, the jokes about the smog, the stories of the happy winos that have to move over. I was going to work on Bailey in the only way I knew, and keep my fingers crossed that something would happen. What big-shot racketeer sends for his aspirin every time someone mentions the back alley murder of Ted Carter? When is the district attorney going to get wise and change the address of Mr. B from a downtown penthouse to an upstate death house?
Listen to this, boss.
Huh?
Stone's latest little offering. When are the police going to bring in the Carter killer?
Let me see it. And if they don't know who it is, I'll give them a hint. Think of Daly and reach for the letter B.
How long's he going to get away with that?
Hand me the phone.
Sure.
Hello?
I want Lucky Stone.
You got him.
I'll say it only once, Mr. Stone.
Hmm?
I don't like this kind of publicity.
Oh, you must be Bailey.
I'm asking you to lay off.
Real polite like, huh?
That's right. Real polite. Huh? What's the good word, Mr. Stone?
The good word, I got a whole sack full. You get a copy of the Examiner first thing tomorrow, and you'll see him right under my byline.
Now, listen, Stone.
It'll be something like this. One of the local gendarmes going to knock on Mr. Bailey's door with a warrant for his arrest. Okay, he doesn't want a preview, so let him pay 7 cents. Well, that was more like it. So Bailey was beginning to squirm. Well, on him it looked just fine. I worked late on the column that night, giving Bailey enough needles to sew a circus tent. I was feeling pretty good. That guilt complex about Ted Carter wasn't hurting quite so much. I unlocked my door and stepped inside. I didn't have to shut the door. It was shut for me.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Stone.
Well, as long as you're here, make yourself at home.
You're a wisecracker, ain't you? Like your friend, Ted Carter.
What do you know about Ted Carter?
Oh, he was a regular card.
Okay, what do you want?
My boss sent me over to take a look at you.
Your boss?
Mr. Bailey.
And you're little boy Blue, huh?
Yeah, a wisecracker, all right.
Well, tell that boss of yours I'll be dropping around to see him for an interview. Huh?
He don't want it that way. He sent me to see you instead.
Yeah?
He don't like people who don't pay attention to his telephone messages. He thinks you're very nasty, yapping all the time that he had something to do with the Ted Carter killing.
So?
So, like I said, Mr. Bailey don't like it.
Okay, Buster, now get out of here.
Not right now. Mr. Bailey wants me to teach you a lesson. For this blackjack. Mr. Bailey don't like smart guys. Wisecracker.
Night Beat stars Frank Lovejoy as Lucky Stone.
I woke up with a nice view of my ceiling. Sign outside the window flashed off and on. And every time it flashed on, it was like that punk of Bailey's with his blackjack testing his strength on my skull and doing fine. After a while, I crawled to my knees and worked my way over to the wall. And I climbed up the side of the dresser until I reached the phone.
Operator?
Operator, get me the police. No, never mind. Skip it. All of a sudden, I didn't want the police in on this. I wanted this to be a private party. All of a sudden, I wanted to feel a gun in my hands. I washed up, changed clothes, and found a cab. It was 11:15 when I reached Joan's apartment. I had to knock a long time before she came to the door. She was rubbing the sleep out of her eyes.
Lucky? Oh, come on in.
Thanks, honey.
What happened to you?
Surprise party by the same people who surprised Ted.
Wait, I'll get some bandages.
Now, that's not why I came.
No?
When Ted quit the rackets, what did he do with his gun?
He asked me to keep it. He said then I'd know he was on the up and up. Why?
I want Ted's gun.
What are you going to do with it?
Never mind. Just get me the gun.
No, Lucky. You'll only get...
The gun.
It's in the bottom drawer of the dresser. I'll get it. I think you're crazy. Here.
Thank you.
Where are you going?
Wentworth Towers. Bailey has an office there.
Lucky you are crazy. You're walking right into a trap. They'll kill you like they killed Ted.
Well, if I don't go, Jerry will be coming around again. You see, either way, it's no good. At least this way, I say when. Wish me luck.
Luck? Oh, you fool, you poor fool. You'll end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in your back.
When I got to the Wentworth Towers, it was almost midnight. The streets were deserted. The only sounds were distant traffic. The front door was locked, and the only light in the lobby came from the night elevator. An old man sat inside the elevator dozing. I pounded on the window. He reluctantly got to his feet and started walking toward me. He snapped the lock and pushed open the front door.
Nobody in this building now? All the offices are closed.
Not all of them, Pop. I have an appointment with Mr. Bailey.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take you up. 34th floor. Come on.
As the elevator rose, I dipped my hand in my coat pocket. The cold touch of the gun had the comforting sensation of a boy holding his father's hand. The elevator came to a stop on the 34th floor. The doors opened, and little boy Blue stepped out of the darkness. He had a gun, too, only his was in his fist.
Take us downstairs, Pop.
Sure thing, Jerry.
I want to see Bailey.
We know, but Bailey don't want to see you. And keep your hands out of your pockets. Let me see what you got there. A gun. Pretty nice. Thanks.
Don't mention it. I'm always handing out souvenirs.
You go out first, Pop, and open the street door.
All right, Jerry, I'll get it open for you.
Is everything all right, Pop? Is it all clear?
Why don't you go out there and see? Here, I'll help you.
Hey, what?
I shoved the kid out. I pushed the lever that slammed the door shut and started the elevator going up. I could see little lights blink on the instrument panel as I passed each floor. Bailey was on the 34th floor, and I was getting closer. Closer. All of a sudden, the elevator stopped. I was stuck between the 11th and 12th floors. I didn't have to be a mastermind to figure out what had happened. Little boy Blue and the old man had gone to the basement and switched off the power on my elevator. They'd bring up one of the other elevators and come after me. I began to feel like an animal trapped in a cage. Then I noticed the little door on top of the elevator. I climbed up on the old man's stool. I pushed the door upward and grabbed the sides of the opening. And I started pulling myself out. And now I was standing on top of the elevator, hanging onto a greasy cable that ran down from the roof of the building. Far below, I heard the other elevator with Jerry and the old man start climbing. I leaned forward to reach the door of the 12th floor. I couldn't reach it. The other elevator was coming up fast. As I lunged for it again, their elevator stopped at the 11th floor. I was trapped good. But as long as I was between floors, they couldn't get to me either. Little boy Blue figured it that way, too.
Well, how are we going to get his elevator down here so we can get at him?
You wait here. I'll go down to the basement and get him down to the 11th with the emergency plan.
All right, but hurry.
It was turning into a big evening. In a couple of minutes, I could feel my elevator inching down toward the 11th floor and me going right along with it, perched on the roof. Then I heard that shattering of glass. That meant the kid was using his gun butt to break through the little glass window in my elevator door so that he could reach in and spring it open. Ah, nice figuring. And now if I could figure a way to stay alive for the next 5 minutes, Mr. Einstein could move over.
Where is he? How can he get out of here? He couldn't. Jerry, look up there. The trap door's open. He's at top of the elevator.
Yeah? Now, that ain't playing fair. How many floors in this building, Pop?
35.
I've always wanted to run an elevator. Let's see how fast we can get to the roof. Shut up. Hold on to your hat, Stone.
We were rising a mile a minute. All I could do was sprawl down and watch the roof of that building coming at me. Faster and faster. The top pulley singing around and around, louder and louder. The roof was rushing to meet me like we were lovers from way back. Faster and faster, almost to the top. Almost. Now I know how those goats felt when that bomb went off at Bikini. The shock of the elevator smacking against the huge top springs shook me up like a bag of cement in a concrete mixer. But I was alive, which is always encouraging. Jerry stopped off on the 35th floor. Pop started taking the elevator down very slowly, and I was still sprawled out on the top of it, trying to get the cobwebs out of my brain.
All right, Pop. You must be the original Indian rubber man, Stone. You'd make a fortune in the circus.
Oh, it's nothing at all. I owe it all to the heavy underwear.
Come on, climb out here.
Well, how can I refuse such a nice invitation? Especially when you're holding a gun.
Come on, back up, Pop.
Elevator? Wait a minute, will you please?
Who's that? One of the cleaning women. Better put your gun away.
Well, this is sure a break. I thought you'd be taking a snooze.
All right. Come on, get in.
Yeah, let's all get in. It's hard to get an elevator this time of night. We rode down, the four of us. No one said anything. The cleaning woman was half dead on her feet, her head bobbing, half asleep. Oh, that lovely, innocent, tired old gal was saving my life. So long as she was with us.
I'll get out on the 3rd floor, Pop. I'm going to the dressing room.
3 it is. Here you are, number 3.
Thank you. Good night, Pop.
Good night, Pop. I get off here, too.
No, you don't. This ain't the main floor.
For me, this is the main floor.
Stone! Come back here, Stone!
I raced down the dark hall, past the cleaning woman who stared at me with her mouth wide open. In the distance, I saw what I was looking for. A little red sign that said stairway. My little pal was right after me. I got to the stairs, started down 4 at a time. He's right on my tail.
You're not getting away, Stone!
I had to get out of here fast. This party was getting rough. I reached the main floor. Instead of going through the lobby and into the street, I ducked behind a cigar counter. The kid raced by. He went out through the front door looking for me on the street outside. I looked at the indicator over the night elevator door. The old guy was still parked on the 3rd floor. I went to the stairs again and down into the basement. I needed an elevator, and there were several parked there for the night. I commandeered one. I was getting to be a regular genius with these elevators. Well, this was going to be the end of the little game. I was finally on my way up to Bailey. The 34th floor. The building tapered off up here. Around the small square hallway were 6 office doors, barely visible in the pale moonlight. Bailey was behind one of those doors. I tried the first door. Nothing. Second door was locked. Then a telephone started ringing inside one of the offices. I hurried over to it. Locked. The transom was half open, but no light showed through. Then, as I was about to turn away, I heard...
Hello? Jerry, where the devil are you? The lobby. You crazy fool. He's up here. Yeah, in the hall just outside the door. Get up here right away. Don't take any chances. As soon as your elevator door's open, kill him. All right, move.
Now, what are your plans, Mr. Stone?
That was a good question of Bailey's. What was I going to do? I couldn't break into Bailey's office. I didn't have a gun. He'd kill me before I could turn the doorknob. The indicator above the night elevator door was blinking fast. It was on his way up. The kid was in it, and the instant that door opened, he'd kill me. Right then, I started thinking of Joan.
You'll end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in your back.
Yes, it was beginning to look that way. The elevator had passed the 17th floor, the 18th, the 19th. The little lights were dancing like a string of shooting stars. That kid was coming up fast. I was beginning to feel those bullets tearing into my back.
You'll end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in your back.
With 5 bullet holes in my back, his back. I'd fought my way 34 stories to reach Bailey, and now I wasn't thinking about Bailey.
You'll end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in your back.
As the kid's elevator passed the 32nd floor, I started running for the elevator I brought up from the basement. I jumped into it and started down. I didn't want to kill Bailey anymore. I only wanted to get to Joan. Joan was waiting for me when I got to her apartment. She wanted the whole story, everything that happened. When I'd finished, I watched her relax a little.
Then you didn't kill Bailey.
No, Joan, I didn't kill Bailey.
Oh. Police siren. Sounds like it's stopping in front of the house.
Yeah, they came here sooner than I expected.
Sooner than you... Lucky you've been lying to me. You did kill him. They've come to arrest you. You lied.
I haven't lied, Joan. They haven't come to arrest me. They've come to arrest you.
Me?
For the murder of Ted Carter.
What are you talking about? I didn't...
Oh, but you did. You said the wrong thing tonight when I went out to get Bailey.
What do you mean?
You said I'd end up like Ted with 5 bullet holes in my back. How would you know about that? It wasn't in any of the newspaper stories. You never went to the morgue. There was no way on earth you could have known unless you killed him. Be right with you. That's the police, Joan. Any more questions?
Yes. Don't you know what it's like to love somebody? I was willing to do anything for him. Scrub his floor, wash his clothes, give him a good home, anything. But he always kept going back to Laverne. The way I loved him, do you think I could let any other woman in?
All right, boys. All right, I'll let you in. I want you to know one thing, Joan. No matter what you thought, Ted really loved you. You see, Laverne represented his old world. But with you, he was going to have a new life. You remember that, will you? Okay, boys, she's all yours. Yeah, that's the story of Ted Carter. Murdered in the name of love. Okay, if that's what love does to you, I'll string along with Pinochle. I'm just feeling low tonight. Because murder is only a symptom of what we're suffering from. The disease is selfishness and jealousy and greed. Too many of us have decided that the golden rule may have been all right for Grandpa, but nowadays the fashionable thing is dog eat dog. But then I think, how can that be? How can any of us hurt or hate or even be indifferent to those around us when in this whole crazy world all any of us ever really have is each other? Well, that does it for tonight. I called Bailey, and I told him I'd made a mistake, but then he'd made him too, so it was a Mexican standoff. It's a nice job. You finish up, you yell for the copy boy, you grab for a second-hand sandwich and a tired cup of coffee, and then you start all over again. Because tomorrow you've got another night beat. You don't know where the story's coming from or where it's going to take you. But you know it's somewhere out there in the dark waiting for you. I'll tell you all about it next week. Copy, boy.
Night Beat is written by Larry Marcus and produced by Bill Karn. Music is composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen in the Motion Picture Academy nomination Home of the Brave and the Universal International production of South Sea Sinner, and is featured in the forthcoming Warner Brothers production The Rock Bottom. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's star, Mr. Van Johnson, in Salvage, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
Happy Easter, Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you, my happy hackster. Say, that motor sounds sweet as an Easter sonnet. Ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, no doubt?
Yes, sir. I just had it tuned up for the Easter parade.
Well, you know, Autolite Ignition engineers a complete line of spark plugs, including regular, transport, aviation, marine, and the famous Autolite resistor spark plug. The spark plug that offers 4 big advantages to car owners everywhere.
Go on, Mr. Wilcox. We're right in the middle of the Easter parade now.
Well, wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs give greater gas savings, faster starts in cold weather, smoother performance, even double life under equal conditions compared to spark plugs without the built-in resistor. Every advantage a winner. And it's all because of the 10,000 ohm exclusive Autolite resistor built right into every Autolite resistor spark plug to make practical a wider initial gap setting. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Salvage and the performance of Van Johnson, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
So it's gone up in smoke. Oh, I'm not complaining. Maybe $400,000 seems a little steep. A week ago, I would have said 400 grand was a lot of money to light a cigarette with. But it's funny the things you find out, the things that are really important when you're about to die. She came in without knocking and sat down on the edge of my rooming house bed, and it was so quiet you could hear the springs creak, both of them. I went unpacking my suitcase after a quick look for the changes marriage sometimes makes in a woman. I found none. She was still as approachable as a park bench. She sat there watching me, and suddenly I realized that love can be as close to hate as the two sides of a thin dime.
Going somewhere?
No, I just pack a suitcase to keep in training. Someday I may have to skip out in a hurry.
Miss me?
Beat it, I'm busy.
Just as I thought. You still love me, Danny. Deep down.
What did you come up here for, to excavate?
No. Thought you might be interested in a job.
Any job you could offer me wouldn't pay enough.
It might.
Then my income tax would be too high. Beat it.
It's a job flying a plane.
Whose plane?
If you're interested, you can get the details tonight. All I know is that there's good money in it, and it's temporary.
What isn't?
Are you interested?
Where do I get the details?
How about Mike's on 59th Street for dinner? 8 o'clock?
I'll think it over.
You always said you liked adventure better than money.
I never said that. I like them both.
Well, you get them both if you get this job.
If I get it, who'll I be working for?
My husband. Who else?
Mr. and Mrs. Wendell H. Davis arrived at Mike's a little after 9. He was the kind of a good-natured, back-slapping, hand-shaking guy that dogs rub up against and children eat spinach from.
Sorry we kept you waiting, Connor. Just couldn't help it. You know, unexpected business.
Forget it.
You know what I think, Connor? There are only two kinds of people in this world. Those who are always waiting for something, and those who keep them waiting.
How about something to eat?
It can wait. What's the deal?
The deal? Oh, of course, of course. Gloria thinks you can handle a certain job, Connor.
If it's a flying job, I can handle it.
That's what I like to hear. Confidence. Nothing like confidence in yourself. Where did you learn to fly?
The United States Navy.
Don't say. That's wonderful. I was in myself back in the First World War. Got myself assigned to as trim and seaworthy a desk as you could find in Washington. How long were you in?
4 years.
4 years? You don't say. Can you navigate?
Sure, the United States Navy likes to know where it's going.
All right, the job's yours.
If you don't mind, Mr. Davis, I'd like to know what kind of a job it is.
You'll be working for the Intercontinent Salvage Corporation, an enterprise incorporated under the laws of the state of New York. Are you satisfied?
What are you going to salvage?
Gold.
That's nice work. Is there money in it?
Is there money in it? Say, this fellow's killing me, Gloria.
I wonder if that would quiet you a little.
We're in business, Connor, to salvage gold from the ocean bottom. Tell me, do you know what a galleon is?
Sure, 4 quarts.
Hold it. Now, this is a serious business matter, Connor. If you aren't interested, just say so.
A galleon is an old Spanish sailing vessel. What of it?
Galleon's the kind of a boat the Spaniards used to use to send gold back to Spain in. Now, here. See this map here? The circle takes in Cuba and the Bahamas. Right in here, they went down by the dozens, gold and all. Sometimes pirates sunk them, sometimes they hit a hurricane. But the gold is still there. Billions. Billions.
Some of the places marked here actually show latitude and longitude. If the stuff is located so exactly, why hasn't it been salvaged till now?
Oh, plenty of it's been salvaged already. You don't hear about it because the government has a habit of taking such big cuts that most salvage work is kept secret. And some of it's a little harder to get at.
Why?
Oh, just little things like hurricanes, sharks, poisoned coral, sometimes island savages. But Intercontinent is going down after that gold on a big scale, legitimately.
I see. You're making it a big business.
Exactly. We're a stock corporation with almost $500,000 invested capital.
And where does my job come in exactly?
Now, Connor, do we have to discuss all the details right now? Gloria's hungry.
You're so right.
I'm hungry, too. Let's relax and eat and forget business for a while, huh?
No, let's not.
All right. Have it your way, Connor. Briefly, there are 3 parts to it. The first is to do as you're told. The second is to keep your mouth shut. And the third is to fly an airplane. That's simple enough, huh?
How much does the third part pay?
It's not piecework, Connor. The whole job pays $10,000.
So far, so good.
Your job is to scout the area ahead of the salvage vessel. The only way to cover that much water is with an airplane. Does that satisfy you?
There was something about Wendell H. Davis and Intercontinent Salvage Corporation I didn't like. And when I saw the tub chartered by Intercontinent, I liked it even less. She was built back in the 90s. Her original boilers had long since been replaced with a pair of pocket-sized oil burners. There was nothing left of her bright work, and the varnish had peeled off topside. She didn't look safe enough to sail in a fish pond. The last thing to go aboard her was the plane, a war surplus job Davis bought from somebody who had picked it up cheap from war assets. It was fitted with pontoons and extra gas tanks, and I took it up to the Cape and back on a trial spin with Wendell H. Davis accompanying me.
Think she's good enough to fly nonstop across the Gulf of Mexico?
The Gulf of Mexico? You ought to brush up on your geography.
Just answer my question, Connor. Don't worry about my geography. My geography's fine.
And your sense of direction's not so good. We're not going that way.
Answer my question.
If you want to fly out of the Gulf of Mexico, I guess you'll oblige. We were going out on the 11 o'clock tide that night. It was after 10. Behind me on the afterdeck, I heard a soft step in the darkness. It was Gloria.
Are you going to kiss me goodbye?
Seems we're always saying goodbye.
I'll miss you, darling.
Save it for your husband. I was just thinking of saying goodbye to him myself.
What do you mean?
This job I don't like. I don't think this tub can even get out to sea.
What are you worrying about? There's a plane on board.
I still don't like it.
What don't you like about it, Danny?
Mostly Wendell H. Davis. I don't think he's the good-natured, backslapping guy he seems.
It's a long trip. Something might happen to him. An accident.
An accident?
You heard what he said. Hurricanes, sharks, poison coral. If you didn't want somebody to come back, it'd be easy.
You'd be sitting pretty if he didn't come back, wouldn't you?
We would, Danny. Together.
Is that why you got me this job?
Because I love you and I know you still love me. We wouldn't ever have to say goodbye again. This would be the last time. I'll be waiting for you, darling.
She walked away. There was a smile on her face like a cat that swallowed a bowl of cream. I stood there. Everything was the matter with this setup. My smiling employer, whom I didn't trust, a tub of a ship to sail in, and a plane that wouldn't have passed inspection in World War I. And Gloria, whose real name was Trouble. What sense was there to taking a job like that? No sense. Maybe that's why I took it.
Autolite is bringing you Van Johnson in Salvage, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Get any Easter eggs, Mr. Wilcox?
Eggs? Yes, sir. Half a dozen, assorted colors. And what do you think was in them? You're right. A set of wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. The newest addition to the complete line of regular transport, aviation, marine, resistor, and model spark plugs, ignition engineered by Autolite. And, man, you should have heard those proud beauties all firing in perfect order after I had them installed in my car.
The Easter Bunny was sure good to you, Mr. Wilcox.
Sure was, because those wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs give every car owner greater gas savings, smoother performance, faster starts in cold weather, even double life as compared to spark plugs without the built-in resistor. And it's all because a 10,000-ohm exclusive Autolite resistor is built right into every Autolite resistor spark plug. This makes practical a wider initial gap setting, the advantages of which have long been recognized by automotive engineers. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Van Johnson, in Salvage, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
When the tub went out on the 11 o'clock tide that night, I was on it. I kept thinking about Gloria and why she got me that job. I kept wondering if the tub could stay afloat. I kept wondering why Davis asked about flying the Gulf of Mexico. And then I found something else to wonder about. It took me a couple of days to realize that there was something funny about the crew. There were 6 Chinese who slept below deck aft, and none of them could speak English. The cook was a Korean, and his conversation consisted of a wide grin. The 3 deckhands were fresh from Portugal. The mate was a sullen German, and the captain was almost completely deaf. A boozer besides. It took me a couple of days, but suddenly I realized what it was. There wasn't a man in that crew I could talk to.
See anything of Mr. Davis? The big boss. I sneezed. Look, you don't have to talk my ear off. Just answer yes or no. Listen, you're the mate on this tub, and we're off our course. I tried to tell the captain, but he's so tanked up we'll be in Galapagos before his head clears. Hey! Oh, nuts.
I beat it into the radio cabin. The operator ought to be told we're off our course. I opened the door and saw the operator at his table, earphones clamped on. He looked around at me, and I stopped dead. The operator in the radio cabin was a skinny, red-headed kid with a frightened look on his baby face. The only one in the crew who could speak English was a badly frightened kid. Hello. My name's Connor. I'm the pilot for that crate out there.
Mine's Scott. Come on in.
If I can get in. This cubbyhole must have been built to hold the captain's toothbrush. What I wanted was to check the time from Arlington.
Sure. They'll be on in a few minutes.
You're not exactly an old sea dog, are you?
Well, this is my first job.
You look nervous.
Well, I want to make good, but
Anything wrong?
Do you know exactly where we are?
Somewhere along the coast of Florida. Why?
What's the latitude and longitude of where we are now?
Well, let's see now. The latitude is about 30, and the longitude is around 78.
That's right. So why does Mr. Davis tell me to send a message that our latitude is 25 and longitude is 72?
What? We aren't within 500 miles of there.
Why does he want anyone to think we are?
I wonder.
Did you see the diving equipment?
Yeah.
I once saw some divers work. This stuff is no good.
That's what I thought myself. I wouldn't wear it in a bathtub.
I hate to think of anyone going down in it.
Maybe nobody has to go down in it.
Huh?
Maybe nobody was ever supposed to go down in it.
What do you mean?
Maybe this whole trip is a fake.
Fake?
Maybe what Wendell H. Davis is doing is skipping with the money invested in Intercontinental Salvage Corporation. That would explain everything. A broken-down tub that's going nowhere, a crew that asks no questions, a plane that's meant to fly Davis out of the country while this tub is reported 500 miles from here.
Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm not supposed to send false information when I know it's false.
You might get yourself in a lot of trouble, Scotty, if you don't.
You're right. But I ought to do my duty. Report our position accurately. And that's what I'm going to do.
The dirty little rat. Get the plane started, Connor.
He was just a scared kid.
Get the plane started.
Just a kid worrying about his first job.
You heard me, Connor. Get the plane started.
I looked down. There was blood oozing under my shoe. I looked at the table at the dangling earphones. Then I went out with Davis following me, the gun trembling a little in his pudgy hand. He got a black valise like bank messengers carry out of his cabin. On deck, the crew got steam on one of the winches. They freed the boom, and Davis climbed into the plane beside me. I turned on the ignition. We bobbed on the water, then taxied for a minute to find the wind and warm the motor. We gathered speed like a roller coaster, the waves slapping at the pontoons. I climbed to about 3,000 feet and leveled off. The gun was still pointing at me. You can throw that gun away, Davis.
Keep flying.
Where to?
About 10 miles south of Tampa. My wife's waiting to be picked up. We rented a beach cottage there a couple of weeks ago.
Are you sure she's waiting?
That's the trouble with you, Connor. You don't trust women because you don't understand them. A woman has no sense of justice. It's like children and madmen. You can't hold them responsible for anything. Maybe she's waiting, maybe not.
And after that?
Across the Gulf.
When do you pay me?
When we land in Mexico, safe.
Look, Davis, as long as we're both in this plane, anything that happens to me happens to you, too. So we're not going to land anywhere till you throw that gun away.
When we land in Mexico, you'll get your money. What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
How much is in that bag? All the assets of Intercontinental Salvage Corporation?
400 grand.
A lot of fish to toss to the sharks.
Sharks?
Down there. Big enough to swallow a guy like you in one gulp. Which goes into the drink? The gun or you?
The gun stays where it is.
Okay. We climbed to 6,000 feet. I looked at him and his hand was steady, the gun still pointing at me. I cut the throttle and we drifted a moment, then lurched and nosed straight down. The wind screamed louder and louder past the wings. I looked at Davis again. He was pale, but his hand didn't move an inch. At 1,000 feet, it twitched. At 500, I stopped breathing. The plane was twisting out of control, the water coming at us like a tidal wave. At 300 feet, I threw open the throttle. The plane clawed for altitude, but the wind was hitting it like a pneumatic drill, trying to crack it wide open. It was a miracle that I leveled off. All right, Davis, you win.
I could have told you. I always do.
You don't know how close you came to being wrong. I almost lost control. We almost hit the water like a tub of cement.
Yeah. For a minute there, you looked kind of worried.
It's easy to make a mistake about someone like Wendell H. Davis. He looked like a good-natured, backslapping guy until you get a close look at those gray, murderous eyes. On a dark beach with the dimmed lights of a car, I brought the plane down on the water and taxied as close as possible. I climbed out with Davis behind me. We waded in. He was grinning as Gloria came toward us.
Got a rented car?
Sure. Got in Tampa, like you said.
Well, start it. I don't like flying with Connor. He almost spilled me in the drink. He might try it again.
Is this where I collect, like that frightened kid in the radio cabin?
What happened?
The less a woman knows, the smarter she is. Start the car.
You won't get away. When that tub is found, you'll be wanted for murder.
Me? Why? I couldn't kill him. I don't even exist. And neither do you.
What do you mean?
The captain will swear this plane was up scouting ahead of the salvage vessel when it crashed into the sea, and both of us were lost.
You paid him?
Enough so he'll stick to his story. We were over a bad stretch, no chance of finding us. Little things like hurricanes, sharks, poison coral, even savages.
So you had your disappearance from that tub all planned.
You don't look happy, Connor. That's too bad. I like to see a man die happy.
I stood there, paralyzed. She tried to hold on to his arm after knocking it aside. Blood was crawling down her face. He wrenched his arm free, and she sank down on the beach. I don't know how I got to him, but I heard the crushing sound as I hit him. I could feel his nose spread under my fist like unbaked dough. The gun dropped from his limp fingers, but I didn't stop to look. I threw myself at him. His heels kicked up in my face, and I stepped back. The look on his pudgy face was more astonishment than pain. He sank to one knee and tried to get up and fell. He lifted his head like a lizard in the sand, but there were no more words before it dropped again. She was still firing the empty gun at him. I took the gun gently from her hand. I lifted her head, smoothed back her hair.
Is he dead?
Dead enough. Just put your head back.
Everything's blurred.
You'll be all right. That shot just sampled your skin. Just a superficial wound, that's all.
The guy killed him.
I thought when you got me that job, you'd know that what payoff would be. I was all wrong about you. You risked your life for me.
Oh, my head's spinning.
Oh, you're going to be all right. Everything's going to be all right now.
Everything?
Once we get across the Gulf, just as he said, he doesn't exist. The plane fell into the sea while scouting ahead of the salvage vessel. The captain will swear to it. Your late husband bought us our freedom, paid for it himself. Gloria. Gloria. She blacked out. I thought of getting her a doctor right away, but that would be too risky. It was just a superficial wound, mostly shock. I tore off part of my shirt and wet it at the water's edge. I washed the blood from her hair and face and bathed the wound. I lifted her gently in my arms and carried her out to the plane and made her comfortable. Then I went back for Davis. I searched him, but he wasn't carrying anything. No identification, just a claim ticket on an express office in Mexico City. I took it. Then I got his body into the plane and climbed in after him with the black bag. I turned on the ignition and the plane moved out into the Gulf. I got rid of everything in my own pockets, everything that could identify me, just to be safe. All I kept was an old cigarette case with no initials, a pocket compass, and the express ticket. Then I began prying open the lock in the black bag. I felt good. A strange feeling of being completely detached from the world down there, free of it. To them, I didn't exist anymore. 400 grand could make a world of its own, a world for just Gloria and me. A bright moon rode between broken patches of cloud as I got the lock open. I stared in. I heard myself breathing hard as if somebody else were grinning over my shoulder. The bag was filled with strips of newspaper. I don't know how long I stared straight ahead like a blind man. I heard Gloria murmuring, coming out of it. I grabbed her arm. The money. It's not in that bag. That black bag's a fake.
He told me just before he sailed what he really did with it.
Told you what?
Didn't tell me till just before he sailed. Didn't trust anyone, not even me. Afraid I might double-cross him.
Told you what? Where is it?
Must be carrying an express ticket.
An express ticket?
That's why I was waiting for him at the beach cottage.
What's the express ticket for?
Where are we, Danny? Are you taking me to a doctor?
We'll get to a doctor, don't worry. What's the express ticket for?
Trunk. The Mexico City express office. Money's in it.
The express ticket. Then everything's okay. That ticket's worth 400 grand and we've got it. We've got it.
Well, where are we, Danny?
Don't worry about a thing, darling. Once we get across the Gulf, everything will be all
Gulf?
right. Now, don't worry. I'll get you to a doctor as soon as we get across. You blacked out, but it was only a shock, just a superficial wound.
Turn back.
I got you into the
Turn back, Danny.
What's wrong? We'll be across the Gulf.
Did you hear me? Turn back.
Now, look, darling, get a hold of yourself.
For heaven's sakes, listen to me. Turn back.
What's wrong with you? I'm doing this because I love you. Do you want to risk a murder charge? You can't prove you killed him to save me.
You think I cared what happened to you? I did it because I hated him. Because he killed...
Who? You don't mean Scotty?
Turn back, please, for the love of it.
What's that poor kid got to do with you?
Oh, poor kid. That baby face could fool anyone. It always did. We once had a dancing act together. I got him a job on that tub.
Job?
We had it all planned. It was so simple, we thought. All we had to do was switch black bags, and once you took my husband across the Gulf...
Something's wrong.
That first night out, Scotty drained the extra gas tanks. He left enough gas to take this plane about halfway out over the Gulf.
waves gnawed at the wrecked plane like rat's teeth. By the third night, Gloria was completely out of her head. It was horrible.
You were in pretty bad shape yourself when this freighter picked you up.
By the seventh day, I gave up all hope. Till then, I figured I had a chance, maybe one chance in 1,000.
Huh. Chance worth $400,000. And you made it. If you kept quiet about that express ticket...
There is no express ticket. I found a soaked cigarette in my case. It didn't take long to dry. So I had a cigarette. But no match. Till I remembered the compass in my pocket.
Compass?
With a little magnifying glass on it. You know how the sun's rays through a glass like that can set fire to the paper? And I had a piece of paper. Just one piece.
That express ticket?
I didn't touch it. Day after day, I clung to that one chance in 1,000 for 7 days.
7? We picked you up on the 7th day. You mean just before we...
Like I said, I'm not complaining. That cigarette sure felt good. Felt like $1 million.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Van Johnson.
What a parade. I'm sorry it's over.
Over? Why, my merry man of motors, the Autolite parade is never over. It's a parade of over 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants, coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, bullseye sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Dan Daly. The play is called 6 Feet Under, and it is, as we say...
A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Salvage is an original play written for radio by Sidney Renthal. Van Johnson is appearing on Suspense by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Irving Berlin Technicolor musical Annie Get Your Gun, starring Betty Hutton, Howard Keel, and Louis Calhern. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Arthur Godfrey and Agnes Moorehead. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Dan Daly.
You can buy Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
Join in the fight against a killer which claims 562 Americans each day. Strike back at cancer by giving a generous contribution to your local committee of the American Cancer Society. Mail your contribution to Cancer, care of your local post office. Do it today. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, Suspense with William Powell. Oh, Hap, here comes Harlow Wilcox.
I bet he forgets I already have 2 sets of Autolite resistor spark plugs and tries to high-pressure me into buying another one.
Well, hello there, friend.
Mr. Wilcox.
Hello?
Hey, Hap, you look a little worried. Car not running right, maybe?
Why?
Spark plug trouble?
Well, not at all.
Listen, pal. What you need is a set of those sensational new ignition-engineered Autolite resistor spark plugs.
But Harlow...
Why, the get-up-and-go a spark-weary engine gets from Autolite resistor spark plugs will turn your gloom to glee.
Look, Harlow, I already have...
Why, when you replace your old narrow-gap spark plugs with wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs, by Cornelius, you can actually tell the difference in your car. Your engine idles smoother.
Harlow, wait a minute. I'll listen to you and my engine later, but...
Yes, but right now, let's listen to Suspense.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, William Powell in Anton Leader's production of Give Me Liberty. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I embezzled $250,000. I want you to know that needed brains, planning, patience. I devoted 3 years of my life to the trick, and I got away with it. $250,000. Of course, they caught me very easily, but they couldn't find the money. So they handcuffed me, brought me back to stand trial. The judge was as big a fool as the others.
7 years is a long time, Mr. French. The insurance company will agree to a much lighter sentence if you will reveal where you've hidden that money.
But I only smiled. So my right wrist was handcuffed to the left wrist of the detective, and they put me aboard a train bound for the penitentiary. I could see that the detective had instructions to soften me up. He was much, much too kind.
You're comfortable, Mr. Frank? You want a magazine? Anything?
Well, I'd like to be able to lift my hand without raising yours into the air. Can't you guard me without being quite so attached to me?
Sure, I guess we can work that out. Tell you what, you sit next to the window. I'll kind of box you in. And that way you can wear the cuffs all by yourself and nobody loses.
Thank you.
Let me get my key. There. Off me, down to you.
Wonder if I've made a good change. Feels clumsy.
Oh, you get the hang of it in no time at all. The biggest trouble is when you read a paper. 5 inches of chain don't give you much room to turn a page.
Well, then I better leave the newspaper for a less constricting occasion. I'll have 7 years for reading.
7 years. $250,000. Say, how smart does a guy have to be to get his hooks on so much lettuce?
Would you like some of it?
Now, you kidding.
Well, let's make a deal. You drop the key to those things on the floor, and go have yourself a nice lunch.
Sure. And when do I see Mr. Frank again?
When I meet you to pay off.
I wouldn't be taking kind of a chance there, would I?
Stupid conversation, and I was only making words. I looked out at the fields and brooks and houses wrecking past. I wouldn't see these things for 7 years, not counting time off for good behavior. But then I'd be free again, and I'd have my $250,000. Not a bad salary, huh? I'd use my brains for myself this time. Suddenly...
Everybody hold on to the train on the track!
Frank. You all right? I see the car. Gotta get out.
A car lay on its side, in flames. And those passengers who could move scrambled through the broken windows, paying no attention to a helpless man in handcuffs.
Frank. Give me a hand.
It was a detective. His legs pinned to the wreckage.
Move, will you? You want to see me roasted?
What can I do with my hands like this? What do you carry the key?
What do you want with a key? You can pull me out by an arm, can't you? You can grab me by the head.
You thick-headed fool, we'll both die here if I can't use my hands.
You can use them good enough.
Where's the key?
I can't find it. Frank, it ain't in my pocket. Look on the floor.
You're a liar.
Frank, My shoes are on fire. Please.
The only weapon was a suitcase.
Yeah.
I kicked him off. I smashed the suitcase on his head. And he didn't have the key. I emptied his pocket down to the last crumb of tobacco. But the fire kept closer. He hadn't the key to the handcuff. And I wanted it. Because this wouldn't be an escape. This would be a disappearance. Oh, what a chance. I'd have my liberty. And I'd have my money. I threw away his pistol. I wouldn't need a gun. I'd use my head. Squeeze my college ring on his finger. Switch wallet.
Is there anybody in that car? Take this way. Over here.
There was a conductor out there. A crowd of passengers. I got to the top of the side of the car. No one. Not a soul. And there wasn't a splinter of glass left in the window. I slid down the side of the car, cleared the wheels, and struck the ground running. A few moments, a few hundred steps, and I was safe from the dock. I was free. They think I was dead. And I had $250,000.
Suspense, Autolite is bringing you William Powell in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hap, my friend, have you ever heard a conversation between two cars? Two cars? Hello, Wilcox, are you crazy? Crazy like a fox. Listen, a sorrowful-looking sedan came up to me on the street the other day and said, "Pardon me, pal, but have you got a potent pill for a sput-puttering engine that keeps popping along on poor firing spark plugs?" Well, this car had sure come to the right man, old ALRSP Wilcox. ALRSP? ALRSP for Autolite resistor spark plugs, of course. Oh. Well, before I could answer this fumbling four-door, up glides a cute coupe with a mellow murmur and says, "Say, chum, if you want to hum and hustle on the highway, if you want to idle smooth as a satin slipper, if you want better luck with lean gas mixtures, actually save gas, why, switch your narrow gap plugs for a set of those wonderful, sensational wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. What's more," continues this chatty convertible, "Autolite resistor spark plugs cut down spark plug interference with radio and television reception. Really, the spark plug of the future. Why, I was talking to a delighted television set.
Wait a minute, Harlow. Now you've got a car talking to a television set.
Aye, Cornelius Hap, television sets, cars, and everybody are talking about Autolite resistor spark plugs. And no wonder, because new Autolite resistor spark plugs have a 10,000 ohm resistor, ignition engineered right into the spark plug, and a wider spark gap setting that means smoother idling and gas dollars saved. Autolite resistor spark plugs fit any make and size of car, and don't forget, Autolite resistor spark plugs are backed by the reputation of Autolite and the over 400 automotive, marine, and aviation parts made by the Autolite people. Pipe that.
Okay, but right now, let's pipe suspense.
And now, Autolite brings back to the Hollywood soundstage William Powell as Earl French in Give Me Liberty, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
My first job after escaping was to break out of those manacles. I sat on a wheat field, holding my hands overhead so the blood would run through my hands and wrists and leave them slim. It didn't work. I tried that until my shoulders were in agony, and it didn't work. I couldn't snap that chain. I twisted. I pulled it. Tried to fling my hands apart, and it wouldn't break. I rubbed it against stone until my skin was torn and bleeding, and it wouldn't break. By this time it was morning, and I was pretty desperate. I found a match in my pocket. I went into the woods that bordered the field and built a fire. First the chain grew hot, and then my wrists. So I held them over the fire until I couldn't keep my scream. And not until then would I believe that I needed help. I pushed through the wheat and the corn beyond it, and I stumbled down a slope in the barnyard.
Down, Jack, down.
Woman was standing near one of the hen houses, a pan of chicken seed in her hand.
What do you want?
There was nothing to say. She'd seen the hen cuts.
Come on, speak up.
Look,
What do you want?
I'm innocent, I swear to you. I'm innocent.
Where you from? How'd you get away?
Well, we were going up to the prison, and there was an accident.
Well, what do you want from me?
Could you lend me a file? And if you could spare some food, I'll be glad to
You
pay
don't
for...
have to pay me for anything. Wait here. Jack, you what?
The fool went into the house, and the dog sat down on its belly and placed its nose between its paws. And its eyes never left my face for an instant. And then through the stillness, I heard the clanking of an old-fashioned wall telephone, and I knew what she was doing. I ran like a whirlwind. I couldn't get them off. I couldn't get the handcuffs off. I couldn't get anything to eat. I couldn't show myself. You know what it means to see food all about you and not be able to buy it? Don't tell me I could have eaten corn and fruit and roots. I can tell you the nature of every dog in that area, and the feel of every barbed wire fence, and the bang and roar of every rifle and shotgun. I crept into a village one night and forced up the window of a hardware store. I wanted a file, just a file. Do you know what they carry in hardware stores these days? Glassware, kitchen gadgets, garden tools, seeds, ovens, rat poisons, dressers. And then I moved behind a counter. The hardware store has to have a file somewhere. And my foot struck a wire, stretched across the floor. How tired have you been? Have you ever been so tired that your eyes felt like stones in your head? So weary that your jaw hung flat and your tongue seemed thick and heavy in your mouth? There were times when I thought I'd die. Then on the evening of the fourth day of my liberty, I crawled quietly to the garbage can in back of a roadside diner and began to paw about for something I could eat. There was a step behind me. I whirled about. It was a boy. We looked at each other for a long moment. He was waiting for me to speak. I said, "Hello, Sonny.
Hello.
You live in this neighborhood?"
Yeah.
I don't. I'm traveling.
With handcuffs on?
Oh, these? Yeah, a friend put them on it for a joke. Say, that gives me an idea, Sonny. Would you do me a big favor?
Depends upon how big.
Well, big to me, anyway. Sonny, it's worth $10 to be able to have these handcuffs off before my friend shows up. Look, can you get me a file or chop them off with an axe or something like that so I can have a laugh on him?
No.
Look, I'll let you keep them. They're fun.
Nope.
Oh. Well, then, would you do something else for me?
Depends.
I'm a little embarrassed about going into the lunch wagon like this. Look, would you step in there and buy a few hamburgers for me?
How much?
Same $10.
For a couple of hamburgers?
Why not? Then maybe you'd change your mind about the file.
Let's see the money.
I got it right here in my pocket, ready to jump in your hand. Here, lots of things that a boy can buy with $10. Ah, there we are.
How do I know it's good?
Don't you trust me?
Drop it on the ground.
Drop it? Why?
You drop it and back away, and I'll pick it up.
Oh, say, that's very smart. How's that? Far enough?
I guess.
He picked it up and began to walk around the diner. But when he was out of reach, he broke into a run. I got away. And I couldn't tear them off. I couldn't. I had $250,000 betted away, and it was worthless to me. Do you know what can be bought with $250,000? Why, a man's soul can be bought for less than $250,000. And I couldn't buy a 10-cent file. Spent that night in a nest of cast-off railway ties. That's siding. When I opened my eyes in the morning, I had company. There was a hobo sitting on the top of my fortress-like bedroom. A very unusual-looking hobo, in blue jeans and a navy coat. She was counting my money, smoothing each bill with loving care. She grinned when she saw I was awake.
Good morning, chum. You sleep like an honest man. What's the matter, chum? Never speak till they bring you your orange juice?
Listen, I'm in trouble. I want you to help me.
To get the spray clips off?
Yeah.
Oh, chum, wouldn't that be kind of silly? I might lose all this hard-earned dough.
Look, there's more where that came from. A lot more. I'll make you rich.
Yeah, I heard that one before. So long, chum.
Listen to me. I got $250,000.
Yeah, I get feelings like that, too.
Come back, will you? It's true. Don't you read the papers? I'm Earl Prince.
I never heard of you. And where would you get that much dough?
Look, go into town and buy one of the newspapers of 6 days ago. That'll tell you.
Tell me what?
Don't think you'll read anymore? Earl Prince, the embezzler. I stole $250,000.
And you're wearing those things so you won't tip your own pocket.
Don't try to be clever. I died in the train wreck near Scottsville.
Hey, you're so sure about that, chum. You croaked only a few days ago.
No, you fool. They only think I did. Now, you get those newspapers. You come back here with a file and some food.
No, don't order me around, chum. If you're a corpse, I won't take it from you. And if you're not a corpse, I'll poke you in the eye. Just play it easy, huh? Yeah, maybe I'll be back. Could happen.
I waited for her all through that long, blistering day. Crouching within those four walls of railway ties. I lay there like a trapped animal. And yet I knew she'd be back. She couldn't resist it. Cheap little thing like that. I knew she'd be back.
Chum, it seems you were a very important guy in your time.
You saw the paper?
Yeah, and I got good news for you. Mr. French, you're now burnt to a crisp. That's the way they found you in the train.
Recognize me by the ring on my finger?
Yeah. Well, you're dead, all right. You and $250,000.
Well, we'll come to that later. You get to work with the file.
No. You're giving orders again, and I told you I don't like it.
Give me that file.
It's right here in my deed. And that's where it stays until you lead me to my share of that dough.
Oh, you'll get it. You'll get it.
Come listen to Mama. I can pick up 500 sticks by turning in an escaped prisoner, or you can dig up that treasure chest and buy this file for half the plunder.
It's 400 miles away.
It's a fair distance.
But I can't ride a train or a bus with these on my wrist.
It's okay, chum. We'll walk.
400 miles?
I've done it before.
We'll be seen.
Not at night.
What'll I eat? Where will we sleep?
You'll sleep in the woods, and I'll bring the grub to you. Me, I'll sleep in town where I'll be snug and safe. You don't take this file from me, chum. Not till I see my half of that dough.
And that's how it was. That same evening, we started a walk. At first, it wasn't so bad. It gave me time to think. And I knew I'd think of something.
You know, there's kind of a sneaky look about you.
What?
You figure that in 400 miles, a lot of things can happen.
Oh, no. After all, I want to do what's fair. We're split.
If we don't, I'll split your skull, and don't kid yourself that I won't, little chum. Been waiting a long time for a break like this.
We walked, with the handcuffs digging so deep into my flesh that I began to believe they were a part of me. Yeah, she brought me food, but she wouldn't come close enough to hand it to me. And every time I reached for anything, it was torture. My hands and wrists were a mass of misery, as though her pet animals on a leash. My friend always walked 6 paces behind. She was too smart. And I realized I had to get away from her. And soon. In the morning I decided to do it. She found me a shack to hole up in. I could hardly wait for her to leave and go back into town.
Yeah, this shack looks good. I'll meet you back here tonight.
All right. See you tonight.
That's the way I like it, chum. Nice and agreeable.
Why not? Why shouldn't I be? See you tonight, as usual.
Sure there isn't anything special you'd like me to bring you to you?
No, nothing special.
Uh-huh. Say, chum, I think you'd better turn around.
Why? When I awoke, with a dull ache filling my head, I found myself neatly trussed up. I could move a little, but not enough to get free. Talk about female intuition. She had guessed that I was going to try to get away from her, and she beat me to it. But I didn't give up, though. She'd have to make one mistake. So the next night, we'd stop for a rest.
Hey, friend,
Yeah,
how can you be sure that dough is still there?
it's safe.
How do you know? What kind of a place you hide it in?
You'll see.
Hey, don't you trust me?
Of course. As much as you trust me. And it's time we stop playing this little game. Now get out that file.
When I see the dough, little chum.
Take them off, will you? How long do you think I'm up?
You'll wake up the neighbors. I move.
No.
I said move.
No. That money's mine. And you'll never see it unless I want you to. And we'll go to it the way I say.
Chum, you're making me mad.
You get out that file and take these off. Go on, get it out. I can give orders, too. What do you think you are, an animal trainer?
Now, that's not a bad idea.
Is it? But it happens, and I'm not an animal. And it happens that... What's that for? You can't frighten me with a knife.
I wouldn't try.
You use that on me, and we both lose out.
Whenever my old man used to teach one of us kids, he always said the same thing. He said, never use a switch thicker than your thumb, breaks the skin, but no bone. A kid can go on working.
A switch?
Yeah, like this one. Nice and green and limber. It's all a nice foot. I wouldn't use a knife on a buddy.
You won't use that either. Put it down.
You know, this is something I wanted to do ever since I found you sleeping in those railroad ties. You gonna get up?
No.
This'll hurt.
I'll kill you someday. I swear I'll kill you.
I once had a husband like you. Brave enough outside, but once anybody put on the pressure,
You talk too much. Go on, I'm calling your bluff. I'm sick of hearing you talk.
All right.
We walked. God, how I hated her. And she was sure she'd beat me down altogether because she didn't even bother now to taunt me anymore. She was very quiet after that. And a little careless. I stopped now and then, and she'd bump into me in the darkness. But she'd always stop grinning before I could get my hands on her. Well, all things must end. Our pilgrimage ended one morning when I said, "Here it is,
What?
the money.
Where?
We're standing over it.
You up to some sneaky trick again? We're standing in the middle of a highway. You didn't do any digging here, chum.
Look, there's a culvert running under the road here. A 24-inch pipe. Come into the ditch. I'll show you.
You didn't kick that dough into the pipe. Must have washed away.
Not in the pipe. It's in that deep crevice between the pipe and the concrete. Pull out some of those stones.
You pull them out.
What, with these hands? Why, I can't touch anything without screaming. Pull them out.
Friends, help me if this is a gag.
She believed me. She had to. She saw the truth in my eyes. The money was there, my $250,000. She bent over to tug at the stones. She turned it back to me for the first time. And that was it. That was the mistake I was waiting for. A flying fallen on a cross. Down on her head. The back of her head. Her head. Ah, the pain. The pain I ripped. Ah, but I didn't care. I didn't care. My hand. Covered with blood. Her blood. Mine. She was dead. I couldn't move. My hand. My poor hand. I had to wait until the shot drained out of him. Finally, I reached into her pocket for the file. It isn't there. It must be in this one. No. No. Mark. No. No file. She hasn't got a file. She never had one. Ah, the tape. The dirty little tape. Come on. Come on, little children. Come on. Come on, you babies. 250,000 beautiful little babies. Come on. I can't get hold on. I need a few pieces. I can't. With these handcuffs on, I need one arm free. You handcuffs, you. I'll break this chain if I have to. Rip my hands off. I'll get that money. I must have the money. I want the money. Money. It's my money.
That's the way I found him, Chief, sitting in the ditch beside a dead girl and babbling like an idiot.
Thank you, William Powell, for a splendid performance. Mr. Powell returns in just a moment.
Well, Hap, my friend, now Harlow, I've been trying to tell you I already have 2 complete sets of Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Congratulations. Everyone should have a complete set of Autolite resistor spark plugs. Those modern miracles of Autolite ignition engineers, those monuments to tireless Autolite research. So, friends, why not drive down to your nearest Autolite dealer tomorrow, early tomorrow, and get your car a set of Autolite resistor spark plugs. They're sensational. And not because I said so either, but because they really are. Autolite means spark plugs. Ignition engineered resistor spark plugs. Autolite means batteries. Stay full batteries. Autolite means ignition system, the lifeline of your car.
And now here again is William Powell.
My thanks to the fine cast of suspense actors who helped to make my appearance here so pleasant an experience. I'm a regular listener to the radio's outstanding theater of thrills, and I'll be tuned in next time to hear John Garfield in Death Sentence, another gripping study in
suspense.
William Powell appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, producers of the Technicolor production The Three Musketeers, starring Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, June Allison, and Van Heflin. Tonight's suspense play was written by Herb Meadow, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Ann Morrison played the part of the hobo. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show. Subscribe to your local community chest. Everybody benefits. Everybody gives. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon in Madame Curie. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen.
You've heard a great deal lately about a magic substance called uranium, the key to radioactivity and atomic power. Yet half a century ago, from that same substance came a discovery that promised untold benefits to man and added greatly to our knowledge of atomic energy. Our play tonight from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's epic screenplay, Madame Curie, deals not only with that thrilling search for radium, but with a man and woman whose love for each other was as great as their love for humanity and truth, and who both fought with sacrifice and courage. Little wonder that this drama called for two of the screen's outstanding stars, Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon, who tonight appear in their original screen roles as Madame Curie and Pierre, her husband. The greatest roles, I think, that we've ever seen them in together. In a sense, the story of Madame Curie is a never-ending one, the eternal quest for new and better things to serve mankind. Certainly that quest is deeply rooted in our North American way of life, whether it applies to rockets pointed at the moon, to music, books, motion pictures, or to a simple luxury like Lux toilet soap. We're sticklers for perfection. And the millions of women who depend on Lux soap for their beauty care are testimony of that urge to settle only for the very best. I know their insistence on Lux soap is well rewarded. On with our play and the first act of Madame Curie, starring Greer Garson in the title role and Walter Pidgeon as Pierre. As our theater lights are lowered, the curtain rises. Paris in the 1890s. At the world-famous Sorbonne University, Professor Perrault is lecturing to a group of students. Among them, intent and eager, is a young girl, Maria Sklodowska.
Go out alone into space. Go out alone. Learn to be alone with nature, with a ray of light, a drop of rain, and a piece of earth. Then you'll learn to think alone as they did. Men like Newton and Galileo. Probably it will not be your good fortune to reach so high, to catch a star on your fingertips, but the rewards of investigation, of exploration.
To catch a star on your fingertips.
Not far from the university is the scientific laboratory of Dr. Pierre Curie, where Dr. Curie has just disclosed a highly unscientific opinion.
What was that you said, Doctor?
I said, David, that tea parties are an instrument of the devil.
Oh, yes, sir.
I am a fool. I must be polite but firm. Polite but firm, yes, definitely.
Well, if I've done something wrong, sir, if I've been whistling, I was not aware of it, sir.
I abominate whistling in the laboratory.
Yes, sir.
Oh, but you have not been whistling. David, I went to a tea party yesterday at Professor Perrault's. As a result, a pupil of Perrault's will be working with us for a short time.
Yes, sir.
A special assignment, something to do with the study of the magnetic properties of steel.
Well, that should be very interesting, sir.
Unfortunately, the pupil is a girl.
A girl, sir?
Yes. I've got it written down here somewhere. Let me see. Oh, yes. Marie Sklodowska. She's a girl.
Oh.
Well, I didn't know until it was too late. Always the continual struggle against woman, David.
Yes, sir. And women scientists are particularly unattractive, sir.
In the world of abstract research, woman is a menace.
Oh, there's no doubt of it, sir.
So put Miss Sklodowska in the corner. And, look, be sure to inform her how important silence is to laboratory concentration.
Yes, sir.
I trust whistling is not a national characteristic of the Poles.
She's Polish, sir?
Yes. Oh, the magnetometer in the storeroom, Perrault says she'll need one.
I'll get it now, sir. I'm very sorry for your troubles, Dr. Curie.
Thank you, David.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I'm looking for Dr. Curie's laboratory.
Oh, you're looking for... But you're not. I mean, you can't be. Well, I'm Dr. Curie's assistant.
Oh, then perhaps you'll direct me, please.
Well, I certainly will. I certainly will. Well, what do you think of that? You know, Dr. Curie has asked me to look out for you.
Oh?
Oh, indeed. Well, here we are. Here she is, Dr. Curie. Ran straight into her the first thing.
Good morning, mademoiselle.
Good morning, Dr. Curie.
Well, I'm sure David will see that you are properly installed, mademoiselle. I'm quite absorbed with my work here, as you can see.
Dr. Curie, I appreciate this chance more than I can say.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. And I do hope you'll be quite comfortable.
Do you think this desk will do, mademoiselle?
Oh, it's excellent. Thank you.
Better get a little more light. Shades. I'm sorry, Dr. Curie.
It's quite all right.
That still isn't enough light.
Please don't bother.
Oh, but Dr. Curie wants you to be comfortable. I'll sorry, sir.
Yes, David?
I'd better take my hat and coat off.
Allow me. I'll hang them up in the cupboard.
Really, monsieur, there's no need to.
I beg your pardon, Dr. Curie. Just hanging up her coat. My office is just upstairs, mademoiselle. I hope you won't hesitate to call on me if...
Very kind, thank you.
Oh, and I better give you some advice where to eat around here. There's a very nice little restaurant
Really, monsieur, I don't think we should talk, Dr. Curie.
Well, I just thought you'd like to know where to eat.
Yes.
I'll take you there today myself.
Please don't trouble.
Oh, no trouble at all. I'll come down for you at noon. Sorry, Dr. Curie.
I'm sorry, too, Dr. Curie. I'll try and be as inconspicuous as possible.
That will be very kind of you, mademoiselle. Very kind. Oh, mademoiselle.
Good evening, Dr. Curie.
Standing here in the entrance?
The rain. I've been waiting for it to stop.
Rain? Oh, yes. Well, good evening. But you have no umbrella, mademoiselle. Perhaps I can help you.
Oh, I don't want to trouble you.
Oh, no trouble at all. No trouble at all.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Not at all, mademoiselle. I'll be very happy to accompany you to your lodging.
May I ask another question, Dr. Curie? It's a simple matter, but I find it very puzzling.
Yes?
In the symmetry L sub Q and 2L sub Q, you include only those rotations which are integral multiples of 2 pi over Q.
But 2 pi times k over q excludes the identity transformation if k is not an integer.
Yes, for the finite k, that applies.
Well?
But in the limit L sub infinity, a difficulty seems to arise.
I don't see why.
Well, if you consider the matter rigorously, I think you might... Oh, this is where I live.
Yes. I think I see what you mean, mademoiselle. Well, I'll have to look into this.
Goodbye, Dr. Curie.
Of course.
And thank you.
Of course, yeah. Oh, mademoiselle, may I say your conversation is very scintillating?
Thank you.
Extremely daring hypothesis.
You want to get killed? Why don't you look where you're going?
I beg your pardon. The limit L sub infinity. Limit L sub infinity. Yes, of course. Good morning, mademoiselle.
Good morning, Dr. Curie.
I've just been to my publisher's, my book.
Oh, it's out.
Yes, just off the press.
How proud you must be.
I thought perhaps you might like to have a copy.
I would, very much.
Well, then it's yours, mademoiselle.
Oh, thank you.
Not at all. Well, I'd better get down to work. Oh, the book, mademoiselle.
Yes?
I inscribed the book to you, mademoiselle, on the flyleaf.
Oh, to Mademoiselle Sklodowska, with respect and friendship of the author.
I believe that's the usual procedure.
I'm very flattered, Dr. Curie.
Oh, not at all. Ah, Dr. Becquerel.
I hope I'm not intruding, Curie, but could you step over to my laboratory? I think I've happened on something of great interest.
Well, of course. What is it? Aren't you coming, mademoiselle?
If I may.
You don't mind, doctor, if mademoiselle...
No, delighted. I think you'll agree it's really most extraordinary. Oh, this way.
I don't understand, Dr. Becquerel. This photographic plate obviously is light-struck.
Yes, light-struck. But the amazing thing is that it became light-struck lying in this drawer with a piece of rock.
A closed drawer?
Yes, in total darkness.
But how is that possible?
I don't know. I've told you about my experiments, my idea that certain minerals might store up light and energy from the sun.
Well, your experiments have been successful.
I just don't know. You see, I didn't even know the rock was in the drawer with the photographic plate.
Then how do you explain...
Well, now look at this plate. This was no accident. This was deliberate. I took this second plate, placed a key on it, and over the key I set this same piece of rock. Now, what do you see?
A picture of a key.
That rock, Dr. Becquerel. May I ask what it is?
It's called pitchblende, mademoiselle.
You mean, then, that there is something about pitchblende that gives off rays of its own, rays powerful enough to affect a photographic plate?
That, monsieur, must be so.
It's incredible.
It's as if there were a piece of the sun locked up in this rock. A piece of the sun locked up in the rock.
Head. I try to concentrate on my work, but it's impossible.
Dr. Becquerel's discovered it?
Yes, of course. How did you know?
Because all week I've been thinking about it, too.
It's very strange.
What could it be? What could be the nature of the radiation?
Perhaps we shall never know.
It's the most exciting problem. David's promised to write and tell me how it develops.
Write to you? Why?
Because my work here is done, Doctor, and I'll be studying. My examinations come up in less than 2 weeks.
So soon? Well, I hadn't realized.
It's the middle of June. The term's nearly over.
The middle of June. You know, I always used to look forward to my summers in the country. My parents have a small place at Sioux, and I used to take long walks through the woods there.
Soon I shall be walking in the country. My father loves to walk.
Your father? Here in Paris?
Oh, no, Doctor. In Warsaw.
Warsaw? But you're not thinking of going to Warsaw.
Well, had you forgotten that if I pass my examinations, I'm going back to Poland to teach?
But I knew that was your idea, but, everything has changed now. You're making experiments of your own.
I know, and I shall miss Paris.
Oh, I hadn't planned on this at all. How can you abandon science when you're making such progress? You have talent, a definite talent, and it's your duty to use it. Oh, mademoiselle, I beg you to reconsider.
That's very kind of you, Dr. Curie. I'm really flattered. But I'm afraid I can't give up the entire plan that I've had for so long. I thought, of course, that you knew.
I do not understand how anyone with a scientific mind can entertain the thought of abandoning science.
Dr. Curie, I had meant to ask you. I suppose you wouldn't care to attend my graduation.
Well, I should enjoy very much seeing you get your degree, but, I have a... There's always such a crowd.
Oh, I understand. I feel exactly the same way myself.
Oh.
Well, I shall be coming in again, of course, to see to a few things. Goodbye, Dr. Curie.
Goodbye, mademoiselle.
Come in. Dr. Curie.
How do you do?
Oh, please come in.
Thank you. I looked all over for you at the graduation ceremonies.
You were there?
Yes, I'm very proud of you, mademoiselle. First in your class in physics.
Oh, thank you. I never dreamed that I would... I was even afraid that I mightn't... I am so glad that you were able to be there.
You've been packing?
Yes, I'm leaving for Poland on Tuesday.
Then you haven't reconsidered.
I'm afraid not.
Yes, I see. Well, then I presume there'd be no time for something I had in mind. That is, I thought it might be nice for you to take away with you something of the Paris countryside. I thought, that you might like to spend the weekend with my parents. But, of course, I see that would be impossible because you'll be busy packing and doing one thing and another, I suppose. Yes, the idea is quite preposterous.
The idea is not preposterous at all. I should like to come. Very much.
You would?
Yes. Thank you.
Well, then. Well, then. This was Jack's room when he was home. My brother's.
Oh, it's charming.
I hope you rest well, my dear.
All I ever seem to say to the Curies is thank you. Please let me say it again. Thank you for the lovely day. I've been very happy.
Really, you should stay, mademoiselle. We'd love to have you with us for a time.
I'd like very much to stay. But my father's expecting me.
It's no use, Mother. She's determined to go to Poland, and apparently, as far as she's concerned, science can be forgotten.
I did try to explain to you. I thought you understood.
I do understand. I'm sorry.
Well, good night, my dear.
Good night, Madame Curie.
Good night, mademoiselle.
Good night.
Pierre, you shouldn't have spoken to her like that.
She's a very obstinate girl, Mother.
Well, after all, Poland's her home.
What's that? What are you talking about?
Still up, Father?
Who's obstinate? Me?
No, Mademoiselle Stradowska.
Saw that the first moment I clapped eyes on her.
Won't listen to reason.
Closes her mind like a clam.
And she's so intelligent about other things. Well, good night, Mother, Father.
Good night,
Good night.
Pierre.
Good night.
Good night.
Blind as a bat.
Who?
Who? Your son, of course.
Eugene, what's that? Someone's walking about.
That's your brilliant son. He's been pacing up and down in there for an hour.
But maybe he's ill.
Go to sleep, Mama. He's thinking.
Thinking? What about?
What about? Does he ever think of anything but science?
Oh, yes. I guess you're right.
I'll never have a grandchild.
Yeah, but of course. Why haven't I ever thought of that before? Mademoiselle! Mademoiselle Skidowska! Are you awake, Mademoiselle?
What is it? What is it? Something wrong?
Mademoiselle, excuse me, but I find it impossible for you to leave Paris.
But what on earth?
No, please. I must talk to you. During these past 2 weeks, when you've not been coming to the laboratory, I've found everything very confusing. It's impossible to do my work. In short, it's impossible to go on without you. But now, suddenly, something has become very clear to me. Mademoiselle, I am helpful to you in the laboratory, am I not? Am I not? Didn't you say that?
Oh, yes.
A few times I've been able to make suggestions which you have found valuable.
Of course, Dr. Curie. But
Well,
what does that...
Now, whereas I am inclined to be nervous and impatient, you are quite the opposite. You have a clear mind, you are tenacious, you will never give up. It's an excellent combination. I might compare it with the chemical formula NaCl, sodium chloride. It's a stable, necessary compound. So, if we marry on this basis, our marriage would always be the same. No distractions, no fluctuations, none of the uncertainties and emotions of love.
But
I know how you feel about love. It's my own conviction. For the scientist, there is no time for love. But it's stupid to believe in generalizations. In our case, it would be a wonderful collaboration. A wonderful collaboration. Don't you feel that?
I feel that.
And as for Poland, what little good you could do there, you could make up here tenfold on your own ground, science.
Science? Oh, what do you think I should do?
It would be a very fine thing, I believe, to pass our lives together with our common scientific dream. To work together constantly in our search, and any discovery that we should make, no matter how small, it would deepen the friendship we already have for each other and increase the respect we mutually feel.
I can imagine no respect or friendship greater than I have for you now. I can imagine no future so full of promise as the one you offer.
Then I suggest that you stay on in Paris with me.
I believe you are right. I should like to remain in Paris very much.
Thank you. Well, good night, Mary.
Good night, Pierre.
Oh, I forgot something. May I kiss you, Mary?
Please do, Pierre.
You are very lovely.
Thank you.
In just a moment, we'll bring you the second act of Madame Curie, starring Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. Hollywood is a magic city where success stories are frequent and numerous. Here's one, however, that is really unusual. A young actress in a minor role in a great musical production plays it so beautifully that the director of her picture has a special scene written in for her. Let me introduce the talented Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer starlet, Miss Helene Stanley.
Oh, it was so exciting to have a part in Holiday in Mexico, Mr. Keeley. And I had a special reason to be thrilled playing that extra scene.
What was that, Helene?
You see, I'm a 17-year-old girl who imagines herself in love with Walter Pidgeon, who plays the role of an American ambassador. It wasn't hard to play that scene because I've always been mad about it.
You and countless other feminine fans. Seriously, Helene, I understand you have special qualifications to be in a picture that stars such noted musicians as Xavier Cugat and Jose Iturbe. Aren't you quite musical yourself?
Well, I play the piano, and I've studied singing, too. And that's why it was particularly fascinating to be in the same picture with the lovely young singing star, Jane Powell.
I'd say Miss Stanley had other qualifications that contribute to the success of Holiday in Mexico. The picture is in Technicolor, and Helene's auburn hair and creamy complexion. Well, I heard an envious young lady say just the other night, Helene, that you have the loveliest complexion she'd ever seen. Like magnolia petals. Those were the words she used.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley, for passing on that very nice compliment. You might tell the young lady that my complexion care is very simple. I'm sure it would work for her, too.
I told her that. Said I was sure you're a Lux girl.
Yes, that I am, Mr. Kennedy. Lux toilet soap is my daily beauty standby. Alona Massey, one of the stars of my picture, tells me she always uses Lux soap. And she's really glamorous.
Thanks, Miss Stanley. I'm sure your own beauty and talent will bring you even greater success. Lovely women everywhere find that Hollywood's own beauty soap agrees with delicate skin. That's why 9 out of 10 famous screen stars depend on it for daily complexion care. If you haven't tried this gentle white soap, why not get some tomorrow? Use it for a luxurious bath soap, too. It's thrifty. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We bring you the second act of tonight's play, starring Greer Garson as Madame Curie and Walter Pidgeon as Pierre. It's a month later. On a peaceful summer evening, Marie and Pierre Curie sit on the deck of a small river steamer that bears them back to Paris from their honeymoon.
The music is lovely, isn't it?
Lovely, yes. Pierre, when we get back to Paris, what shall I work on?
Isn't there anything that particularly interests you?
Oh, I thought a number of things interested me. But now somehow...
Yeah?
Well, I can't seem to get it out of my mind. What Dr. Becquerel showed us, the pitch blende.
What about it?
Pitch blende gives off rays. Yes, but what is this energy? Where does it come from? I suppose I'm being very foolish.
Some of the greatest achievements of science have come through that same sort of challenging foolishness.
But I wouldn't know how to start, Pierre. I wouldn't know what to do.
Maybe I'll be able to help you.
I'm so very glad we're married to each other, Pierre.
So am I, darling. Hello, darling.
Pierre.
Hello, darling. Oh, I lost the market list you gave me. I couldn't remember if you said carrots or turnips, so I got both.
I think we'll survive, dear. Your mother likes carrots and your father likes turnips.
And here are the flowers for the cook.
Oh, thank you, Pierre.
Marie, what's the matter? I know you hated to leave the laboratory so early today, but tomorrow's coming.
Oh, if only there was something I could look forward to tomorrow. I'm so discouraged, Pierre.
What is it? Exactly, what is it that's wrong?
I don't know. My measurements. They don't mean a thing. I know I must be making a mistake somewhere, but I don't know where. I've checked them 200 times.
Look, I'll go over them with you in the morning, dear. Now, let's not even think about the laboratory tonight. Promise?
I promise.
Right.
Hurry now. Off with your coat and help me with the dinner.
Now, Marie, if you ate some of those turnips instead of just staring at them, you wouldn't look so peaked.
Just ignore him, my dear, while you look lovely.
She's too thin. Pierre isn't treating her right.
I know I'm not, Father. Between the house and the laboratory, well, it's too much.
Women don't belong in laboratories. Women should stay home and have children.
Oh, dear, he's off again.
A woman without a child is a parasite, a bloodsucker. Marie, are you listening to me?
Of course, Father. A woman without a child is a bloodsucker.
But he didn't mean you, my dear.
She's just the one I did mean.
But I am going to have a child.
Marie? When, my dear, when?
Soon, I hope.
Marie.
Well, the prospective father's going to say something at last.
Marie, the electrometer. Are you sure the insulation was dry?
Yes, Pierre.
He's getting quite chatty lately, isn't he?
Did you check the ground connection?
Why, no. I thought you gave it to me in good condition.
Well, sometimes it works loose.
Pierre, that could be possible, couldn't it? In that case, my measurements may be correct.
Yes.
Oh, Pierre, that must be it. That must be it.
If we could only get to the laboratory right now, we could... Oh.
All right. Go ahead and check it.
Father, it's just that, well, Maria's had so many setbacks in her work, and...
Don't stop to explain. Leave your guests and go.
Oh, please forgive us for running off like this. It's just that I've been waiting for so many months.
Of course, dear. You and Pierre run along.
I'll just be a second. Pierre, my coat, quick.
Oh, why didn't I think of that ground connection weeks ago?
You know, Mama, sometimes I think that son of yours is slightly demented.
It was awfully nice having dinner with you, Father.
And nice having dinner with you, too. Happens every time. Every time.
But are you sure, Pierre? Are you sure?
There's nothing wrong with the ground connection, Mary. I was wrong.
I was so sure we'd find it.
Mary, you've tested all the elements. You sure of that?
Yes, I'm positive.
Would you like to show me how you made your measurements?
You wouldn't mind?
Of course not.
All right, then. Here, this rock. This is a piece of crude pitchblende. Oh, I've done this so many times I've lost count. Anyway, we know that the rays come from the uranium and the thorium contained in this crude ore.
Correct.
I put the crude pitchblende in this mortar.
Has the mortar always been clean?
Always, and I grind it up. Here in this dish is ground pitchblende.
Oh.
Now I place it in the electrometer, and... Oh, will you draw the blinds, Pierre? Now I close the specimen case in the electrometer so there'll be no draft.
Good.
And now I charge the electrometer. Now we'll find out how much energy the rays in the pitchblende have. Is that right?
Right. Now watch the needle register. Ready?
Ready.
All right, read.
The needle stops at 8.
8.
The same reading I've always had. Now, here is pure uranium extracted from the same amount of pitchblende. Put this in exactly the same place, close the specimen case, charge the electrometer. Now we'll find out how much energy the rays in the uranium have.
Right.
Ready?
Read.
Needle stops at 2, same as always. We know then that the pitchblende with the uranium and thorium comes to 8, and with uranium alone, it reads 2. Now we'll test the thorium.
From the same amount of pitchblende?
Of course, put that in exactly the same place, close the specimen case, charge the electrometer.
Right.
Ready?
Read.
The needle stops at 2.
2. I don't understand. When the uranium and the thorium are in the pitchblende, the reading is 8, but individually they only total 4.
Then where are those 4 missing points? That's what I don't understand. I don't understand.
You've made a chemical analysis of all the elements in the pitchblende?
Of course, it's all on the blackboard over there. Uranium oxide, 75%, thorium oxide, 13%, lead sulfide, 3%, silicon dioxide, 2%, calcium oxide, 3%, barium oxide, 2%, iron oxide, 1%, magnesium oxide, 0.99%, other extraneous matters, 0.01%.
Yes.
Here.
Mm-hmm.
Our universe is composed of definitely known substances, isn't it? Elements that are fixed forever, inert, unchanging. We know that, don't we?
All of our science is based on that, yes.
Pierre, what if there were a kind of matter in the world we never dreamed of? What would that mean?
It would mean that our whole conception of the nature of matter would have to be changed.
It's cold in here.
What are you thinking? Tell me.
I don't quite dare.
Go on, say it.
What if we did not make a mistake in our measurements? What if there exists a matter that is not inert, but alive, dynamic? Look on the blackboard. Other extraneous matter. Do we dare think that our 4 missing points are in that 1/100th of 1%? Here. What if we've discovered a new element? An active element.
A new element.
The residue of the pitchblende. What was left over after I extracted the uranium and thorium, it must be contained in that residue.
Where is it?
Here, in this filter paper.
Put it in the electrometer. Marie, if your 4 missing points are in this residue, our whole notion of the universe will be changed. Ready?
Ready.
Read.
Give me a hand. Look here. 4. The indicator needle goes to 4.
You found them. The 4 missing points. Oh, Marie. Marie, it's all been arranged. We're to see the directors of the university tomorrow. Just think, after all these months.
Oh, they will give us a laboratory, Pierre. They will.
Of course they will. Marie, what have you been doing?
Oh, just writing in my diary.
Your diary? The same old notebook covered with gray linen that you used in school. I trust I have been favorably commented upon?
Not a syllable.
What's more important than I?
Well, lots of things. For example, gooseberry jelly. If you're so curious, I'll read it to you. Today I took 8 pounds of fruit and the same weight in crystallized sugar. After an ebullition of 10 minutes, I passed the mixture through a rather fine sieve. I obtained 14 pots of very good jelly. Not transparent, which took perfectly.
Amazing. Let me see now what else you've written here. The baby is walking very well these days on all fours.
Mm-hmm.
Her vocabulary continues to startle me. Saturday morning she said, "Googly, googly, go." Later that day in the laboratory, Pierre and I discovered polonium. Marie, gooseberry jelly in full detail and 1 line for polonium. What a rare woman you are.
A woman who cooks like a scientist and practices science, I'm afraid, like a cook.
Indeed. Just wait till tomorrow. Just wait till the directors hear what you've done. I make a prophecy, Marie. They'll build the finest laboratory in France, all in your honor.
Madame Curie, you and your husband here ask that we, as directors of the University of Paris, furnish you with new laboratories and new equipment.
Yes, monsieur, based on the reports which we have given you.
You claim that you and Dr. Curie have detected the presence of a new element. Unfortunately, you furnish us with no convincing proof.
We have demonstrated its existence experimentally. We've carried on our research intensively, except for 5 weeks in the autumn. In September, my daughter was born, and a week later, my husband had the misfortune to lose his mother. The rest of the time, we have devoted entirely to research.
And yet, in these 8 or 9 months, you have come no closer to any proof as to the existence of, what's the name you've given it?
My wife has named it radium, monsieur.
Oh, yes, radium.
This work would require a great deal of time, Dr. Curie?
Yes, of course, Professor Roger.
And Madame Curie, in spite of her acknowledged abilities, is young, inexperienced, and a woman.
Gentlemen, it is perfectly true that Madame Curie is young, that she has not had the experience most of us have had, that she is a woman. But let me impress upon you, she is a most unusual woman. I might say, well, a most unusual woman. I can assure you, gentlemen, that she is a remarkable scientist, as scrupulous as she is brilliant, and furthermore...
That's enough.
We understand that you are convinced as to the reliability of Madame Curie's investigations.
Entirely. And I have put aside my own research to devote all my time to collaborating with her.
Dr. Curie, the most we can do is to offer you the use of the shed near the School of Physics. It's not the most suitable place for your investigations, but it's the
shed? The shed, gentlemen. If this abominable shack is available, it's only because no one else can be found who's willing to work in it. The roof leaks. It has no floor but the wet ground. In summer, it is as stifling as a hothouse, and in winter, it freezes. And do you imagine that I would permit my wife to work under these appalling conditions?
Yeah,
if you do, gentlemen, believe me...
Gentlemen, with my husband's permission, we shall be very glad to accept the shed.
We shall be very grateful to have the shed, gentlemen. At first, it was sheer physical labor, infinitely too arduous for Marie. But through the bitter winter days between us, we put into operation an entire chemical plant. From the mines of Bohemia arrived the pitch plant.
8 tons of it, sack after sack, which Pierre carried on his shoulders to the tank from which we planned to extract all known elements until only a few ounces remained. Out of 8 tons, a few ounces of radium.
The months ran into years, till there came a day at last when we'd reduced the original 8 tons to 2 final elements. One was barium, and the other the precious, elusive radium.
Yes, the end of our task was in sight. All that remained was to separate these last 2 survivors, barium and radium. This was the problem, somehow to separate barium and radium. The electrometer's charging, Pierre.
Close the specimen case.
Read it, Pierre. Read it.
No separation, Marie. No separation.
No separation.
No separation.
No separation.
No separation. November the 10th, 1899. Second experiment. No separation. July the 16th, 1900. 458th experiment. Radium still refuses to be separated from barium. We've done all we can. We can do no more.
Pierre, We're ready to try again.
No, we're not ready. How much longer do you think you can drive yourself like this? How much longer do you think I can stand by and watch you destroy yourself, kill yourself?
We're ready, Pierre.
No, the world is done without radium till now. What does it matter if it isn't isolated for another 100 years?
I can't give it up. If it takes 100 years, it would be a pity. But I'm going to see how far I can go in my lifetime.
Give me the beaker.
Thank you, Pierre.
Marie, your hand.
My hand?
Yeah, those burns.
Oh, they're nothing, Pierre, really nothing.
But how did you...
I'll tend to them later.
You'll see a doctor about them tonight. Tonight.
Yes,
tonight.
darling, yes, tonight. You ready now?
I'm ready. Experiment 459.
About these burns, Madame Curie. You say they haven't given you any pain much?
Only a little irritation, Doctor, at times.
I don't want to alarm you, Madame Curie, but it's possible that these burns might develop malignantly if you continue to expose them to these experiments.
Malignantly?
They might develop into a cancerous nature.
I see.
It is my advice, Madame, that you abandon your experiments immediately.
Thank you, Doctor.
Oh, my darling. Your hands, your poor fingers.
He only said the burns might develop.
Might develop into cancer.
No. He said they might possibly develop into a cancerous nature, but only if exposed to our radium. So if we're careful, there's nothing to be frightened about.
I won't allow you to take such risks. I won't permit it.
Pierre, listen to me, please. There's something I must say to you, and then you shall decide as you wish.
Very well.
Since I left the doctor's, I've been thinking. If radium has power enough to affect healthy tissue like mine, power enough to destroy tissue, Pierre, if it has this power, why hasn't it also the power to destroy unhealthy tissue? Do you realize what this might mean? It could heal, Pierre. All manner of diseases, maybe.
Like cancer, even?
Yes, Pierre, it might even do that.
But, Marie...
Oh, Pierre, can't you see how unimportant little things like this are compared with what it might mean? It might prevent great sicknesses, even deaths, Pierre. We can't stop now. We can't.
Promise me, Marie. Promise me you won't do
I promise to take care of myself, darling. I promise to use every possible precaution.
We'll try again, Marie.
Oh, thank you, darling. Thank you.
In a moment, we'll be back with Act 3 of Madame Curie, starring Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon. Ladies and gentlemen, a high honor is to be awarded this evening to the employees of Lever Brothers Company, our sponsor. 3,000 miles away in a New York studio are the president of the National Safety Council, Mr. Ned H. Dearborn, and the president of Lever Brothers Company, Mr. Charles Luckman. Come in, Mr. Dearborn.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Our story is a thrilling one, Mr. Keeley, because it deals with saving human lives. Since its founding in 1913, the National Safety Council has worked to convince people that accidents cause suffering, cost money, and cost lives. Although accidents still happen, we have accomplished much, because well over 300,000 lives have already been saved by organized safety work. The member companies in our organization are constantly eliminating accidents, not only through safety devices on machines, but by training everyone in their employ to safe habits. It costs the companies behind this organization a great deal of money and time and patience to accomplish results. Their hearts have to be in it. I'm very happy that Mr. Charles Luckman, the president of Lever Brothers Company, is one of our most vigorous crusaders for safety. And now, Mr. Luckman, it gives me the greatest pleasure to present you, as president of Lever Brothers Company, this certificate, the Award of Honor for Distinguished Service to Safety. And with it, I present also the National Safety Council's S pennant. The white star on it indicates that your company has won the Council's highest award twice, a truly notable achievement.
Thank you, Mr. Dearborn, and thanks also to the National Safety Council. You're so very right in what you've said.
The story you have to tell of saving human lives is thrilling. And in order to succeed in reducing accidents as close as possible to the vanishing point, everyone must have his heart in it. I am with you and the National Safety Council completely and without reservation. I'm accepting this award with great happiness on behalf of all the members of the vast Lever family throughout the United States. This is so very definitely a family enterprise. No single person in the business can make it succeed all by himself. No single individual can protect himself if others around him are careless. But on the other hand, and this is so important, no real degree of safety can be attained unless each and every individual operates as though he himself were entirely responsible for the safety program. I take my hat off to all members of the Lever family. They have set up a record that is dramatically excellent, not only in and of itself, but in comparison with the other large firms in our industry, it is outstanding. I say this only to point out to the Lever people listening in how fine is their accomplishment. I feel that I can safely pledge to you that all of us in the Lever organization will continue to do our utmost to work safely, play safely, live safely, and promote safety, both for ourselves and for others.
Thank you, Mr. Luckman, and all our heartiest congratulations. We continue into Act 3 of Madame Curie, starring Greer Garson in the title role and Walter Pidgeon as Pierre. Mary's fingers healed, and though they didn't find a way to separate radium from barium in a single process, they did discover a method of removing barium little by little in infinitesimal amounts.
You know what this will involve, Mary?
I know.
Evaporations, countless evaporations, crystallizations. It will take months and months.
And maybe years, Pierre. But someday nothing will be left but radium.
So they began the thousands of separate operations, crystallizing and recrystallizing, until what was once 8 tons of pitch blende was now contained in a solitary bowl, half filled with a colorless liquid. Hour after hour, they wait for it to crystallize.
Pierre, what time is it? We must have fallen asleep.
It's 5 o'clock.
Oh, it must be crystallized by now. Our radium, it must be there.
Take the lid off the bowl, dear.
You look first, Pierre. Well, tell me. Pierre.
Look.
Nothing. It's empty. Not a trace of anything, not a grain. Only the stain. What's happened? What's happened, Pierre? Where's our radium? What have we done? Where is it?
I don't know.
What did we do that was wrong? What could we have done?
We've done nothing wrong.
I can't stand it, Pierre. We worked for years and years and years. It must be there. It must be there. 4 long years in this shed. 4 long years.
There. Now we're going home, Mary. We're human beings. We have a child and a home, and we're going to them.
What's the matter with Mommy, Daddy? Why didn't she finish the story? Doesn't she feel good?
She's tired, darling. So tired her eyes couldn't stay open any longer.
Would you tell me a story?
Yes, darling, if you'll close your eyes.
Talk quietly, Daddy, so we don't wake up Mommy. What's the story about?
Well, it's about a strange and wonderful treasure that was locked up in an enchanted stone.
Isn't there a princess in it?
Yes, a beautiful princess with golden hair. She looked very much like your mother.
And a prince, too?
No, only a man who lived all alone until the princess found him.
Did they love each other?
Very much.
My eyes are closed, Daddy.
Well, one day the princess told the man about this wonderful treasure, so they decided to search for it together. The princess knew that if they could get it out of the stone, It might let people see the wonderful things that they had never been able to see before. So they worked very hard for a long, long time to try to rescue the treasure from the stone. But they grew very tired, and at last they knew they would never be able to free the treasure from the enchantment of the stone. But they weren't sad about it, because they knew that no matter how many disappointments they had, they would always go on together, having the courage to take the many disappointments because they were together. And they lived happily ever after.
You awake?
Darling, I thought you were asleep.
I can't sleep. I can't accept it, Pierre. The radium.
Sometimes there are things you just must accept.
If only I knew why we failed. Months and months ago, we knew we'd found the right process. Now, at the very end, why should it fail?
I don't know. I do not know.
Pierre, that stain on the bowl.
Stain?
What we were expecting to find was a definite amount of radium, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Something we could see and feel, about as much as a pinch of salt, you said.
Yes.
Pierre, what if it's merely a question of amount? What if there's so little radium in proportion to the amount of material that even now we couldn't see it? What if that stain, even if it were the merest breath...
Go on.
Pierre, could it be that stain is radium? I'm getting up. I'm going to the laboratory right now. Hurry, darling.
It's so dark in here. Wait, I'll find a lamp.
Pierre!
Yes?
Look, on the table. Bowl.
Marie.
It's glowing.
The bowl is glowing in the dark. Do you know what that means?
It's there. The radium, it's there.
The stain in an empty bowl.
It's there. It's there. It's there. Oh, Pierre, it's there. It's there.
Woman scientist discovers amazing new element.
Scientists predict new era with discovery of radium.
Curie's turned down millions for secret of radium.
Doctor and Madame Curie give gift of radium to humanity.
Curie is to receive Nobel Prize for radium.
Marie?
Yes, dear? I thought you were dozing.
Know what I'm doing?
You're sitting in a chair in a beautiful garden far from Paris, and you're having the first rest you've had for years.
You know what else I'm doing? I'm walking through the new laboratory the university is giving us. Oh, it'll be wonderful to get back to work again. We've lost so much time.
Oh, Pierre, the time we spent down here hasn't been lost. We got our strength back again.
Yes, that's true. We were ill, both of us, more than we knew. You know, when we first came here, I used to have some fantastically morbid thoughts.
How do you mean?
Well, I had a feeling I didn't have much time to lose, that my days were, that I mustn't waste them.
Pierre, what a horrible thought.
Marie, why, it's just because I was so ill. Oh, now, come, darling, don't take it so seriously.
Oh, it frightens me.
I'm sorry I mentioned it. It was nothing.
Pierre, if one of us should ever go, the other couldn't go on alone. It couldn't be expected of us, could it?
You're wrong, dear. If one should go, the other must work on just the same. But I, for one, have no intention of going anywhere except to our wonderful new laboratory. Just think of it. After all this indolence, only one more week to wait.
Pierre.
Yes, dear.
There's something I want to tell you, darling.
Well?
Somehow I just can't find the words. Pierre, are you proud of me at all?
Marie.
Because I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud that sometimes I think I'll burst. You're a very great man, Pierre. Not the way the world means, but just you. Your kindness, your gentleness, and your wisdom. I love you, Pierre, so deeply. I never dreamed that... I'm so thankful, Pierre. That's what I wanted to tell you. That's what I hope you've always known.
does it say in the newspaper, Grandpa? Tell me. Tell me.
Well, give me a chance. France has seen fit to bestow upon this famous scientific couple a truly great honor in return for their services to science and mankind. Well, young lady, are you duly impressed?
Mm-hmm.
The president and faculty of the University of Paris will present Pierre and Madame Curie with a fully equipped laboratory and staff, which to carry on the many experiments they have opened the gateway to. There will be a formal presentation of the laboratory at 6:30 tonight, at which the world-famous couple will appear. Well, not bad, eh? Not bad.
It's terrible.
Daddy!
Hello, darling. What's the matter with this house today? The place is in a turmoil and a rainstorm.
Now, sit down and relax, Pierre.
Relax. Where's Marie? I can't find her anywhere. A house without a woman, I don't understand. Marie!
But she's upstairs, Daddy.
Upstairs at this hour?
She's having a fitting on her new dress for the ceremonies tonight. It's supposed to be a surprise.
Oh, good. That's a very sound idea.
Well, just remember, I didn't tell you.
How am I going to remember anything today?
Pardon, is Dr. Pierre here?
This is him. What do you want? Oh, that's the seamstress, Pierre.
Oh.
Madame Curie, doctor. She would like to see
You like the gown, Pierre? Really?
Oh, I do very much, Mary. You ought to have some kind of a little ornament, hadn't you?
Oh, nonsense.
Yes, something bright. I've seen them on women, and they look very nice.
Don't look at me like that. You make me self-conscious.
No, I was just thinking. Evening dress becomes you so. But there you are. We just haven't had the time, have we? Oh, listen to that. Our beautiful day ruined. It's pouring.
It'll stop, dear. Don't worry.
Well, I must be going. I have 100 things to do today. I've made a list, and I want to clean everything up and start fresh at the new laboratory in the morning.
Just don't be late, Pierre. Professor Perrot's calling for us at 6.
I'll be here.
And don't forget your rubbers.
I won't.
Goodbye, darling.
Bye, Marie. Anything else you could show me? Earrings, perhaps?
Oh, yes, monsieur. These, for example. Very lovely.
Yes, they are. And what are these?
These are garnets, monsieur.
Really? Well, I hardly know which to...
It could depend on the lady, monsieur. Is she blonde or...
Oh, blonde, definitely. Not too blonde. Her hair is sort of a gold, you know?
Gold?
Yes. And her eyes are gray. Very calm and gray, and her coloring is very, very lovely. Sort of a smooth skin and nice, delicate coloring. And, I don't know whether it would be of any help to you, but I believe the lady is quite beautiful.
Oh, yes, monsieur. I would say the garnets, by all means. Well, here are the earrings, Doctor, all wrapped up. It's been such an honor, Dr. Curie. I didn't know at first it was you.
Thank you for your help. She liked the earrings, I'm sure. Good day, monsieur.
Look out! Watch where you're going! Hey, look out! Look out!
And it's my painful duty to tell you, Madame Curie, that your husband has been the victim of a street accident. He was instantly killed. He could have suffered no pain.
Dr. Perot is here to see you, Marie. Marie, it's your old teacher, dear. Dr. Perot. See, just the same. She just sits, seeing nothing, hearing nothing.
Marie, forgive me if I intrude, Marie. I do so as Pierre's old friend and your old friend. Marie, think what Pierre would have wished you to do. Somewhere within yourself, you must find the strength to carry on his work and your own. Marie, 10 years ago, you told me so often you were impressed by something I said when you were in my class. I spoke of Newton, Galileo, and I said that probably none of you would reach so high to catch a star in your fingertips. I was wrong. I have truly seen you reach into the high places of knowledge and catch a star on your fingertips. Marie, there are more stars.
There is nothing more for me. Pierre is gone. They brought this home, his watch and chain, this piece of paper with reminders.
CBL at Institute regarding precautions against accident to laboratory workers. Go to printers, buy earrings for Marie.
He was killed in front of a shop, buying earrings for me.
She faltered for a moment, yes, but then took up again the work for which she was born. A quarter of a century later, the University of Paris observed the 25th anniversary of the discovery of radium. On that occasion, frail but still bright-eyed and eager, was the wife of Pierre Curie.
No one of us can do much for science or humanity. Yet each of us, perhaps, can catch some gleam of knowledge, which, modest and insufficient of itself, may add to man's dream of truth. It is by these small candles in our darkness that we see before us, little by little, the dim outlines of that great plan that shapes the universe. And I am among those who think that for this reason, science has great beauty, and with its great spiritual strength, will in time cleanse this world of its evils, its ignorance, its poverty, its diseases, wars, and heartaches. Many years ago, an obscure poet of my native land set forth a creed which I have never forgotten. May I repeat his words to you now? Look for the clear light of truth. Look for unknown, new roads. Even when man's sight is keener far than now, divine wonder will never fail him. Leave then the dreams of yesterday and build the temples of the future.
A great play calls for great artists, and here are the stars who gave us such a memorable evening. Greer Garson and Walter Pidgeon.
Thank you, Bill. I'm sure Walter and I will always remember the pictures we made together.
How could a man forget a girl like you, Greer?
Greer, the last time you were on this stage, the Gallup poll had voted you for the second time America's favorite actress. And I know you're a leading contender for the same title this year.
Well, I'm very grateful to the theater goers, Bill.
For that matter, I imagine Greer's the most decorated star in Hollywood.
I can tell you a secret. Her statue, sculpted in wax, has been placed in Madame Tussauds.
I was a communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. From the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Safetic come many of the incidents in this unusual story. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Safetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI.
This was Lenin's idea. By controlling the minds of our youth, we can eventually control the world. During my 9 years with the controlled minds of communism, I saw startling attempts to put Lenin's theory into practice. This is the story of one of those attempts, and a mind that refused to be controlled.
In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Little Boy Red.
The Freedom League Camp for Underprivileged Children. Sounds pretty, doesn't it? Inspires the illusion of sun-starved kids from the tenements, collecting freckles and extra pounds in pure mountain air. Well, it's an illusion, all right. A bright red illusion. The fresh air and freckles are the bait. The kids are the victims, hooked on the party line and reeled into the commie nest of mental corruption. I was on my way to one of the largest of these youth traps, sent by my red comrades to act as special counselor. I was to learn more about my duties after I reached the camp. It looked pretty pleasant at first. A pastoral setting dotted with tents and rustic cabins. Then I saw the hammer and sickle banner, the high wire fence, and a man at the gate.
Just a minute there. Stay where you are. Stay where you are, I said. You.
Okay. Take it easy.
Who are you? What do you want here?
I'm looking for Daniel Perrin, your camp director.
What for?
He's expecting me.
What's your name?
Savetic, Matt Savetic.
Oh, just a minute. Somebody named Savetic at the gate. Says Comrade Perrin expects him. Right. Okay.
Well?
Go right in, Comrade Savetic. The big cabin near the ball field. That's the camp headquarters.
No, thanks. Oh, what about my car?
Give me the keys. I'll take care of it.
Okay. Here you are.
Thank you. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay here, comrade.
I headed toward camp headquarters, noticing the neatly clipped lawns, the tidy cabins, the rows of tents pitched with machine-like precision. This was fine, but somehow the orderliness had a cold, impersonal look to it. Something was missing. Laughter of kids having fun, maybe. The informality of summer games. Everything was too neat, too tidy, almost sinister in its silence. As I reached the ball field, I realized that my first impressions might have been all wrong. The teams on the field looked great. The kids played like Vest Pocket DiMaggios. It was the top of the ninth, and a skinny 10-year-old slugger was facing the pitcher with blood in his eye. Then the pitch, the swing.
Attention, camp personnel. Attention, camp personnel. All play equipment will be turned into the supply bin immediately. The daily lecture in dialectics will begin in 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Strangely enough, there were no signs of protest from these kids. Almost mechanically, they collected the bats, gloves, balls, and responded to the metallic commands of the public address system. And then, another sign of that cold, impersonal communist efficiency.
Comrade Savetic, report to camp headquarters without further delay. Comrade Savetic, report to camp headquarters without further delay. Comrade Savetic.
Comrade Perrin?
Savetic. The gateman announced your arrival some time ago. Where have you been?
Oh, I just stopped to watch the ball game for a moment.
Promptness and obedience are bywords here at Freedom League Camp. Counselors are expected to set the example for the boys.
Yes, comrade.
Don't forget it. Now then, you have your orders?
Well, just that I'm to be a special counselor, nothing more.
All right, sit down. Sit down.
Thanks.
Does the name Samuel Kaufman mean anything to you?
Kaufman? Oh, sure. He's a military attaché from...
Exactly. His government is a glowing example of the glories of communism. Kaufman has been a trusted official for years. A good representative of the Communist International. Until recently.
He's been on duty here in America for quite a while, hasn't he?
Yes, too long. He's been swayed by the soft life of the bourgeoisie. We have proof that Samuel Kaufman intends to become a traitor to the party.
I don't quite understand this. How do you know he intends to turn traitor?
Simple. He wrote a letter to his wife stating his views. It's in his own handwriting.
You've seen the letter?
Naturally. It's in the party files. But as I say, steps have been taken to make Kaufman reconsider his plans.
He hasn't become an American citizen, has he?
No, which makes it easier for us to deal with him.
Just how are we dealing with him?
Kaufman has a son, Johann, an intelligent, well-mannered boy, about 13. We had him brought to the camp this morning. When Kaufman realizes that his son is in custody here at Freedom League camp...
Well, just a minute, comrade. These phrases, had him brought here in custody. Sounds like you kidnapped the boy.
Kidnap is an unfortunate word, Fettig. See to it that our guest does not leave the camp.
You mean I was sent up here to guard a kidnapped boy?
For the time being, that's your job. Dismissed?
Now, look, I'm not...
Dismissed?
As simple as that. Hold a man's son as hostage until the man bows to the commie demands. All part of the Red routine. But was it just routine to send me 55 miles to guard a 13-year-old prisoner? There must have been other sickening chores in store for me. But what were they? And the boy, what was in store for him? Johann was in his tent, our tent, huddled at the far end of his cot, sobbing softly. He was a sensitive-looking kid, small for his age, neatly dressed in a well-tailored brown suit. His trim appearance was in direct contrast to the disheveled, loppy brown and white pup he held on his lap. Both the boy and the dog looked startled when I entered the tent.
How do you do, sir?
Hi, Johann. My name's Matt. Looks like we've both been assigned to this tent.
Yes, sir.
Hope you don't snore at night.
No, sir.
Good. How about the pup?
Nikolai is quiet, sir. He is a good dog.
He is, huh? Hi, boy. Hey, Johann.
Yes, sir?
This Nikolai, he's a her.
Yes, sir. My father always tells me that, too.
Well, now, this is nothing to cry about. Yeah, now, come on. No need for tears around here. Here, blow.
Thank you, sir.
Okay now?
I am sorry. Sir.
Hmm?
May I ask you something?
Sure.
How long am I to stay here? My father, he will be worried about me. I did not say goodbye.
Oh. Well, that's all been taken care of, Johann. If you like, you can send him a postcard later. Say, how about taking a walk around the camp with me? Get acquainted with the kids and...
No, thank you, sir.
Matt.
Might
as well have some fun while we're here, son. Looks like we're stuck with each other for a little while.
Oh, Matt, I want to go home. I do not like it here. Please, I have some money. Let me go. You can't tell them I slipped out while you were sleeping. Oh, Matt, please.
No, Johann, I can't. What's the matter? I know how you feel, and I'd like to help you, really. Hey, what?
Your face, Matt. You look so worried, so concerned for me.
Hey, wait a minute. What's all this about?
He was funny, huh, Nikolai? He was almost believing my tears.
Believing? You mean all that crying, his tears, is just a gag? An act?
Do not be angry, comrade.
Comrade?
Of course. We are friends, Matt. Comrades. I know I can trust you now. You look so funny.
I get it. You were putting me to the test, is that it?
And I fooled you, too, did I not?
Yeah, you had me fooled, all right. What about your father? Are you really worried about him, or was that an act, too?
Sentimentality is for the weak, is it not? My first loyalty is to the party. I proved that with the letter.
What letter?
Why, my father's letter to my mother.
You mean you turned that letter over to the party? Reported your own father to
You
me?
seem so surprised, comrade. It was my duty. I am sure you would want your son to do the same thing. Would you not?
Comrade Fettig, report to camp headquarters. Comrade Fettig, report to camp headquarters. Comrade Fettig.
Are you getting on well with our little guest, Svetik?
Yeah, great. Listen, Comet Perrin, that kid doesn't need a guard. He's perfectly happy up here. A good, loyal party worker. He even sacrificed his father to the cause.
True. But children are unpredictable. We can't risk losing him now. Which brings us to the main reason you're here.
Oh?
Moscow wants Samuel Kaufman to take the next boat home. When he returns to his homeland, of course, he'll be treated in the prescribed manner for traitors.
I see. And the boy, Johann?
He'll be returned to his father only when Kaufman boards the ship, not before. They'll sail together. Here, the details are listed right here. Study them carefully.
You mean I'm to present the party's case to Kaufman?
Exactly. You are to convince Kaufman that he has no choice. If he wants his son back, he must accept our terms.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's be realistic about this. Johann has been a pretty treacherous son.
That's a matter of values, of course.
Sure, but by Kaufman's values, it's treachery. His own son has reported him to the party.
That's true.
The boy prefers the party to his parents. Do you suppose Kaufman would want his boy back?
That, comrade, is why you've been chosen for the job. You must be very, very persuasive.
And if I can't convince Kaufman?
If we lose control of Kaufman, it can be disastrous to our cause. The party is placing its welfare in your hands, Svetik. Failure on your part is bound to be considered a form of treason. Need I say more?
No, comrade. You've said enough.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Severik in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
The diabolical hospitality of the communists. Welcome to the party, but don't try to leave. If they couldn't keep Kaufman, they'd see to it that he lost his son. The FBI could settle this case quickly, but how could I get to them? The only phone at the camp where we could call outside was an antique wall instrument in the back room of Comrade Perrin's headquarters cabin. I had to figure some way to get off the camp grounds. I worried about it for hours and then returned to Perrin's office.
Well, Svetik, what now?
About this Kaufman project, Comrade Perrin. Can I count on you to help me?
Naturally.
Good. Kaufman doesn't know we have his son here at the camp, does he?
Not yet.
Then I'd like you to let him know immediately. A short, curt note would be most effective.
A note from me? Well, why me? You're handling this.
Sure, I'm handling this, but Kaufman knows you. He knows you rank high among the party leaders. Chances are he doesn't even know my name.
Well, you're probably right.
A note from you could get action fast. He'd realize we mean business.
All right. What shall I say?
Let's see. How far away from the closest town?
There's a little village about 6 miles from here.
Any hotels there?
Just one. The Pine Top Lodge. Why?
Tell Kaufman that you're holding his son as hostage. If he wants his boy back, he's to register at the Pine Top Lodge by Wednesday noon. I'll contact him there.
Good. Simple and to the point. I'll send the note special delivery immediately.
There was no turning back now. I was in it up to my ears. If Kaufman had any love for his son at all, he'd bow to the commie terms. I couldn't let Kaufman be sent back to his homeland. But as long as Johann remained a willing captive of the Reds, there was no way to prevent it. Maybe I was just being naive or desperate. But I thought I'd try to appeal to Johann's human qualities. Maybe I could stir up enough emotion in him to make him want to get away from the camp. He might even want me to help him get away.
Oh, look, Matt. Nikolai is learning to beg for food. Hot Nikolai up. Good dog. There, eat it all.
That's quite a few meat scraps you've got there.
From my supper tonight. I save scraps for Nikolai every night.
Look, Johann, your father has come here. He'll be Wednesday. I'll try to get him a visitor's pass.
Father, here? He will be unhappy. He does not approve of our beliefs.
You don't want to see him?
Comrade, my father is a traitor. Why should I bother with him? Look, Matt. Nikolai is begging again. Oh, she learned so fast.
Yeah. Now listen, Buster, and listen hard. Your father's in trouble. You got him into trouble. As long as you're a prisoner here, he hasn't got a chance. Doesn't that bother you at all?
Oh, Matt, you cannot fool me. You're testing me now, aren't you? Do I pass the test, Matt? Are we still comrades?
Yeah. You passed the test, all right. You're at the head of the class.
But, Mr. Svetic, I did not come to compromise. I want my son.
What you fail to see, Carlsman, is that you haven't any choice. No choice at all. Your government bought your tickets for you, right?
Yes, of course they did, but...
Then you have no complaints. You're getting off easy. You're being sent back home.
I see. And what of Johann? What has happened to my son?
Your son is a true party worker. He didn't even let his own father stand between him and his loyalty to our cause.
Yes, I know about the letter. But I cannot hold him responsible for this sort of act. I am the responsible one. I taught him to be like he is.
You still want him back?
Johann is my son, Svetic. I've made terrible mistakes as a man and as a father. I just want him with me again. Please, what must I do to get him back?
The motor ship Gregor leaves New York on Friday. Your embassy has reservations for you.
To win my son, I lose my freedom. Perhaps this is my atonement. What of Johann?
He'll sail with you. That is, if you still want to go through with this.
Right, Svetic. Friday, I will have my boy again.
Carlsman looked 10 years older when he left the hotel, and I was responsible for his agony. If I let him board that ship for his homeland, I'd be more than just a commie torture master. I'd be a murderer, too. Here you are, operator.
Murdoch speaking.
Murdoch, this is Red Sea. I've just got a minute.
Okay, Matt. Let's hear it.
Samuel Carlsman's son is a hostage at Freedom League camp.
Where are you?
I'm about 6 miles from the camp.
Oh, we'll come up and get the boy.
Oh, no, wait. If the FBI showed up, they'd suspect something. I'd be on the spot. I can't explain the complications now.
What should we do?
Send someone up here, cruise in the area around the camp. I'll try to get the kid off the campground somehow.
And you want us to pick him up, that it?
Yeah, that's right. And be patient. It may take a while, but I'll figure some way to get the kid out of there. If I can't get to you by phone, I'll tip off the cruising car somehow. If nothing else, the trip to the village did give me a chance to contact the FBI field office. But now I had to smuggle Johann out of the camp before Carlsman boarded ship on Friday, whether Johann liked it or not. It was dark when I got back to the camp, a night as black as my mood. I was rounding the rear corner of the mess hall on my way back to the tent when... Hey, who's back there? Hey, wait a minute. Hold on. Slow down here. Here. Hold still. You're not going to get hurt. There, now, what's the big idea? Well, what do you know? What were you doing in the kitchen, Johann?
Oh, Matt. Oh, please, Matt, don't tell them. Don't turn me in for discipline.
Here, calm down. What's this all about?
I just wanted more food for Nikolai, Matt, nothing else. They will not give me dog food. They will not give me extra scraps. My dog is hungry, Matt.
By what party order are you permitted to own that dog at all? I wanted to ask you that before.
Nikolai is mine, Matt. She likes me. She is my dog.
Sure. So you're a dog, and you steal food from the mouths of vital party workers to feed a useless mutt. Comrade, the party has no use for any being that cannot further the cause.
Nikolai has nothing to do with our cause.
Exactly.
What are you going to do?
Get back to your tent.
What are you going to do to Nikolai?
Just what's expected of me. First thing in the morning.
Matt, are you awake?
Oh, what now?
please, Matt. What will you do to Nikolai?
Oh, for Pete's sake, go to sleep, Johann. It's late.
You must tell me, Matt. What will you do to my dog?
I guess you'll have to be liquidated.
Matt.
Oh, go to sleep.
You cannot kill Nikolai. I never had an animal before. He likes me, Matt.
Well, it's fine talk for a party member. Bring Nikolai down to the lake before breakfast. He can help me drown her. I fought to stay awake then, hoping to see my plan take effect. Then, hours later, I floated out of a light doze to see Johann dressing rapidly in pre-dawn gloom. In a moment, he scooped up his dog and ducked through the tent flap. I lay on my cot, waiting, giving him time to clear. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, time enough. I hopped out of bed, put on some clothes, and ran for the phone at camp headquarters to alert the FBI. Perrin's headquarters cabin was dead ahead now. I didn't want to take the chance of being spotted in the front, so I ran to the rear, up the stoop. I was inside the screen door and across the room in a minute, fumbling around for the phone at the wall. There it was. Hello? Hello, operator. Hello. Operator. Hello.
Who's there? Who's back there?
Perrin. I hadn't noticed the light under the door. Had no way of knowing he'd been working at his desk in the front room.
Here, who's back? Svetic, what are you doing here? What are you doing at that phone?
Well, I was just trying to call the gateman. Johann's gone. He's escaped.
What?
I woke up a while ago and his cot was empty. Hurry, the alarm.
Svetic, he can't escape. If we lose him, I'll hold you fully responsible for this.
Never mind that now. Wake up the camp. Come on. Where's the switch for that loudspeaker of yours?
Right over there by the desk. Turn it on. Hurry up.
I turned it on, all right. I flicked on the power, then twisted the volume control as far as it would go. The louder, the better. I meant for everyone to hear it. Everyone. Okay, go to it, comrade.
Attention all camp personnel. Johann Kaufman is missing. Find Johann Kaufman.
Svetic, you fool. Turn down the volume. We'll wake up the whole countryside.
That's just what I wanted it to do. If it was loud enough, it might be heard by the FBI men cruising outside the camp. For a while, my hopes were high. Half-dressed, half-awake kids ran through the weeds shouting Johann's name. Confused counselors barked orders at each other, but no one found Johann. Then a cheer went up just outside the gate. A moment later, the report came to Perrin. Johann Kaufman had been found. They were holding him at the main gate.
Let me go! Let me go! I don't want to go back, sir. I won't go back, sir. I won't go back. Take your hands off me.
Johann, what sort of foolishness is this? Come back to your tent.
No, get away from me. I won't let you kill Nikolai. I won't. Get away.
Stop kicking you little fool. Get back in the camp. Get back before
I won't.
Better let him go, Perrin. We've got company.
Let me go. Let me go. I hate you. I hate all of you.
Why, you little...
Easy with that boy, chum. Let him alone.
What are you... Get off of these grounds. What do you want here? This is none of your affair.
My name's Murdoch. Federal Bureau of Investigation.
What? Svetic, do you know anything about this? What's it all about?
I don't know, Perrin. I thought you might know.
This camp has been under observation for months, Perrin. We've been waiting for one little slip. One little reason to come in and get you.
Oh, please, mister, take me home. Take me away from here. They want to kill Nikolai.
It's all right, son. We're going. But I'd like to have a few words with Mr. Perrin first.
Me? Why me? What about him? Svetic. What about Svetic?
We're interested in you, Perrin. We have other plans for Svetic.
Maybe you remember it. There were hearings, trials, all sorts of excitement. Especially when Samuel Kaufman told his story and showed the kidnap note, signed by Perrin. And when it was all over, there was a picture in the newspapers. You probably saw it. A boy, his father, and a lop-eared brown and white pup, together, understanding each other. They had found something communism could never offer, something I could never hope to find, as long as I walked the crooked red path, as long as I walked alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. In the story you just heard, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Svedek, who for 9 years worked undercover as a communist for the FBI to help assure that our country will remain free. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us then, won't you?
Dropping a chicken, huh? Hey, guys. Yeah? What do you know? Chicken's turning out to be a rooster all of a sudden. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle...
In case anybody here is interested, from here on in, the name is just plain Charlie Nix.
Midnight. The witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Trigger Man. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's foremost mystery writers. Our story, written by Max Ehrlich, is different from any of the other tales you have heard in this program. Its mystery is not that of the supernatural, but of the unknown quantities in the human soul. And so, because it has suspense and complete credibility, we give you Trigger Man.
Was that the door? No. No, not yet. Not that it matters. You can't get very far with a slug in your guts. But I can sit here. And when I come through that door, I'll show him what Chicken Charlie Nix can do with a gun. Sure. Maybe it'll be for the last time. But what can I lose now? It's funny how it all comes back to you in the end. Just a year and a half ago that it all started. But I remember it like it was yesterday. I was standing back in the doorway waiting for some sucker to come along. It was down at the waterfront and it was plenty dark. I stood there, the rod cold in my hand, waiting. Finally, I heard footsteps. A man and a woman. I waited until they were almost opposite the doorway, and then... Hey, buddy. Got a match?
Why, yes, I think so.
Never mind. Get your dukes up.
Tell him he's got a gun.
Oh, a stick-up, huh?
Aren't you smart, sucker? Come on, reach. Get those hands up before I let you have it. Yeah. It's better. Okay, lady, let's begin with you.
Oh, Tom,
Hand over that purse.
Better do as he says, Ann.
All right, Tom.
Thanks, lady. Thanks very much. Okay, buddy, let's have your wallet. I said come across with your wallet.
Not tonight, chicken.
What do you mean? Hey, wait a minute. How come you know my name?
It's my job to know it. And your face, too. The name's Riley. From headquarters.
Tom Riley. Plain clothes.
Yeah.
Keep up those hands. Keep them up or I'll drill you.
I know you won't, chicken.
Tom.
Not for a lot more than I've got in my wallet.
Tom, what are you doing? He'll kill you.
I don't think he will. Will you, chicken?
Keep away from me, Flatfoot. Don't come a step nearer, you hear? Another step and I'll splatter you all over the sidewalk.
You haven't got the nerve, chicken. You know it and I know it. Now, drop that gun.
Keep away, do you hear? I ain't afraid to shoot. I'll tell you, I'll let you have it.
Then what are you waiting for?
Well,
That was for the gun, chicken, and this is for you.
No.
Hold me up,
No,
will
no.
you yellow belly rat? Pull the gun on me, will you?
Oh, Tom.
It's okay, Ann. It's all over.
You could have been killed. Walking straight into a hold-up man and knocking the gun out of his hand.
Well, I knew he wouldn't shoot, Ann.
You knew? But how?
His name is Charlie Nix. Chicken Charlie. Oh, he carries a gun, yeah, but he's not a gunman. Because he's never used it and he never will. Just plain chicken-hearted. Yellow. That's why they call him Chicken.
Still, you took an awful chance, Tom. There's always the first time.
Not for Chicken Charlie. Now, then, you see if you can find a phone, honey, and call headquarters
Okay.
while I keep an eye on this yellow skunk here.
Yeah, that's the way it was. I just didn't have the nerve to put the blast on anyone. Sometimes in my room, I'd put my gun on the table and just look at it. I'd keep thinking, if I only had the nerve, I'd be one of Angelo Donnelly's triggermen instead of his errand boy. The rest of the mob would respect me instead of slapping me around and calling me Chicken. That's what got me more than anything else, the way they laughed and called me Chicken. It wasn't that I didn't try. That time I held up Riley, I was going to let him have it. I wanted to, but I don't know, at the last minute I got all cold inside. My fingers got stiff and numb. And it cost me a year in the pen. The day after I got out, I was sitting in the Boulevard Cafe having myself a beer when in walked the boss, Angie Donnelly.
It's great having you back, Chicken.
Thanks, Angie. Thanks.
By the way, I saw an old pal of yours the other day.
Yeah? Who?
Tom Riley.
Riley, huh?
Yeah, it's too bad you didn't knock him off that night, Chicken.
Yeah. But one of these days, Angie, I'm going to meet him, and then
Sure, kid, I know how you feel. After all, when a guy takes your gun away and makes you look like a chump.
Yeah, he made me look like a chump, all right. But I'm different now, Angie. That year in a clink, well, I got a different kind of nerve now. Wait and see.
Sure,
I'm gonna...
sure, but take it easy, kid. There's plenty of time, plenty. You just got out of stir and you got yourself to worry about.
What do you mean, Angie? I did my time, didn't I? I'm in the clear?
Sure, Chicken, sure. But if you ask me, the pen didn't do you any good. You look kind of all in. You don't feel so good, do you?
What makes you say that, Angie?
Oh, I don't know. Your face ain't got any color and you're breathing hard all the time.
Well, I feel okay.
Sure. I ain't saying anything's wrong with you, Chicken. But you never can tell until a good doc checks you over, huh?
Yeah. Maybe you're right, Angie. Maybe I ought to see a doctor, huh?
Now you're talking sense, kid. Tell you what I'll do. I'll take you to my own doctor, Dr. Leonard. He's a big specialist, and he'll give you the once-over right.
Yeah, but he probably comes high, and
Forget it, Chicken, forget it. I'll take care of it. Won't cost you a dime.
Hey, that's pretty white of me, Angie.
Think nothing of it, kid. After all, you're one of my boys, ain't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Well, if there's one thing Angie Donnelly does, it's to take care of his boys.
couple of days later, Angie Donnelly set up an appointment for me with this Dr. Leonard. I went to his office, and he gave me a real checkup from soup to nuts. And when he got through, I didn't like the look on his face.
Sit down, Mr. Nix, and let's talk.
Doc, what's the matter? Did you find something wrong?
Care for a cigarette?
Never mind the stolen, Doc. Give it to me straight. Is it good or bad?
I'm sorry, but it's bad.
You mean my chest?
It isn't your chest. It's your heart.
My heart? What about it?
Now, you've got a severe aneurysm there.
A what? What's that mean?
It means that you've got a serious weakness of the heart muscle wall.
Yeah, but how serious?
I'm sorry, Mr. Nix, but you haven't got more than 6 months to live.
6 months. Yeah, that's what he said. 6 months to live. For a while, I didn't get it. You don't get things like that right away. And then 6 months, and he gave me 6 months to live. Someday I'll be just walking along and maybe sleeping, and then it'll come.
It's tough, chicken. Plenty tough. Yeah. Know how you feel.
Nobody knows how I feel. Except maybe a guy in a death house. Yeah, that's what it's like. Like knowing when you're going to burn, waiting for it.
Take it easy, chicken. Here, have another drink. Huh?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Andy. You're okay.
Maybe the doc was wrong. There's always a chance.
No, Angie. He checked me twice just to make sure. There ain't a thing I can do, not a thing, except wait for it. Just sit around and wait to croak.
Listen, kid. You've got 6 months to live. Okay. You know what I'd do if I had 6 months to live?
What? What would you do?
I'd live.
Huh?
Yeah, I'd spend all my time living. Champagne, dames, I'd have them all. I'd do all the things I ever wanted to do but didn't have the nerve to do before. You see what I mean, kid? I'd live a lifetime in 6 months.
Sure, but that takes dough.
You can get the dough?
How?
From me.
Huh?
Look, chicken. You always wanted to be a trigger man, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm hiring you right here and now. At $500 a week.
500? But, Angie, you know I ain't got the nerve.
Sure you have, but it's different now. You don't have to be afraid of a thing. Not a thing. Well, you can go around blasting guys like clay pigeons if you want to.
But suppose the cops nail me.
What do you care? Suppose they send you to the death house. You got nothing to lose anyway, have you? Your heart's bad, ain't it? You've only got a little while anyway, either way.
Yeah. That's right, Angie. That's right. What can I lose? Donnelly was right. This was my chance. I packed a new gap and started to look for Riley. Riley, the dick who'd sent me up. Yeah, he was gonna be number one.
He'll be coming along here any minute, kid.
Yeah.
This is it, chicken. There's Riley. There he is. No, chicken, not yet. Wait till he comes closer.
Look, Angie,
I first one that comes hardest, kid. The rest are easy. Look at him, pal. He knows from nothing. Take your beat on him. You can't miss. Okay, chicken, go ahead. Let him have it. Go ahead, blast him. You did it.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Flat on the sidewalk, colder than yesterday's hash. You did it, Charlie.
Angie, You just called me Charlie.
Sure, kid, why not? You're not chicken anymore. Now, maybe we better get out of here.
A car roars away up the street, leaving the body lying there in a pool of blood. As the clock strikes 12 for
murder at midnight.
And now, back to Murder at Midnight, to the story of Triggerman.
Where are they, anyway? Getting kind of anxious to see them. Even with a slug in my gut, I'll be able to give them quite a reception. Funny how a guy can change. How different it's all been since I put the blast on Riley. That was my first and the toughest one. After that, it was easy. There were plenty of guys in Angie Donnelly's way, and I aimed to please. Whenever I watched one of them fold up with that funny expression on his face, why, it kind of helped. It helped me to forget how it was with me. It was like a champagne drunk. But then the hangover would come, and I'd remember that I had less than 6 months to live myself. Yeah, I was a different guy, all right. Take what happened a couple of days after I got Riley. We was having a meeting up at the Hideaway on a new job when a character named Bummy Devine started shooting his mouth off.
Hey, Chicken. Still carrying around that pop gun of yours?
What did you call me?
Chicken. Ain't that your name?
The name is Charlie. Charlie Nix.
Hey, guys. Yeah. What do you know? Chicken's turning out to be a rooster all of a sudden. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle.
In case anybody else here is interested, the name from here in is just plain Charlie Nix. They didn't laugh after that. No one did again, ever. I was it. I took chances where no other trigger man would. Why not? What'd I have to lose? In a few months, I'd be through anyway. There was a difference. Meanwhile, I lived. I painted the town red, bought myself tailored suits, hit the clubs every night, the gambling joints. And the dames, why, I had to fight them off. You can do a lot with $500 a week. Sure, I was hot, plenty hot. The cops couldn't figure out at the beginning who was doing all the fancy gun work, but they were getting warm, and they were getting close. I had to watch myself. And then one night, we were knocking off a fur warehouse. I was in the lookout car out front when suddenly...
Hey, Charlie, a prowl car.
Yeah, come on, Mike. Let's get out of here.
Hey, they're shooting at us. Tommy guns. Hang on, Charlie.
Here they come right after us. Hold it steady, Mike. I'm going to try to nail a tire.
Oh! Hey, Charlie. Charlie, what's the matter?
I'm hit. Keep going, Mike. Got a ditch in my... When I opened my eyes, there was a smell of chloroform, and the doctor was just putting away some instruments. Mike was there, too, with a gat in his hand, making sure that the doc would cooperate.
Hello, Charlie. How do you feel?
I don't know. What happened?
The doc here just dug a slug out of your chest.
Oh. How am I doing, Doc?
You'll be all right. Lucky you've got a good heart. Otherwise, you'd never have made it.
What? Did you say my heart was good?
That's right.
But I don't get it. I thought I had a bad ticker. They told me I didn't have more than a few months to live.
With that heart, my friend, you can live to be 100. That is, if the police don't interfere.
I spent 3 weeks laid up after that, in bed. And every day the boss would send me flowers, comic books, and all kinds of stuff. A real thoughtful guy, Angie. But I was thoughtful, too. There were some things I had to add up for myself. I had to find out whether I was living on borrowed time or not. As soon as I could walk, I made a beeline for Angie Donnelly's specialist, Doc Leonard. But I found out right away that Doc Leonard didn't live there anymore. A dentist was in the office instead. Then I looked up the superintendent.
Yes, I'm in charge here. What can I do for you?
If it's about
It
him...
isn't. I'm looking for Dr. Leonard.
Dr. Leonard? Oh, the one that was in the dentist's office before.
That's right. You know where he went?
No, he didn't leave any forwarding address. It's a funny thing about him.
Yeah? Why?
Why, he paid us a month's rent in advance and moved in, equipment and everything. But he only stayed 2 days. Moved out at night. No notice, nothing. Just came and went.
I see.
Never could figure it out. That's the way it was. Sorry I couldn't be of more help, mister.
That's okay. You've told me enough. All I want to know. So that was it. I had the answer. I went home, took my old gun out of the drawer, slipped it into my shoulder holster. It felt good there, just like old times. I was just putting on my hat and coat when the phone rang. Hello.
Hello, Charlie. How do you feel?
Fine, Angie, fine. Funny thing you calling up just now.
Yeah, why?
I was just thinking of you. Where are you now?
I'm over at my apartment. Listen, kid, do you feel well enough to do a little job for me tonight?
I feel fine, fine.
Well, that's swell. Drop over to my place right away.
Okay, I'll be right over. And, Angie.
Yeah?
Thanks for everything. The flowers and stuff.
Forget it, kid. What's a pal for, anyway?
Funny how a guy acts sometimes. I remember in the cab on the way over, I was like ice, cold inside and out. I should have been excited, but I wasn't. I came up to Angie's apartment and knocked on the door.
Yeah, who is it?
Me, Charlie.
Oh, okay. Come on in, Charlie.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, you're up and around, huh, kid? It's great, great.
Yep, not that it makes much difference. You see, Angie, my 6 months is supposed to be up tomorrow.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. You know something, Angie? I feel fine, fine. And yet, I'm supposed to croak.
Well, it's just like I said, kid. Maybe Doc Leonard was wrong.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Maybe he was wrong, made a mistake.
Sure.
So, this afternoon, I went up to see him.
You did, huh?
Yeah. And you know what, Angie? He doesn't live there anymore.
No.
In fact, he only set up practice there a couple of days. Kind of set me to wondering.
Uh-huh. Wondering, what?
Whether this Doc Leonard wasn't a doctor after all, but just a phony.
I don't get it. Why should he be?
Suppose you tell me, Angie.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh? And suppose I tell you, Angie. This Doc Leonard was your boy. Between you framed me with this bad heart gag. You needed a gunster who could take chances, and I was your pigeon.
Wait a minute, Charlie.
It was easy, wasn't it, Denelli? Talking a chump like me into it. When I thought I only had 6 months to go. You knew I wouldn't be afraid anymore. Sure. What could I lose? And so you got me to do your dirty work for you while you were somewhere else with an airtight alibi. And when the heat was turned on, you knew it'd be on me.
You're wrong, kid. You see, you were supposed to live 6 months. And that's all you're going to live.
Don't do any reaching, Angie. Don't! You taught me how to use a gun, Angie. You should have just let me stay Chicken Charlie Nix. Yeah, he got me in the belly with his first one. But I got him before he could repeat. There he is, lying on his own rug, soaking in his blood. And as for me, well, there ain't much I can do but wait. Somebody must have heard the shots, called the cops. Funny how I feel now, how different it is. When you think of it, if I'd stayed Chicken Charlie, I wouldn't be here now with a slug in my guts. Like the doc said, I could have lived to be maybe 100.
Well, if it ain't old Chicken Charlie.
Hello, copper. What did you call me?
Why, we've been looking all over for you, Chicken, but it looks like somebody saved the state some dough.
Not yet. I've still got enough stuff to... Stay where you are. Don't come any closer, you hear?
No? Why not, Chicken?
Because I'm a killer, that's why. Because I got nothing to live for anyway. And keep away from me, do you hear? Keep away or...
Oh, what? Give me that rod.
Oh, stop, you can't.
Sure I can, punk. Once a chicken, always a chicken.
His eyes wide and incredulous, the hunched figure slips from the deep armchair, falls to the floor, next to the body of the man he killed. And somewhere in the distance, a clock in a church steeple starts chiming for
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death is our unseen guest, and the clocks strike 12 for
Murder at midnight.
The part of Chicken Charlie Nix was played by Bill Quinn. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight is directed by Anton M. Leader.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Tonight, in one of her rare radio appearances, we bring you a star who has occupied a unique place in the affections of moviegoers ever since the screen first became of age, Miss Lillian Gish. Appearing with Miss Gish are two distinguished players, Mr. Ray Collins of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer fold, whose current release is Thousands Cheer, and Mr. Bramwell Fletcher, who has ornamented many a stage and film success. There are only three players in Marry for Murder, which is tonight's tale of suspense. Only three characters in this story, whose beginning and end are shrouded in a dense down-east fog. A story of slow terror and swift death, planned by a brilliant murderer. And so with the performances of Lillian Gish as Letty Hawthorne, a frightened, neurotic creature who seemed destined to be a perfect victim, of Bramwell Fletcher as Mark Taylor, so handsome and attentive, and of Ray Collins as the lawyer, Philip Alden, who relates these events to us, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
I used to love the sound of foghorns on the bay, especially at night when I sat before the fire, let their lonely wail weave a contrast between my snug comfort and the gray immensity outside. But I've lost my taste for them now, lost it on the night I heard them moan a dirge of death. It's hard enough to lose a friend. But to lose one as I lost Letty Hawthorne is the kind of blow you'll never quite forget. I remember the first time I met her. It had fogged up all of a sudden, as it does here on the Cape. But Ann Wentworth held her Sunday night supper as usual. Letty was the only stranger there, a newcomer to the Cape. I looked at her and thought she'd be an attractive woman if she only didn't flutter so much. She was a trim, pretty woman of about my own age, which is 40.
You're Philip Alden, a lawyer, aren't you? Oh, what a pleasure to meet so many nice people. There go those foghorns again.
Yes,
Does one really get used to them in time?
Well,
I love the Cape, but I can hardly bear that sound. So depressing, isn't it? So morbid.
Well, to your first question, yes, I'm Alden, an attorney. As for the foghorns, well, if you stay with us for a few years, you won't be able to live without them, Mrs. Hawthorne. It is Mrs. Hawthorne, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Anne never gets around to introducing people. It's her only fault.
Oh, I never stand on ceremony. That's my fault if you consider it one. Besides, I knew you at once, you see, and you knew me. Don't you think that's a promising beginning?
I never thought of it that way.
Oh, dearie me. There it goes again. It makes me think of ghosts walking over my grave. How can you bear it?
They do serve a very important purpose, you know.
Oh, I suppose they do, but they give me the shudders.
As a matter of fact, I find them comforting.
Mm. I made Jane Hart promise to stay with me tonight if the fog doesn't lift. I daren't be alone. You see, I'm still a bit nervous.
Oh?
I've been ill, you know, and the doctor prescribed complete rest and quiet.
I see.
That's why I came up here.
Well, you'll find what you're looking for here, I'm sure.
Oh, do you think so? I do hope I will. My nerves are simply shattered. Mr. Hawthorne's death, you see. Such a tragedy.
I'm terribly sorry.
You see, it happened so suddenly. I can't quite believe
Can
that.
I get you some of Anne's cider cup? That's one of our Sunday night features.
Oh, thank you. That would be so nice. It's such a comfort to have a man take care of one again. You make me feel so protected. I know we're going to be great friends, aren't we?
I can tell you I worried a bit for a while after that first party. Letty Hawthorne was a charming woman, a bit fluttery, as I said, but still attractive and rather pathetic. I was afraid she was setting her cap for me. You see, I'm a crusty old bachelor, but even my friends were beginning to wonder. So it was with mingled relief and regret that I learned one day that Letty Hawthorne had transferred her attentions to another newcomer to the Cape, Mark Taylor. He was 8 or 10 years younger than she, a handsome fellow, but somewhat dissolute looking. I didn't like him. I may as well admit that from the start. But short of marrying her myself, there wasn't much I could do. Anyway, they seemed happy enough at first. One day after the wedding, Letty called me on a matter of business. I went down there after sundown. The three of us sat out on the beach in front of her cottage.
I'm so glad you were able to come, Philip. You see, Mark and I were counting on you.
Always glad to oblige you, Letty.
As a matter of fact, Alden, we want you to attend to a legal matter for us.
Yes?
Yes, Philip. Mark wants to make a will. I told him I don't like wills. There's something so unhealthy about them. But Mark simply insists upon it.
Very sensible, I'm sure.
Oh, you men. You're all alike.
It needn't be a very elaborate affair, Alden. Just a simple document stating that I leave all my property to Letty.
Well, if he does that, Philip, I want you to make out a will for me, too. Leaving everything I have to Mark.
But, Letty, there's
no
need...
I insist.
Oh, well, Alden here is going to think I married you for your money.
Money? Oh, why, I really don't know anything at all about my affairs. Really, I don't. Frank, Mr. Hawthorne always used to say, Letty, I really think you know less about business than a child. I left the management of his estate entirely to his secretary, you know.
Well, just some simple document that makes my intention clear. You know the form, Alden. And, of course, if Letty insists...
But I do. We'll have twin wills. It doesn't sound so frightening that way.
The way Letty talks about wills, you can tell she has a secret vice, can't you?
A secret vice?
My wife's a murder mystery fan, Alden. I didn't find out until it was too late.
Oh, Mark, you silly...
When you say that, Taylor, smile. I'm a detective fan myself. It's a busman's holiday, of course, but I always read the latest whodunits. If my father hadn't insisted that I follow in his footsteps, I'd have been a detective instead of a lawyer.
Really? How interesting. Tell us, Philip, do you ever get any cases like the ones we read about?
Well, if you want my opinion, the chief difference between fact and fiction is that the author of a novel wants you to see the pattern and the author of a murder tries to hide it.
Oh.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, take your case, for example. You and Letty are making out your wills. I heard her say that she wanted to leave her money to you. But how do I know the idea just sprang into her head of its own accord? How do I know that you didn't plant it there?
Plant it? What do you mean? Why, what possible reason could I have?
Well, as things stand now, there's no reason for me to ask if you planted the idea in her head. But if Letty were found dead...
Dead? Oh, Philip, how dreadful. How can you even think such thoughts? Mark, darling, how terrible for you. Philip, you're to apologize this minute.
No, Letty. Philip was just trying to explain.
Well, I won't have him talking about such horrible things.
Of course, I didn't mean you to. I was just using you as an example.
Well, I didn't mean to be rude, Philip, but, well, you know my nerves, and it's getting dark, and... Oh, the bay is beautiful at night, of course, but I've always been afraid of the water.
That's why I've had such a time persuading her to come out for a sail. The Artemis has been tied up all summer waiting.
It's just silly, I know, and I will go with you, Mark, but let's do wait for a calm day.
You know, Letty's idea of a sail is to sit becalmed half a mile offshore. My wife has perfect confidence in me, you see.
Oh, Mark, it isn't that. You're making fun of me, aren't you? Of course, I trust you completely, but well, I'm not very athletic.
You're missing one of the treats of the Cape if you don't sail.
But I shall. Of course I shall, and soon. And what's more, I'm going to get Mark to teach me to handle the Artemis.
Well, I'll be looking forward to seeing your sails on the bay, then.
Oh, Mark, a storm.
I better be getting home before it breaks.
Are you sure you'll be all right? Oh, I'm simply terrified of thunder. Wouldn't you rather stop with us?
Oh, I can make it to town.
Stop by tomorrow, won't you, Alden? Or as soon as you have those papers.
Right.
Now, you won't be nervous after our talk of wills and murders. But of course you won't. I'm such a coward myself that I can never understand how other people can be so brave.
You know, Philip, Letty's helplessness is one of her chief charms. Sometimes I suspect she exaggerates it just to make me feel important.
Oh, Mark, you mustn't. Giving all my secrets away.
Well, don't worry about me or the wills, Letty. Someday you will frighten yourself to death. There was little enough for me to go by. But gradually I found myself worrying about Letty and Mark. They didn't seem to be hitting it off. Oh, on the surface, everything was smooth. But I was haunted by a premonition of what I didn't know. It was only a nameless dread of something, some undercurrent of feeling. Letty's nerves were getting no better. In fact, she seemed more tense, more frightened than ever. Yet she was making an effort to meet Mark halfway. Many times I saw them out sailing. Only when Letty returned after a day on the water, she seemed pinched and white. While Mark appeared to be glowing with vitality, Letty grew paler and more distracted. I realized suddenly that she was a middle-aged woman. One day in town, I met them in the general store. They'd been quarreling.
But I tell you, Mark, you're just imagining it. I hate to have that stuff around, as you very well know. You read all kinds of stories about the way it gets mixed up in food.
Oh, nonsense.
Well, I'm sure there aren't any rats around the boathouse. I'd know if there were. I'm simply terrified of them. But I can't bear thinking of having poison around. Why, I'd be worried all the time.
Oh, Letty, for heaven's sake, stop being childish. I didn't put traps around because you didn't want them. Now that I'm trying to get rid of them in another way, you make a scene. I don't see why we have to go into a 3-act tragedy just because I want to buy some rat poison.
Hello, you two.
Oh, hello, Alden.
Why, Philip, how nice to see you. Mark and I were just doing a little shopping.
Philip, will you do me a favor? Will you please reason with Letty and try to get some sense into her head?
Say, wait a minute. This sounds serious.
Well, it isn't really. But, Philip, you know my nerves and the way things upset me, and Mark just doesn't understand. Oh, I know I'm just a silly woman, but the doctor says I have to be humored. And now Mark is so unreasonable, and it's such a little thing.
Of course it's a little thing, and that's why I can't understand your attitude. Now, look here, Philip. The boathouse is infested with rats. Wouldn't you say the obvious course of action would be to get rid of them?
Why, of course.
But poison, rat poison. Oh, Philip, don't you see how horrible it is? I mean, accidents do happen. I've always hated to have anything like that around just in case.
I've heard of children eating this stuff by accident. But you two people can take care of yourselves. Frankly, Letty, I think you're making a fuss over nothing.
Yes, that's right, Philip. That's just what I told her.
Well, very well then. But if I'm found dead, I hope you realize you'll both be under suspicion.
It seemed a foolish quarrel at the time. Yet when I left them, I kept hearing Letty's voice.
Very well, then. But if I'm found dead... Very well, then. But if I'm found dead... Very well, then. But if I'm found dead...
Suddenly, a monstrous idea occurred to me. I wondered if Letty had been trying to warn me. And then the horrible suspicion broke. All the trifling things began to add up. Letty's nervousness, her fear of sailing with Mark, her terror of having the poison in the house. But why? Why should she be afraid of Mark? What motive had he? And then I knew. I had helped to give him the motive when I drew up Letty's will. Yet my whole case was founded on thin air. Figment of a nervous imagination. I had to be sure. I had to keep an eye on them. I found myself making excuses. Excuses to drop by at their cottage.
Who is it, Letty? Who's there?
It's Philip.
Oh, Philip. Well.
Hello.
You're almost getting to be a member of the family.
Well, I just thought I'd ask you to help me eat the first bluefish of the season. There's too much here for an old bachelor like me.
Why, Philip Alden, if you aren't the most thoughtful person. How perfectly sweet of you. Of course you'll stay to dinner. We'll have a real feast.
Yes. You might as well stay as long as you're here.
Oh, thank you. If you're sure I won't be intruding.
Intruding? Why, of course not. And you can help me get the dinner ready.
Well, I'd be glad to, but won't I be in Anna's way?
Anna's gone.
Gone? Why, I thought you were well satisfied with her.
And so we were, Philip. But Anna didn't seem to be satisfied with us. In fact, they've all gone.
All?
Yes. Anna and Elsie and Otto, the handyman. They just walked out and left us.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Since the ship and engine place opened on the Heights, nobody can keep a servant. Can't blame them myself.
I wonder. I don't believe Anna'd take a job at the ship and engine. Anyhow, it does seem strange they all went at once, doesn't it?
Letty, I do wish you'd stop dramatizing everything. Ship and engine just opened. The call went out for help. I don't see any mystery in the servants answering. In fact, it's their patriotic duty. And it's our patriotic duty to get along without them.
But it's so lonely here, especially at night.
Now, Letty, you're not living here by yourself, you know.
No, of course not. But all the same, we are isolated. Just the two of us. And you know how tricky my nerves are. I always feel so much better if the servants are around. After all, if anything were to happen, and anything might happen...
Letty, this isn't getting us any closer to our dinner.
Oh, of course. Now, you boys wear these aprons.
Oh.
Philip, since it's your fish, you may have the honor of cooking it.
All right, you asked for it. It'll be your funeral.
Now, Philip, Mark, you hull the berries for the dessert. I'll do the vegetables and set the table.
Well, for a seasoned bachelor, this dinner's a rare treat, Letty.
Oh, I'm so glad you enjoyed it, Philip. Though I don't deserve the credit. That bluefish was simply delicious. How did you manage to catch it all by yourself? I always think men are so wonderful.
Well, I'd be glad to take you both the next time I go fishing. It's good fun. Fresh air would be good for you, Letty.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Well, I'm still just a wee bit nervous about the water. So I've tried terribly hard, haven't I, Mark?
Yes.
I've been good about the sailing. But you know I'm learning to manage the Artemis all by myself, aren't I, Mark?
Mm-hmm.
I don't write my name in the wake anymore, do I?
Yes, Letty's a real hand at the tiller. She'll be a better sailor than I am soon, you see. You'd have seen her take the Artemis into harbor the other day.
You did, all by...
Yes, she came through that channel with a breeze against her. I wanted to take it over, afraid she'd run into the mud flats. But no, she coaxed it all the way, and we came in under sail.
Yes, and I wanted to do it all by myself, even though I was terrified.
Good for you. Why, that's really a splendid accomplishment. I've been negotiating the harbor for years, but I confess that I have trouble every now and then.
Well, since nobody wants any more berries, I guess it's time to do the dishes. Now, I'll show you what a good hand I am as a dishwasher.
Wait a minute. That's my job. Here.
No,
Here.
I'll clean and wash. You two can dry, and you can dry.
Letty, what is it?
Well, you shouldn't have tried to carry that tray.
No, it's not that.
Why, Letty, what's happened to you? You look ghastly.
I'm afraid something I ate.
Here, you better lie down.
Oh, I'll carry her upstairs. Get a doctor, will you?
I'm afraid, Mark. I'm afraid I've been poisoned.
But great heavens, Philip, I just can't believe it. Arsenic poisoning? Do you think Dr. Potter knows what he's talking about?
I'm sure he does.
Of course, we can't be sure till the tests are made, but I don't see. I don't understand.
It's not very hard to understand. Letty ate arsenic. How or where she got it, we don't know, but it's not difficult to guess.
But we all ate the same meal, you and I and she. Why, good Lord, Philip. Do you think we're poisoned, too?
I feel perfectly all right. You appear to be comfortable. I think we'd feel it by now.
But then how on earth...
Let's be perfectly logical about it. We all ate the bluefish.
Yes.
I prepared it. We all had potatoes and string beans. Letty cooked those.
Yes.
Then we all ate strawberries. You prepared them.
Why...
Now, the fish and the vegetables were all served in large platters, and each one of us helped ourselves. Therefore, if any poison were in the food, we'd all be sick. But the strawberries, Mark...
See here, Alden, are you suggesting...
Wait a minute. We're just following this through logically. The strawberries were put on the table in separate dishes. The poison could have been slipped into Letty's plate in the kitchen.
Alden, you have no right to accuse me of this. Why, you're fixing up a case against me.
I'm doing nothing of the sort. In any event, I think you might worry less about your own skin and more about Letty.
Thanks. I think I can take care of my own wife.
Nevertheless, I suggest you get someone to help you.
I'm perfectly well able to nurse her myself.
If I were you, I'd have someone else as well. I'll send Mrs. Halstead over from town. She's an experienced practical nurse.
What I've always appreciated about you, Philip, is the way you mind your own business.
I'll be going now. Mrs. Halstead will be along as soon as I can get her. When the doctor's analysis came, it was arsenic poisoning, all right. There were traces of arsenic in the sugar on Letty's dish. Letty was recovering. The dose wasn't large enough to kill her. Mrs. Halstead was installed as nurse and housekeeper. Just then business called me to New York, where I found myself worrying about Letty. I couldn't get her out of my mind.
Very well, then. But if I'm found dead...
I was bothered by a few loose ends in Letty's problem. The sort of questions that would occur to a legal mind. So I decided to spend an evening in the reference room of the law library among the files, where I found out enough about Mark and Letty Taylor to send me racing back to the Cape. And I knew I had to hurry if I was to prevent a devilish murder. It was one of those dull gray afternoons when I arrived at the station. The fog was so thick over the bay that it seemed to cloud the whole town. Cold fear gripped me. Letty and Mark, I learned, had left at dawn for a weekend sail. I could picture them, murderer and victim, shrouded in the gray veils of the fog, drifting, waiting, while the foghorns cawed a hoarse warning of murder. So, I was too late. The trap was sprung. With my newly gained insight into the affairs of Letty and Mark, I could have averted the tragedy, but I was too late. Or was I? If only they hadn't really left for that sail. I took the chance. Feeling my way along the Cape Road, I reached the Taylor cottage. Nobody was there. Then I heard noises in the boathouse. I crept down the slope and listened.
Oh, Mark, you fool. Philip Alden will be sure you planned to murder me for my money. I saw the suspicion dawn in his mind that day we made out our twin wills. I saw it grow when I was seen in the general store and you brought the rat poison. And that night when I was taken ill, he was sure. Do you hear me? Sure. You wanted to teach me to sail the Artemis. Thought I was afraid of the water. Well, Mark Taylor, when your body drifts to shore, Philip Alden will swear that only an accident prevented you from murdering me. What fools you men are. Aren't you? Aren't you? Why wouldn't you like to answer me, Mark? Don't you wish you could talk to me again? To your helpless little Letty. But you can't, can you? Dead men can't talk, can they? But they say that in the instant of dying, a man can understand many things. Did you understand, Mark? But how could you? You are really a stupid man, Mark. Didn't you ever wonder about my former husband and his tragic death? Didn't you ever want to know about Frank Hawthorne? He did. At the very end, he wondered about his predecessor, George Martin. Strange how both died in a yachting accident, isn't it? Frank died off the coast of California, and George was drowned in the Gulf of Mexico. And now you, Mark, your body will be found someplace along the Cape here, I suppose. Oh, what bad luck I've had with my husbands. But how thoughtful all of you were to leave me your property. Too bad I'm such an extravagant widow, isn't it? For I do run through money. I wasn't lying about that. Dear, I wish you could help me get your body to the Artemis. If only you hadn't insisted on turning back when the fog rose. I could have killed you so much more neatly. A sudden gust of wind while I was at the wheel, and the Artemis jibes, and the boom catches you, and off you go to the bottom of the sea. But now, I've got to lug you back on board and pitch you overboard somewhere. It was really inconsiderate, Mark, to make me kill you in the boathouse here.
You won't have to drag the body aboard, Letty.
Oh, Philip, I'm so glad you've come.
Are you, Letty?
Something dreadful's happened to Mark. I'm so upset I hardly know how to tell you. Oh, Philip, I think I've...
You needn't pull a phony feint this time, Letty. I fell for it before when you made me think that Mark had poisoned you. That is, almost.
Why, what do you mean, Philip?
That was a little too smart, Letty, that poison scene. Because when I left you, I wondered about two things. Why anyone should be foolish enough to attempt that type of murder before an audience, and why, having attempted it, he should fail to make the dose large enough.
Why, I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. You see, while I was in New York, I took the trouble to look up a few matters that were bothering me. And I found the newspaper clippings of your two previous, shall we say, accidents.
Oh, Philip, isn't it dreadful?
Still pretending. You're a clever woman, Letty, but I overheard you just now.
You'll never prove anything.
I think I will. You see, I found the motive, too. It was marry for money, marry for murder, wasn't it? I wouldn't try to run away, Letty. I brought a gun. You're coming with me to the police station. Don't wonder that you hate the sound of foghorns, Letty Taylor. You've spoiled them for me, too.
And so closes Marry for Murder, starring Lillian Gish with Ray Collins and Bramwell Fletcher. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, same time, when Virginia Bruce and John Loder will star in the Dorothy B. Hughes suspense thriller, The Cross-Eyed Bear. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who, with Ted Bliss, the director, Bernard Herrmann and Lucien Marowik, conductor and composer, and Walker T. Field, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Murder Clinic. Stories of the world's great detectives of fiction. Men Against Murder. Each week at this time, WOR Mutual turns the spotlight on one of the great figures of crime detection and brings you his most exciting case. Tonight, Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot in the tragedy at Marsden Manor. Evening, Monsieur Poirot. I recognize you anywhere, I think, thanks to those magnificent mustachios of yours.
Merci bien. They are very magnificent, no?
They are indeed. Tell me, did they help you solve the tragedy at Marsden Manor?
No. It was the little gray cells in the brain of the great Hercule Poirot that prevented this great miscarriage of justice in the death of Richard Maltravers of Marsden Manor. It all began in the little village of Marsden Lee, less than 100 kilometers from London.
Come in. Come in. Yes, what is it?
Are you Dr. Bernard?
Yes, I am.
Come quick, the master's done for.
You mean Mr. Maltravers of the manor?
Aye, the master. The mistress, she says, fetch the doctor, she says. But it bean't no use. He's a dead un. I knows a dead un when I see un.
What was it, man? An accident?
No, bean't no accident. I found him in the lower meadow, with the blood running out of his mouth. Be a stroke.
A stroke?
That's what it be.
Well, hurry, man, let's go. Come now, Mrs. Maltravers. You must get hold of yourself. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. After all, we are all of us mortal.
But why Richard? He was so good, so kind. Why did this have to happen to him?
Oh, come, please.
He seemed so well, so full of life. Why, only last week he passed a medical examination for insurance. How could he have died so suddenly? Doctor, what happened?
A hemorrhage due to stomach ulcers, undoubtedly, resulting in a stroke.
Bonjour, Mr. Hyde.
Hello, Poirot.
You know my good friend Captain Hastings, no?
Good morning, Captain Hastings.
Hi, sir.
Well, Poirot, you got my message, I see.
I did. What is it that disturbs you, mon ami? Richard Maltravers dies? You sent for Poirot. What was the cause of Monsieur Maltravers' death?
The death certificate says a hemorrhage resulting in a stroke due to stomach ulcers.
But surely you did not bring Papa Poirot here to talk of the stomach ulcers. This Richard Maltravers had taken out the insurance policy in your company, no?
And what a policy. For £50,000.
Well, good square sum, that, huh?
Rather.
So, what is it you wish me to do? It is unfortunate for your company, but everything seems, how you say, open and above the plank, no?
No, Poirot. Open and above board.
Ah, my good friend, the great Hastings. Always he corrects the English of Hercule Poirot. Monsieur Wright, I ask you, do I not speak the English of a super?
You do indeed. But to get back to your previous question, what my company wishes you to do is to investigate the circumstances of Mr. Maltravers' death.
So, what is it you suspect, mon ami?
Well, of course, you know in the case of suicide, the policy is invalid.
Yes.
And when a man past the prime of life takes out an unusually large policy in favor of a young wife half his age and then dies within 2 weeks, the possibility of suicide cannot be ignored.
Oh, but certainly, mon ami. But suicide by hemorrhage? That is a queer suspend of fish. Now, if the cause of death had been heart failure, then I would smell a mouse. Heart failure can always mean that a stupid doctor did not find the true cause. But hemorrhage? Ma foi, hemorrhage is, well, hemorrhage.
Exactly. Nevertheless, we are determined to proceed with the matter. You will undertake the inquiry?
But of course. Hastings, that great professor of English, shall go with me. Eh, mon ami?
Gladly, Poirot.
Bien. Now, where is this place, this Marsden Manor?
You take the Great Eastern Line from Liverpool Station to the little town of Marsden Lee. Marsden Manor is about a mile from the village.
Marsden Lee. All right, Hastings, we go.
So this is Marsden Lee, eh? I hope we can get a conveyance up to the manor.
Ticket, sir.
Here you are, my friend.
I suppose you'll be commandant for the funeral, sir?
Funeral? What funeral?
You say you've made a funeral of Master Maltravers. But the manor.
Oh. You say the manor? Could that be Marsden Manor?
Aye, it be.
That is an odd coincidence. My friend and I, we have come down with a thought of buying this Marsden Manor.
You couldn't pay me to live there, you couldn't.
Why not?
It be haunted.
Haunted?
Aye, haunted. Seen things there, folks says.
Yeah, we shall see. Now, could you tell us where a Dr. Bernard lives?
Aye, up yon hill, about half a mile.
Well, come, Hastings. Dr. Bernard, that you signed the death certificate of a Mr. Richard Maltravers.
Yes, I did.
You understand, Doctor, with such a big policy, we must make the careful investigation.
Of course. I suppose he was such a rich man, his life was insured for a big sum,
You consider him a rich man, Doctor?
Well, was he not? He kept 2 cars, you know, and Marsden Manor is a pretty big place to keep up. Although I believe he bought it very cheaply.
I understand he had considerable losses of late.
That's so, indeed. It's fortunate for his widow, then, that there is this insurance.
Yes.
Very beautiful and charming young creature, but terribly unstrung by this sad catastrophe. I've tried to spare her all I could, but of course the shock has been very great.
Why shock? His ulcers of the stomach, they're what you call chronic, huh?
Yes, yes.
They are not sudden.
No.
Did you not attend Mr. Maltravers before, Doctor?
My dear sir, I never attended him.
What?
I understand Mr. Maltravers was a member of a faith-healing sect.
But you examined the body?
Certainly. I was fetched by one of the under-gardeners.
And the cause of death was clear?
Absolutely. There was blood on the lips, but most of the bleeding must have been internal.
He had not been moved?
No, the body hadn't been touched. He had evidently been out shooting crows, and a long-barreled bird gun lay beside him. The hemorrhage must have occurred quite suddenly. Gastric ulcers, without a doubt.
He could not have been shot, huh?
My dear sir.
I beg pardon. But I remember once a doctor who said heart failure until the constable showed him a bullet wound through the head.
You will find no bullet wounds on the body or head of Mr. Maltravers. Now, gentlemen, if there's nothing further,
Thank you, Doctor. Just one more thing. You saw no need for the autopsy, huh?
Certainly not. The cause of death was perfectly clear. In my profession, we see no need to distress unduly the relatives of a dead patient. Now, gentlemen, if you'll pardon me, good day.
Well, Hastings, what do you think of our good Dr. Bernard?
Bit of an old fool.
Precisely. Your judgments of character are always profound, mon ami, except where a young and beautiful woman is concerned. So now you must mind your Q's and P's, because the good doctor has said that the next one we see is both young and beautiful. This Madame Maltravers. Madame Maltravers, I cannot tell you how I am sorry to bother you in this way.
Must I be bothered now? I know nothing about this insurance of my husband.
Courage, madame, it is necessary. I will do all to make this matter not too unpleasant for you. I, Hercule Poirot, swear it. Now, if you would recount briefly the sad events of last Wednesday, huh?
Well, I was changing for tea when the maid came up. One of the gardeners had just run up to the house. He'd found Richard.
No, I comprehend. Enough. You had seen your husband earlier in the afternoon?
No, not since lunch. I'd walked down to the village for some stamps. I believe he was out pottering around the grounds.
Shooting the crows, no?
Yes, so I understand. He usually took his bird gun with him. In fact, I heard one or two shots at a distance.
So? Where is this bird gun now?
In the gun cabinet over there, I suppose.
With your permission, madame. Here it is. Ah. 2 shots fired, I see. And now, madame, a delicate question. Monsieur Maltravers, your husband, is awaiting burial, I believe?
Yes. He's lying in his room.
If I might see?
Why, yes, of course. It's the first room at the top of the stairs. You'll forgive me if I don't go with you.
What, of course. Hastings, you remain here with madame.
Do you think Mr. Poirot will understand why I didn't go with him?
I can assure you, Mrs. Maltravers, Poirot is most sympathetic.
I don't doubt it, Mr. Hastings. I only wish there was more that I could tell him.
Oh, I understand. But I wonder, Mrs. Maltravers, if you could tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
Well, the station master, an odd character named Volk, said something about Marsden Manor being haunted.
Marsden Manor haunted? Why, surely you're joking, Mr. Hastings.
Oh, no, I assure you. He told us that people have seen things.
We must have been referring to my humble experiments in extrasensory perception. I've always been tremendously intrigued by that subject, and doubtless some of our servants have been gossiping.
Madame, you are mediumistic. How fascinating.
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, Mr. Poirot. I've dabbled a bit, that's all.
So?
I've managed table levitation and simple things like that. But I suppose to the simple rustics around here, it looks like black magic.
Very interesting. Under kinder circumstances, I would implore a demonstration.
Why, are you interested in such things, Mr. Poirot?
All fields of knowledge interest the great Poirot.
Poirot, don't you think perhaps we'd better...
Oh, I forgot, madame. I thank you for your so great courtesy. I do not think you need be bothered any further by the matter. By the way, do you know anything of your husband's financial position?
Nothing whatever, I'm afraid. I'm very stupid about business.
I see. Then you can give us no clue as to why your husband suddenly decided to insure his life.
Oh, was it sudden? I'm sure I don't know.
Enfin. And now, with your permission, madame, we will go. Hastings?
Oh, I'll see you to the door.
Merci. Oh, just one more thing, madame. Could you tell me, when they found Mr. Maltravers, did they find him unshod, without the shoes?
Why, really, Mr. Poirot, I don't understand.
It is nothing. It does not matter. And now, madame, adieu. Oh, but look, you have another visitor. Someone is coming up to walk, huh?
Archie!
Hello.
You! Why, I thought you were on your way back to Australia.
Yes, I was. But I read the news of Uncle's death in Paris and hurried back. Emily, my dear, is there anything I can do for you? Anything?
Oh, of course not. What could you do? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. Mr. Poirot, this is Captain Black, my husband's nephew. Captain Black, Mr. Hastings.
How down? Emily, how did this happen? Uncle seemed perfectly well when I was here Monday night.
You've evidently read the papers, Archie. You must know what happened.
But they gave no details, just the bare notice of his death. What happened?
Archie, I just can't go through all that again.
Yes, Captain Black, I'm afraid my friend and I, we have disturbed madame.
What are you doing here?
I am Hercule Poirot. The Hercule Poirot.
Mr. Poirot is from the insurance company, Archie.
That's just why I've come back. To protect you from annoyances like this.
You shouldn't have risked your job, Archie. If you left right away, you might still get to Paris in time to make your boat train.
You say Paris, mon capitaine. You go to Australia by way of Paris?
Why, yes. I intended taking the Orient Express from there and pick up the Pacific Mail at Port Said.
Ah, oui. That shortens the journey, does it not? You are staying here, Captain Black?
Yes, I'm staying at the Pig and Thistle. That's the inn down in the village.
Ah, village inn. It serves the roast beef, no?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
Good. So, Hastings, let us try this roast beef at the Pig and Thistle, huh?
All right, Poirot. Now you've had your roast beef. Hadn't we better be getting back to London?
No, not so fast, my good Hastings. London, she will not run away. But this Captain Black, he may do so. A garçon, garçon.
For heaven's sake, Poirot. English inns don't have garçons.
No? Then who is it who approaches?
What do you have, Governor?
For my friend, the dictionary. For me, a bock.
He means beer, George.
I mean the ale.
Right, Governor. You've been up at the Manor, sir?
I mean, yes, we have.
It's sad business, that. I knew no good had come of it as soon as they took the Manor.
You mean this, Maltravers? They were not popular?
Well, not that, Governor. He was a bit too old for her, if you know what I mean.
Oh, see?
She might better have married the nephew. Leastways, I'll bet Bob the nephew thought so.
Ah, there has been the gossip, huh?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as that, Governor. But he did hang around a bit.
And the husband, Mr. Maltravers? The object?
Not as I knows of, Governor. But why is my opinion, I ain't.
Without a doubt, it is the worst opinion, no, George? But the Captain Black, here he comes now.
Hello, Poirot. Here you are.
Captain Black, come, will you not join us? Bock, perhaps?
Yes, thanks. I don't mind if I do. Waiter, a mug of ale.
Hello, Governor.
Sad business, this death of your uncle, huh?
Yes, and so sudden, too. He seemed in excellent health when I dined with him Monday night.
So? And was he also in good spirits? What did he say? Or what was the talk at this dinner Monday night?
Oh, I don't know. The usual general topics.
I see.
My uncle asked about my people. We talked of Australia.
Yes.
Then Mrs. Maltravers asked a lot of questions about East Africa, where I've spent some time. I told them one or two yarns. That's about all, I think.
Madame Maltravers seems much upset at the death of her husband, no?
Naturally. They've been married less than a year.
So I hear. A remarkable woman, this lady.
Remarkable in what way? What do you mean?
She has, how you say, the seeing eye. I hear her tell Hastings she does the seance. He seems most interested, no, Hastings?
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as that.
Always the conservative Hastings. Me? I am not so.
Why, Mr. Poirot, don't tell me you believe in this psychic stuff.
Oh, I have not a closed mind. For example, Captain Black, you have told us all that your conscious self knows. Now, with your permission, I would question your subconscious, huh?
Psychoanalysis, eh? Well, it's nonsense, but I don't mind.
Merci. It is like this. I give you a word. You answer with another word. Any word. The first word you think of. Eh bien, shall we begin?
Go ahead.
Hastings, note down the words, please.
Very well, Poirot.
Now, day,
night,
name,
place,
Bernard,
shore,
Monday,
dinner,
journey,
ship,
country,
Uganda,
story,
lions,
bird gun,
farm,
shot,
suicide,
elephant,
tusks,
money.
lawyers.
So, that is all. You are a good subject, mon capitaine.
You don't mean to tell me that rigmarole means anything to you?
Maybe not, but nevertheless you are a good subject.
Well, if you don't need me anymore, I think I'll go upstairs and unpack. Shall I see you again before you leave, Mr. Poirot?
Yes, I should not be surprised.
Good. See you later.
Au revoir, mon capitaine. And now, my clever Hastings, you see it all, no?
Well, I don't know what you mean, Poirot.
Does that list of words tell you nothing?
Sorry, I'm afraid it doesn't.
Then I will assist you. To begin with, the Capitaine answered within the time limit. No pauses, no making up the mind. Day to night and place to name are normal associations. Then I give him Bernard, the name of the doctor, if he knew him. Evidently he does not. When I say Bernard, he says shore. Monday means dinner, country is Uganda. Story recalls the lion story he tells them. All natural. But now, notice. When I mention bird gun, I get the unexpected answer, farm. When I say shot, he answers at once, suicide. A man he knows commits suicide with a bird gun on a farm somewhere. Imbecile that I am! The great Hercule Poirot is hoodwinked.
What are you talking about?
Do you not see Hastings? That is the story the Captain Black told at the dinner Monday night.
Oh, I see. And you think that gave Maltravers the idea? You think he shot himself in the mouth with that bird gun?
Why not? Remember, the bird gun has a very tiny charge of powder. The bullet would remain lodged in the brain. All that would show would be the blood in the mouth. Come, Hastings. It is not too late.
Of course, but where?
To see once more this dead man, to Marsden Manor. Hastings, to Marsden Manor. Alas, Mrs. Maltravers, it is true. Your husband shot himself through the mouth with the bird gun.
You mean suicide?
It would seem so, madame.
But the insurance...
Naturally, madame, the suicide will void the policy. It is unfortunate, but what will you?
Oh, but this is impossible. My husband would never commit suicide. It's inconceivable.
But the evidence, madame, it is conclusive.
No. There must be some other explanation.
You mean murder, madame? Well, of course, that is always possible. But no, not likely, I'm afraid.
But you do admit it's possible. You just said it was possible.
Yes, of course, everything is possible. Have you any idea who might have wished to kill your husband?
Why, no. No, I haven't.
Madame, I have a suggestion. It is bizarre, no doubt, but perhaps if you are willing to help.
Oh, yes, of course, anything.
Madame, you are mediumistic. Perhaps if you would try, you could...
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I could get through to Richard. He might tell us what happened.
I am sure you could do it, madame.
Yes, I'll do it. Come back here tonight at 8 and bring Captain Black with you.
Bien, madame. I am sure you will succeed. Until 8, madame. Au revoir.
Hello? You were the article agency? Oh, we do well. This is Hercule Poirot. Dear mon ami, Henri, I have a part for you. For one appearance only. Oui, as always. Now listen closely. This is what I wish you to do. Dr.
Maltravers. We are on time, as you see. Hastings and I have brought Captain Black with us.
I say there's a bad storm coming up. Would that interfere with the experiment?
Certainly not, Mr. Hastings. This isn't mumbo-jumbo. The weather has nothing to do with it.
Very well. Let us proceed, huh?
Yes. Now, will you draw chairs up around this table, please? Now, Mr. Hastings, if you'll put out the light.
Certainly.
Now, remain perfectly quiet, please, no matter what you hear or see. Richard. Can you hear me, Richard? Can you hear me? If you can, rap. Rap 3 times. Did you hear that?
But of course, madame. Did you not tell him to rap 3 times?
That's how Richard always used to knock.
Perhaps he is outside.
No.
They say the suicide never rests, always returns.
Listen. What was that?
The front door slammed. What? No, Captain Black. It was but the thunder.
Poirot, I hear footsteps.
It is the wind, madame. I will close the door. I have locked it.
Don't do that. If it should open now.
By Jove, it is open.
He's there. There in the doorway.
I see nothing, madame.
I saw him, I tell you. My husband, you must have seen him too.
Look. She's right. He is there. His hand. Look, it's pointing. What's that light coming from? Pointing at her.
Mon Dieu. Her hand. Her right hand. It is scarlet with blood.
Blood? Yes, it's blood. I killed him. I said it. Take it away. Take it away.
Light!
Good heavens, Poirot. She's got away through that window.
Do not worry, mon capitaine. The good Inspector Japp outside will stop her.
Good heavens. That lovely creature, a murderer.
And a very clever one, my susceptible Hastings. After all, she could not know she would come up against the great Hercule Poirot. And she might even have fooled me if she had only taken off his shoe.
His shoe, Poirot?
Only with his toe could he himself have pulled the trigger of this bird gun. And parbleu, his shoes were still on when they found him.
But I don't understand. This seance, was it all fake?
Certainly. She meant to pull the sheep.
Wool.
Very well, wool. But it was I who pulled the sheep's wool over her eyes. Thanks to my good friend Henri Dubois, who played the part of the husband's ghost, and Papa Poirot, who put the red paint on her hand in the dark.
But what was her idea in having this seance?
Parbleu, mon capitaine. Do you not see? Madame, she will go into the trance. She will hear the voice. She will come out from the trance. She will, with a great reluctance, name the murderer.
You mean she meant to confess?
Mais non, mon capitaine. She meant to name you.
You have been listening to Murder Clinic. Murder Clinic, the WOR Mutual series which brings to you each week one exciting case. Tonight, the tragedy of Marsden Manor, with Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot, played by Maurice Tarplin. Next week, Murder Clinic will bring you Fred Irving Anderson's Deputy Farr, the Vermont farmer who became chief of the Homicide Bureau in New York City. Deputy Farr, the man with the nose for murder. The story is Gulfstream Green, in which the deputy proves that conceit of murderers is colossal. Original background music was composed by Ralph Barnhart and conducted by Bob Stanley. This program was an international exchange feature over the coast-to-coast network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Tales told on Murder Clinic are adaptations by authors Lee Wright and John A. Bassett. Murder Clinic is produced under the direction of Alvin Flanagan. Frank Knight speaking.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grant. There was a time in this land of ours, particularly south of the Mason and Dixon line, when living was genteel, where good manners, politeness, and appearances counted for more than reality. But hidden under the externals, there could be hatred, jealousy, and even murder, as we find in our tale today.
Julia, this is the third letter I've received in the last 3 days. They're all the same.
What does it say, Uncle?
Leave $100,000 in unmarked bills on midnight Saturday at the place by the river. You know the place we mean. This is our last communication. If you do not buy our silence, you will regret it for the short time you have left to live.
That's terrible. Is it signed?
It's like the others, with a heart pierced by an arrow.
Our mystery drama, The Face of the Waters, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Paul Hecht and Norman Rose. I shall return shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've waited all spring for just the right weather to paint your house. Well, now that it's here, True Value hardware stores have just the right prices on quality True Test paints. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you can get True Test Weatherall flat exterior latex for just $11.98 a gallon. And Woodsman semi-transparent oil stain and wood preservative is now just $10.98 a gallon during National True Test Spring Paint Week until June 6th, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, where you'll find values in every department.
Weekdays on CBS television. Wake up to comedy with One Day at a Time.
You really think you're hot stuff, don't you, Schneider?
Ladies in this building don't call me super for nothing.
Then keep laughing as Mel lays down the law on Alice.
There is only one rule in the restaurant business, Vera. Get them to swallow it.
And The Price is Right with the priceless Bob Barker. That's One Day at a Time. Alice and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
It's Athletes versus MS. Meet tennis champion Jimmy Connors.
With a gal like Billie Jean King on the team, you can count me in too. And there's Muhammad Ali, Hank Aaron, and Bobby Orr. Athletes from every sport. All of us are teaming up to ask everyone to join in the fight against MS, multiple sclerosis, the great crippler of young adults. There's no cure yet, but there's hope through research. Support your local chapter of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society. Thank you.
Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? Hi, this is Max Morath with news about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service. 6 times yearly, Choice Magazine Listening brings you, on 8 RPM phonograph records, 8 hours of selections from leading magazines. For information, write Listening Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. Remember, it's free. Write Listening Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. A public service message on behalf of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund.
Time, the beginning of this century. The place, outside of Baton Rouge, a countryside of estates and plantations fronting the deceptive Mississippi River. I say deceptive because it's easy to be lulled by its beauty. But when the fog rolls in, there can be danger at every bend in the river, as our young couple in their rowboat are about to find out.
Arthur, don't you think we ought to turn back?
Our little trips down the river always end like this.
What do you mean?
They're always over hardly before they've begun.
Oh, we've been out on the river an hour.
What's an hour when I want to be with you a whole lifetime, Julia?
I know, Arthur. And I feel that way about you, too. But we can't think about that yet.
Not even think about it?
After my mother and father passed away, I had to come and live with Uncle Roland, and I can't tell you why. Not yet.
But when I find what I must find, then we can make plans.
You're very mysterious. Sometimes I wonder if this is going to work.
If what is going to work?
That maybe deep down you think of me as just one of your uncle's chauffeurs. The one who drives the Pierce Arrow touring car.
Will you stop that? Arthur, darling, please.
I'm sorry. I know better.
We both know why you took the job. One can't always choose the kind of work to make money in. That has nothing to do with why I'm asking you to turn the boat around and start back to Hightower.
Oh, all right, Julia. I'll turn this around.
The fog's coming in. It's not the kind of weather I care for on the river.
It's the middle of the afternoon. Fog will blow off. You act as if I didn't know anything about the river. I was brought up on it.
Well, Arthur, why are we going so far out?
I'm not doing it on purpose. The current is pulling us away from the shore.
Let me help. I'll get another pair of oars under the seat.
Julia, watch it. You're tipping the boat. Don't grab the side like that. We'll both be in the water. It's all right. I got you, Julia. Just relax. I can swim it. Take it easy.
Oh, the boat. Can't we make it to the boat?
I can't see it. The current is taking it out of sight.
How far is it to land?
All right, I can see it. Hightower.
Oh, what's Uncle Roland going to say?
Julia, can we discuss this when we get there? It's over a mile, and there are these thick patches of fog. I can't talk to you. I don't want to swim us into a floating log. And that was the beginning, a sort of comedy start to a tragic end. I won't keep you all in suspense. Of course, I got Julia back to Hightower safely, wet through and through, but all in one piece. Her Uncle Roland did not appreciate the rescue.
It's a disgrace, my dear. There's no other word for it. The Laverne family has lived in Hightower for generations, and now you come along and... Julia, I am talking to you. Please look this way and listen.
I am listening to you, Roland. I am.
It's not only that you arrive at Hightower soaking wet, and I happen to have guests on the porch. You have been swimming in the Mississippi with all your clothes on, accompanied by that nincompoop of a chauffeur, a servant in my employ. Well, I can tell you this. He is no longer in my employ. A disgrace, an absolute disgrace.
I'm sorry I embarrassed you and your friends. It wasn't Arthur's fault.
Let me remind you, you are my niece, and I take very seriously your mother's wish, rest her soul, to bring you up as my own child until you are 21. Now, you are only 18, and I am responsible.
Roland, it won't happen again.
Would you mind very much calling me Uncle Roland? This familiarity is something you have just taken to. I am twice your age, my dear, and I would appreciate some respect.
Uncle, I don't understand you at all. You never said one word about being glad I wasn't drowned or how did I feel. All you've been able to say is that I made an exhibition of myself in front of your friends.
Now, just a moment.
But don't you think I'm entitled to a little consideration also?
I don't know what's gotten hold of you, Julia.
Well, just because you were the one closest to Mother and I was sent here last year when she died.
Don't you understand? Here in this part of the world, certain things are done, others are not done. Next thing you'll be telling me is you wish to go out and sully your hands doing work of some kind.
It is the next thing. I'm going to become a nurse. I have decided.
It's that chauffeur, isn't it?
He's going to become a doctor. And yes, he did talk to me about nursing.
You are so wrong and so strong-headed.
You and I were getting along so well. But now suddenly, because I happened to go out with Arthur a few times, you've changed.
We won't discuss him.
Oh, yes, we will. I won't have you referring to him always as a chauffeur. You know why he took the job. And secondly, he had nothing to do with the boat tipping over. It was all my fault.
Well, you shouldn't have been out with him in that treacherous current in the first place. He's a chauffeur. He hopes to become a doctor. He has no position in life, no family connections, no money, nothing. Julia, he is unworthy of you.
If it wasn't so ridiculous, I'd say you were jealous. I'm sorry, Uncle Roland, but while I'm here, I shall do things in my own way. You can discharge Arthur if you want to, but that won't change anything. He's going to work elsewhere to get himself through Louisiana Medical. You'll see. And I'll be right there if I want to.
Oh, Julia. Julia, I wish we could be friends again.
We can be.
especially if you're not unreasonable. Oh, please let Arthur stay. I'll try to see nothing happens to annoy you. Think about it.
I'll think about it. Well, shall we go into dinner together? I think I just heard the bell. Harrison, I don't like young Arthur Hammond. I never did, never could.
Do you mind if I interrupt you, Roland? I think this is more important. It's about your acquisition of all that land adjacent to yours.
The Parker Hill plantation? Yeah, I know. But I told you I will not meet their asking price, and that is final.
They've come down. Colonel Parker stopped by yesterday.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Well, you came storming in here, squawking about your niece and your chauffeur. I could hardly get a word in.
What do you do with an 18-year-old like that?
Roland, we've known one another for years. May I be frank?
Well, yes, I count on it.
Is your interest in Julia something more than parental?
What? Oh, what a thing to say.
Because I have noticed on many occasions I've been to Hightower a certain something in your demeanor which I'd say is not exactly the attitude of a 50-year-old bachelor towards his 18-year-old ward. Also, some of the people in town who have seen you together, they're talking.
I'll give them something to talk about. I decided to change my will.
That's your privilege.
I hadn't told this yet to Julia, but when I do, you'll realize I have her best interests at heart.
I'm sure. And perhaps some of your own. Now, let me take off the hat of your oldest friend and replace it with that of your attorney and financial advisor. The colonel will sell the plantation for $200,000. Now, he's come down 50.
Well, it's still 50 more than I offered.
If that 50 sticks in your craw, I'll contribute my share. I tell you, it's the best investment around.
You really believe the Parker Hill plantation is worth that much? Well, what do I need another 7,500 acres for?
Roland, you cannot have too much cotton and sugar cane. Believe you me, if you thought you had good income now, with the Parker Hill land, you'll double it.
Arthur Hammond, that's you working on my automobile. Arthur, where are you?
I'm over here, Mr. Laverne. I'm trying to get a head of steam up in your Stanley, but there's something wrong with the boiler.
Well, then why don't you fix it?
Well, I'm trying to, sir, but it ain't easy.
Oh, I don't know why I rely on you.
Mr. Laverne, I'm doing my best. They're all running pretty well. I got up to 50 on the Pierce Arrow, and the Hubmobile is doing an even 30.
All except the Stanley steamer. Hey, if you can't fix it, maybe you can show me what's wrong.
Certainly, sir. Oh, yeah. You see, sir, where the steam is escaping here? That's why she loses power. There's a valve underneath that'll have to be replaced.
Well, then why don't you shut it down and replace it?
I was just about to do that, sir, but as you can see, there's hardly any room to move under there. Take that hood. You see, it don't swing up far enough. I have to find this long iron bar to prop it up higher. Yeah, she's solid, this bar.
Hammond, Arthur, I came down to the garage to tell you one thing. I would appreciate it if you did not see my niece anymore.
What? Don't you think Julia is old enough to know what she's doing?
No, I do not. Now, look, I'll put it to you differently. If you see her once more away from your job here, well, I shall have to let you go.
So be it.
Well, what kind of an answer is that?
The only one I can make.
Perhaps you don't think I'm serious, but I am. One more infraction, and I shall have Dobson take all your belongings out of the room you occupy over the garage and lock the door.
I wouldn't do that, Mr. Laverne.
You wouldn't do what?
That iron bar you're thinking of picking up, you won't frighten anybody with that, so don't challenge me.
I'm warning you. If I learn you have seen Julia one more time, it'll be too bad for you.
I wouldn't do that either, Mr. Laverne.
What?
Threaten people. I am in very good physical shape, and I can defend myself quite easily. Don't you lift up that iron bar?
Whippersnapper, you defy me, would you?
Put that down. I hate you. Forgive me, but what else can I do? Mr. Laverne? Mr. Laverne? Mr. Laverne, wake up. Wake up, sir.
What?
You're all right. Here, let me help you to your feet. Steady now. The dizziness will pass.
You hit me. Now, you're going to be very sorry, young man. Very sorry.
I'm already sorry, Mr. Laverne. I never dreamed this kind of thing would happen, but some people just won't listen to reason. It was too bad. I love Julia, and I hoped that the objections of her uncle would in time disappear, but somehow, without wanting to, I've made a total enemy of the man. I'm afraid I hit him somewhat harder than I intended, but on that day I had no idea how much harder Roland Laverne planned to revenge himself on me.
It's a fact that most murders are a family crime. That has been the case since Cain slew Abel. A killer related to the victim by friendship or blood, or a murder done in defense of a relative. As in our story of Roland, who may very well believe he is defending his niece Julia. I'll go further and warn you that the 50-year-old bachelor is at this moment planning to do away with a young medical student. How? You will hear for yourself when I return shortly with Act 2.
The Red Cross is there to help folks help themselves in so many ways, like teaching you and your family about health and safety. Today, modern medicine lets you live longer. The Red Cross wants you to live better. We're committed to help you do just that as we begin our second century of service. Call your Red Cross chapter and ask about our health and safety services.
Together we can change things. What you'll see will be American Red Cross. Together you and me will be American Red Cross. Together you and me.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. You know, a burglar alarm is a good thing to have if you own lots of valuables or if you often leave your house unattended. But don't rush to buy one at the expense of being ripped off by an unscrupulous alarm company that capitalizes on scare tactics to induce you to buy their system. If high-pressure sales tactics are used, don't fall for them. Instead, take some time to think over the deal. If you're dealing with a company you don't know, call your Better Business Bureau for a reliability report before you sign any contract. And it's a good idea to check out the different types of systems offered. And once you've found the right one, get bids from 3 different companies so you can compare prices. And ask for names of former customers you may contact. If the company stands behind its product, it'll be happy to comply. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
What can lead to a death-dealing violent action? Pride, jealousy, and anger. And if these 3 of the 7 deadliest sins inflame the spirit, watch out. This is what worried Roland's old friend, Harrison Clay, attorney and business associate. And why, in a driving rain, he speeds his carriage to Hightown.
Dobson, why are you standing out there by the door?
What's that you say, sir?
Is Mr. Laverne home? If he isn't, I don't want to get out of the carriage and get drenched.
Is that you, Mr. Harrison, sir?
Did you hear what I said, Dobson?
Yes, sir. He's not at home now, sir. He went out earlier, and then when the storm came up, I began to get a little worried, sir.
What time did he leave Hightower?
A few hours ago, sir. Mr. Harrison, why don't you come inside? I'm sure Mr. Laverne will be back soon. I'll have your coachman and carriage taken care of.
I guess I might as well. At least if it's pouring like this, he won't get himself into trouble. Roland, where have you been? I've been waiting an age.
I see you got caught in the storm.
This fire's getting me dry. How did you manage to escape the rain?
I was in the boathouse. I got there before it started to pour and waited till it let up. Ooh, chilled to the marrow. Dobson, come in here and put some more wood on the fire.
You're very good, Charles.
And when you've done that, bring some brandy in a hurry. For you too, Harrison?
I wouldn't mind. Stand yourself in front of the fire.
Bring 2 glasses, Dobson. Oh, yes. That's better. What are you doing here today?
What were you doing chasing off to the boathouse?
And with that awful Hammond. If I lay my hands on him...
That's why I came over. I had a feeling from the way you were talking yesterday you might do something foolish.
Oh, Dobson, good. Set the tray down. We'll help ourselves. Foolish? What are you talking about? Help yourself, Harrison.
You went to the boathouse?
That was after I'd been to the garage.
You were looking for Julia?
Or Arthur. They weren't there. And then I went to the boathouse.
Well, they weren't there either?
No, but a rowboat was missing. Those 2 are out on the river again, and I hope they got good and soaked for their trouble.
Why were you chasing after Julia?
Well, she had persuaded me it would be wrong to discharge him, and by that I inferred she would not see him again. And then I came across a note from him in her bedroom, telling her where and at what time to meet him. She'd torn it up, but I put the pieces together.
You went into Julia's bedroom and spied on her? Oh, Roland, that isn't worthy of you.
Oh, no. I'm not going to stand idly by and let this creature steal my niece.
Well, how are you going to avoid it?
It's very simple. I am going to kill him.
I hope you're joking.
I am quite serious.
I don't believe you. If you had any such intentions, you wouldn't tell anyone.
Well, you're quite mistaken. Harrison, you are my attorney. What I'm now telling you is protected by client-lawyer privilege. And what's more, if my act should be discovered, you will defend me.
Well, it makes me very sad to see you like this. You are embarking on a course that could only lead to tragedy.
And what course do you think I'm on now? If I let things go on as they are, I shall lose a woman.
Is that true? The girl is only 18.
And I am 50. But at least I want a chance to win her. If I must kill to do it, I shall.
Julia, hold still. Stay where you are. Don't move around the boat.
Oh, Arthur.
I don't feel like another dip in Old Miss. Anyway, as I was saying, I moved out of my room over the garage this morning, and I left a note in your uncle's mailbox saying I was quitting and that I wanted to talk to him about you very soon. You'll know what I mean.
Uncle Roland's going to be awfully angry.
I thought we agreed we didn't care.
I never said I didn't care. I do care. But I guess you're right. There's no other way.
Well, at least we didn't get rained on when that storm broke.
Whose dock was that?
Oh, Colonel Parker's. Word in town is he's selling his plantation to your uncle.
Uncle's going to be the first billionaire in Louisiana.
Does that matter to you?
Arthur, he hates it when I'm not there for dinner.
Well, I thought we'd be back before dark.
It antagonizes him so. I'm afraid it's getting dark, and we don't even have a lantern. Have you any idea how far we are from Hightower?
Oh, we'll make it, Julia. This river's my friend, honest. I swum in it, fished in it. Well, Mississippi never reached out and hurt me.
What about the last time when we got a good ducking?
The river's not responsible for landlubbers who tip the boat and fall in. He was gentle with us. He let us swim to shore.
You really speak of the river as if it's a living person, don't you?
It's better than a person. Because the Mississippi knows right from wrong. Julie, hey, whoa.
What's the matter?
Hey, the current is fighting me like anything. I can't keep us to the shoreline.
What's that noise? That roaring sound?
I can't think. There's no cataract or waterfall anywhere downstream. That's what it sounds like.
It's a whirlpool. We're caught in a whirlpool. We're going round and round.
I can't stop it. It's pulling us in circles like a matchstick. Oh, Lord. Hey, there's a paddle wheeler coming towards us through the park.
Don't they see us?
Stop!
There's a boat out here.
He can't see us. He doesn't see us.
Arthur, can't you pull us out of his way?
Got it. I don't know. He can't see us at all.
Oh, we can't.
Jump, Julie. Jump into the water. I'll jump right next to you. Go on. Don't wait. I'll be right on top of it.
I can't swim, Arthur. I can't swim.
Stop pacing, Roland. The doctor isn't going to come out of the operating room any faster because you're walking up and down the hospital corridor.
I could kill him.
Will you sit down, Roland? Save your resources. They're all doing their best for her.
I don't mean Dr. Tom. I mean I could kill that idiot who takes her out on the river and doesn't have the sense to keep out of the way of a paddle wheeler. My Lord, it's a wonder she wasn't... Oh, I can't think of it.
Roland? Well, she's going to be all right.
Oh, Doctor, is that true? Oh, bless you. Oh, she's like a part of me lying there. Is she awake?
No, she's still under sedation. But we managed to sew her up, splint the arm and the fractures.
Her face? Was it in very bad shape? Tom, what about her face?
Well, it isn't badly injured, I'd say.
How badly?
Well, it's still too early to tell.
When I think of that beautiful face, my Julia...
Roland, it goes without saying, we'll do all the plastic grafting we know how to do.
What about him, that kidnapper?
You mean Arthur Hammond? Oh, miraculous. You'll be glad to hear he escaped without a scratch. He's been up all night sitting with Julie, even though she wasn't conscious. And we discharged him this morning. Now, he must have gone back to Hightower.
Well, come on, Roland. Let's go home.
When can I see Julia?
Well, certainly not before tomorrow. No, it could be the day after. Roland, please, you take it easy.
So unfair, so unfair.
She'll be just fine. You'll see.
He gets off without a scratch. Someone will just have to straighten out the scales of justice to see that they weigh evenly.
Is that you, Mr. Laverne?
Yes, Arthur. That's who it is.
I've been trying to loosen that valve.
I've just come from the hospital.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing. Mr. Laverne, please believe me. I really am very sorry.
That's not good enough, Hammond.
It was an accident, sir. It could have happened to anyone.
It could have happened to any idiot who lost control of his rowboat, so it could be rammed by a river steamer. It could not have happened to anybody. Do you know my beautiful Julia could be disfigured for life because you had to sneak away with her? Oh, I could kill you.
I have a lot of friends in that hospital. I'll see that she gets the very best medical care, I promise you.
You have done enough. You leave Julia alone. You are not to go anywhere near her, you understand me? I forbid it. I am responsible for her, and you have no place in her life ever again. Is that clear?
Mr. Laverne, did it ever occur to you that you're too old for her?
From this moment, you are no longer in my employ.
Obviously, you don't read your mail.
Didn't you hear me? You are dismissed.
I left my resignation in your mailbox yesterday. I have quit, Mr. Laverne. You are not ordering anybody anywhere. And while we're getting to know one another better, I might as well tell you that Julia and I have every intention of marrying.
Oh, have you? And what will you live on? You are not taking Julia away from here. She knows better. She could be the mistress of Hightower, and she will be.
So that's what you offered her.
You get away from my cars. You leave this minute.
Mr. Laverne, you are not giving me any orders.
You're an intruder.
If I choose to complete the work on this car, I shall do so.
If you do not leave here immediately...
If I don't, then what? Don't you make empty threats. You don't have the courage to come out and say that you want Julia for yourself. I dare you to tell her. I dare you to stand up to anyone. The only power you have is money. I'm going to put your Stanley steamer into good working order. And then, when I decide, I shall go. You better not stand so close to me, Mr. Laverne. I wouldn't want to hit you accidentally with this hammer.
You get out of here.
You back away, Mr. Laverne. This hood is only held up by this pole. You're in the way, Mr. Laverne.
Give me that hammer.
All right, I'm through. Here, you take it. Catch.
I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. It was all him. He did it all. Threw the hammer at me. It hit the pole that propped up the hood. Look at him. Is he dead? The hood came down and... Oh, he's breathing. I can see he's breathing. The hood knocked him unconscious. Not a drop of blood anywhere. He didn't get cut. Nothing bleeding. Oh, he's right here. This is the time. Now, I could do it. Now is the chance. Drag him over to the Pierce Arrow. Start it up, and the fumes. He dared me. He dared me openly. He was going to take from me everything that I wanted in life. He knew I wanted her. Now, come along, Mr. Hammond. Inch by inch, I'll pull you by the arms. Now we'll get you up into the car and start the motor.
There you have it. The sad scene of a prideful, angry, jealous man driven to a deed he can only live to regret. A man who has completely lost control over himself. Soon we shall see how love and murder will out. Those words apply, written by William Congreve, the playwright. To tell you frankly, Mr. Congreve, we'd rather not see. But I'm afraid we shall, when I return shortly.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of dietary fiber to help the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. That's why doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil instant mix in regular or orange flavor and save 50 cents. Look for the coupon in June's Reader's Digest. Read label and follow directions.
We're here at the Springfield Women's Club to hear Crime Dog McGrath speak about
Rape.
Oh, no, McGrath, not that.
I'm sorry, that's it, rape.
Oh, please, no.
Listen, ladies, I know rape is not an easy thing to talk about. But rape can happen.
Not to me.
Anytime, any place. But you can learn how to help protect yourself.
We can? How?
Send for my book. Write to McGruff, Box 6600, Rockville, Maryland, and help take a bite out of crime.
Oh, we will.
a message from the Crime Prevention Coalition and the Ad Council.
I'm Lorette Rupe, Director of Peace Corps. In 60 countries around the world, Peace Corps volunteers are sharing their skills and knowledge with people who really need them. But we need more volunteers, and we need them now. Volunteers are urgently needed in agriculture, math, science, and biology. Call Peace Corps now for more information. 800-424-8580. It's the toughest job you'll ever love.
A public service message of this station
And Peace Corps.
I said to you earlier that most murders are a family affair. Someone close whose continued existence is unbearable to the murderer. If a latent desire is there, inevitably it will trigger an accident, which is what occurred in Roland Laverne's garage. One man hates another, considers him a rival, and by accident the victim is rendered unconscious. Now, what
A couple more spadefuls ought to do it.
Roland? Roland, is that you?
Who is it?
Hey, it is you. I was wondering who was digging away down here by the river's edge.
Oh, Harrison. Well, what are you doing at Hightower?
What are you talking about? You invited me for dinner. I got here, nobody knew where you were. Dotson and I have been searching high and low. Whatever are you doing with that spade?
Oh, yeah. Dinner. Oh, look, let's get back to the house. I had no idea it was so late.
You haven't answered my question. What in heaven's name are you digging up this time of night? Look, I can walk. I don't need to be dragged along. I want to see what you were digging.
Harrison, I don't want you to. I forbid it.
Don't you trust me?
It's nothing. It's nothing at all.
Well, it may be nothing to you. But from here, it looks as though you've been digging someone's grave. Is that what it is? A grave? Aren't you going to tell me? If it is a grave, it's not a secret you can keep very long. I mean, if someone is missing, it's only a question of time before his relatives or friends start looking for him.
For him? Why did you say him?
Roland, who is buried there?
Well, nobody. Nobody. It's just... Well, I was digging a hole. I was going to hide something, that's all, and, well, I decided not to.
So you covered it over. Oh, you're a very poor liar. I don't believe you. Now, did you kill Arthur Hammond, and have you buried his body?
I didn't. No, I didn't. I didn't kill him. You see, it was an accident. Now, you've got to believe me. You've got to.
What was an accident?
What?
You heard me. What have you buried out there at the edge of the river?
I haven't buried anything. You see, I was going to. I have a great deal of money in cash. It's in a strong box in the cellar, and I was going to make a hole and hide it there. And then I decided I wasn't going to, and that's what I was digging.
You never told me you had any money hidden in the cellar.
No, I didn't have it, and I'm ashamed I didn't trust you. It was given to me to hold for Julia by her mother, my sister. But Julia does not know it exists, so that we could split it.
Roland, had I known about this, I would have had to tell Julia, but I didn't hear a word you said. I don't know about the money. I don't want to know about it. I'm too shocked by all this.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. I leave that to your conscience.
No, Miss Julia. Nobody knows where Mr. Arthur disappeared to. The day after the accident, he just suddenly left. And may I say, Miss, welcome home. It's good to have you back after all this time. May I pour you some coffee?
Thank you, Dobson. What about his tools? Did he take those?
No. Mr. Arthur left them in the garage.
And his clothes, books, and so forth? Did you look in the rooms over the garage?
Well, that's the peculiar part, Miss Julia. He must have moved out of there a day or so before the accident on the river, but I never found out where he moved to.
I knew he was going to move, but he didn't tell me either.
Dobson, is Miss Julia up yet?
I'm in the dining room, Uncle.
Oh, I must say, to come down to breakfast and see your smiling, pretty face, so healed, so happy, it makes my day. Dobson, just coffee for me also. Well, isn't that all you're having for breakfast, Julia? How about some eggs and bacon?
No, thank you. I'll pour Mr. Laverne's coffee. Thank you, Dobson. That will be all.
Yes, Miss. Very good, Miss.
I wanted Dobson out of the room while I was talking to you about Arthur.
Arthur? Well, I thought we put him out of our minds.
Well, it's only that I'm curious. I knew something was wrong when he didn't visit me in the hospital, or call, or anything.
Well, I didn't know it was troubling you, my dear.
I was very fond of him. Perhaps I still am.
Yes, I can understand. But I did think he was the wrong person for you. And wasn't I right? Twice a boat accident. How could I entrust the most precious person? Yes, I admit it, Julia. The most precious person to me, to a foolhardy chauffeur.
Why do you keep calling him a chauffeur when you know he only took that job to pay for his medical school?
Yes, so everyone says, but I don't have to believe it.
I was right. You are prejudiced. and I'll never find out what I'd like to know from you. I'm leaving.
Julia, come back. You haven't finished your coffee.
I'm going outside, and please don't follow me.
Julia, forgive me. I'm sorry I drove you out of the house. I really am. Now, come back and finish your breakfast.
Uncle, I thought I asked you not to follow me.
But it's only that I
want to walk alongside the riverbank alone. Is that so hard to understand?
Is it really fair of you to denounce me, call me prejudiced, and not give me the opportunity to explain?
No, I suppose not.
Well, then let me just walk with you a little ways and try to make you understand my feeling.
All right. We'll go this way.
No, not that way. Would you mind if we go the other way?
Yes, I would. Why shouldn't I walk where I wish to?
Well, of course you should. Certainly you should. Only you can see how the waters have risen over the path down there. It could be swampy.
Uncle Roland, I'll go where I want to. If you want to go somewhere else, I shan't stop you.
No. I'll do what you do, child. It's you I want to be with and talk to.
When was the last time you saw Arthur? And what did he say then?
He was aware that I blamed him for the accident. I certainly could not place the fault on the captain of a paddle wheeler. One doesn't expect to find a cockle shell mid-river on a foggy night. I told Arthur he could no longer remain in my employ. He agreed, and the next day he was gone.
I don't remember this deep indentation in the shoreline. Do you, Uncle?
Why, yes.
For some reason, the old Mississippi has been digging away right here. Arthur used to say the river was a person, alive, acted for its own reasons. Does that make sense to you, Uncle?
I can't say it does.
The river has its own laws, its own right and wrong. It rewards and it punishes.
I don't know about that, but right around here there's a very stiff current. I've seen big logs, even shacks, shoot right by. It can carry anything right out to sea.
There's water oozing up all around them.
Well, Julia, it's a little treacherous. Our feet are sinking. It's not a safe place to walk. Now, you just take my hand and we'll head for higher ground. Julia, I have told you everything I know about him. I can only suppose he's left town and doesn't want you or anyone else to know where he's gone.
I can't believe that about him. And at the medical college, they don't believe it either. I'm going to tell them to inform the police.
Roland, it's true we've known each other since college, but what I did was my work. I can't accept this. I really can't. Medical ethics as well as my own won't permit it.
Tom, I cannot forget it was you who put my dearest Julia back together again. If you look at her now, how long has it been? She is as beautiful as ever.
Well, she did make an amazing recovery. And about that young man, Arthur, you know that medical college is affiliated with our hospital. And I was talking to the dean. It's been 3 months since the boy disappeared. The dean asked me, had the disappearance been reported to the police? And, well, I said I didn't know. The dean feels something is wrong. Hammond was too dedicated a student to have just left without any word. Candidly, the dean suspects foul play.
Who suspects foul play?
Oh, Julia, come in, my dear.
Doctor, isn't my uncle a terrible man? He never told me my most favorite person would be here this evening.
And you are my favorite patient, Julia.
What have you got there, Julia?
A letter I found on the doorstep when I came in.
Again? I recognize... may I have it, please?
Well, I've stayed longer than I intended to.
Oh, that's not fair, Doctor. The moment I come in, you go out.
Will you excuse me? I'd better open this.
Well, you'd think he'd tell me you were coming over. Uncle, can't you take your eyes from that letter for a moment and say goodnight to the doctor? Uncle, what's wrong? He's fainted.
We'll carry him over to the couch. Put his legs over the arms so they're higher than his head.
Oh, I've never known him to faint before. Oh, should I throw some cold water on him?
No, don't do that ever. There. He's coming to.
What happened?
You fainted. How do you feel? Give me your wrist.
I feel A bit weak, I guess.
Have you been under a strain lately?
A strain? Oh, maybe just overtired. No, look, Tom, I'll be all right.
Well, your pulse is normal.
You go along, Tom. I know that you have some more house calls.
I'll take care of him, Doctor. I'm still planning to be a nurse, you know.
Julia, it was that letter that did it. The third I've received in 3 days. All the same.
What?
I'll read it to you. Leave $100,000 in unmarked bills on midnight Saturday at that place by the river. You know the place we mean. This is our last communication. If you do not buy our silence, you will regret it for the short time you have left to live.
This is the third letter? Why didn't you call the police?
What could they do?
Have you done something in the past that's worth that much money?
Well, I don't know. I'll talk to Harrison. See what he says.
$100,000 before Saturday? Impossible. Anyway, Roland, why are you even considering
Now,
it?
wait a moment. How stupid of me. Why, I've got that much right in my cellar.
You mean Julia's money?
Well, she doesn't know a thing about it.
Everything you're doing is wrong. If there's nothing to hide, you shouldn't be paying a cent. If you have, there's no guarantee they won't continue bleeding you for years. Now think about that, Roland. Paying out that money could be slipping a noose around your neck.
Julia, where have you been? It's been 2 days. I needed you on Saturday night when I left the money, the blackmail money. And I am positive I know who was blackmailing me.
Who?
Harrison.
Harrison? Your old friend, your lawyer, your business manager? You believe that?
It could only be him.
He wasn't the one who took that $100,000. It was me. And Arthur. Come in, Arthur.
You thought I was dead, didn't you? Fortunately, you know as little about carbon monoxide as you do about anatomy. I was quite alive when you buried me, and I let the old Mississippi do the rescuing. It flooded the grave you dug. Thank you for the money. It'll help us both get started.
I'll have you thrown in jail for this.
For giving me back the money you were keeping till I became 21. My money that was entrusted to you. You see, before she died, Mother told me. Arthur, I'd like to leave Hightower as fast as we can. Leave forever all those unpleasant memories.
The legend is as old as recorded time, that the rivers and the raindrops are the tears of the world. And the Mississippi, like all rivers, is a constant conscience to man who sins. Can there be a greater example than the great flood that washed the earth clean of sinners, so that Noah and his family might start life all over again? I shall return shortly.
If you've been putting money aside, you're right to be concerned about inflation eroding its buying power. That's why you ought to know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets and how it can help you earn today's high money market yields without tying up your cash for months or years. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charges, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Of reconciliation and love. I come on.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lux Radio Theater brings you Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Francis Dee, and Sir Cedric Hardwicke in If I Were King. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone connected with the theater has a special affection for certain plays. Tonight's play, If I Were King, happens to be a favorite of mine, just as it's been a favorite of millions of theatergoers the world over. Aside from its entertainment value, I have a very personal reason for liking this play, due to my rather romantic association with it some years ago. Just after Mrs. DeMille and I were married, we were both engaged for the cast of the original New York production, starring the celebrated E.H. Southern. Fortunately for the family treasury, If I Were King was a smashing success, and our honeymoon became a lengthy tour of the country. The play brought us to Los Angeles for the first time, but we failed to discover anything very promising in the wild and woolly suburb now called Hollywood. Our play delighted audiences everywhere we went, for it's one of those romantic dramas that make a hit with men as well as women, a double appeal. And we note in passing that our product, Lux Toilet Soap, has this same double appeal. In fact, we've heard from a number of men in our audience that they were the ones who first introduced Lux Toilet Soap into their homes, only to have the idea and the soap appropriated by the ladies. If I Were King is a story of medieval Paris and Francois Villon, who really lived in the reign of Louis XI. Villon was a merry rogue who could write a sonnet as deftly as he could fight a duel, who ruled the rabble with a bold heart and a ready tongue, and who dared to fall in love with the loveliest lady of the court. If the Lux Radio Theater had been presenting If I Were King about 15 years ago, our cast would probably have been headed by a gentleman named Douglas Fairbanks. We might have found a boy's part for his son. But in 1939, it's Douglas Fairbanks Jr., who seems to us the ideal actor for the swashbuckling hero of our play. And although Mr. Fairbanks has always been rather secretive about the matter, it's a fact that he once wrote some poems. That gives him a very realistic approach to the poet Villon. For the part of Catherine, we selected an actress who seems to have a very special talent for recreating the glamour and brilliance of a day long past. She's Francis Dee, who played this same role in the recent Paramount picture, If I Were King. As Louis XI, you'll hear Sir Cedric Hardwicke, who comes to us thoroughly steeped in the medieval mood. For some weeks, he's been at home in the Middle Ages as a leading character in RKO's The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Now for the clash of swords, the colorful romance and dangerous intrigue of If I Were King, starring Douglas Fairbanks Jr. as Francois Villon, Francis Dee as Catherine, and Sir Cedric Hardwicke as the King. We raise the curtain on Act One. Paris in the 15th century. A Paris torn with conflict, her inhabitants facing starvation. For besieging the city on all sides are the troops of the Duke of Burgundy, determined to wrest the throne from King Louis XI. In the cold, misty dawn, a file of Louis's guards marches through the silent, narrow streets, their footsteps ringing out against the stones. Perhaps they've heard a whispered rumor that even now a band of cutthroats, led by a certain Francois Villon, is plundering the king's private warehouse. And the rumor is true. In the cellar of the warehouse, the watchman stands bound to a post. Shadows move quickly in the darkness, filling great bags with the king's good food and wine.
Hey, gently, my friends, gently with that box. Have a little more respect for the king's cheese.
And for our necks. If you aren't quieter, you'll have the watch down on us. It's due now, Francois. We better go.
Will that barge outside hold any more food, Rainier?
Perhaps, but even if it will...
Then, if there's more to take, we'll take it. You, my watchman friend. Are there any more stores here we haven't found? So you can't speak, eh, Fancy Pants?
I loosen his tongue for him.
No, Rainier, put up your knife. Why give yourself the trouble?
To help him forget what we look like.
Oh, I don't think he'll remember us. Will you, Fancy Pants?
No, I swear I won't remember.
You see, Rainier?
You fool, Francois. We'll hang for this.
Then let us hang, but not for murder. Francois, the king's watch. They're at the door. Quickly then, Rene, Tabana, Casa, through the passage and onto the barge. I'll wait here and head them off.
Leave that basket. All that wine.
Which do you want?
The wine in your head. The wine, Brother Rene. The wine. Fools, hurry. They're breaking down the door. You're going to stay here, Francois?
They'll follow me, my friend. I'll lead them a merry chase through the streets until you're safe. If they catch me, remember me in your prayers. Now go on, hurry.
When I see you again, may you have your head. Watchman! Watchman, where are you?
This way, my loyal soldiers, this way.
That man there. Arrest that man.
This way, gentlemen, over here.
Stop! Stop there!
Sorry, my friend, but I have business elsewhere.
Get him off! Get him off! Catch that man! He went that way, toward the river. No, he didn't. He went into the church square.
Which way shall we go, Captain?
Oh, both ways, you fools, but catch him. There he is. There he is, Captain.
Where?
On the wall of the churchyard. Now he's over. Don't talk about it. Follow him. Who lives in that house by the church? One of the priests. Father Villon. Come with me.
Yes. Good morning, Father Villon. I regret disturbing you, but one of the king's storehouses has just been robbed.
The king's storehouse robbed?
Yes.
By the poor, no doubt. They're so hungry since
One of the
siege.
thieves was seen climbing over the churchyard wall. Did you see him?
Over the wall? No, I can truthfully say I did not see him.
Well, watch out for him. We'll be back.
All clear, Francois. They're gone. You may come out now.
Bravo, good father. You lied like a gentleman.
I didn't lie. He asked me if I saw you coming over the wall. I didn't.
Never mind, Father Villon. I'm hungry. Now, how about some breakfast?
Not one morsel, not a smell of food, you young wastrel, until you tell me what this means. What trouble are you in now?
Oh, you wound me. You wound me deeply, Father. I've just returned from the country. My first thought is, naturally, of my foster father. I fly to your domicile, and how am I received? Like a fly in the soup.
In the first place, you haven't been in the country because you couldn't get through the Burgundian lines without wings. And if there's one man in France who hasn't got wings, it's you, Francois. And in the second place, I understand that you were drinking every night last week in a dirty den called the Fir Cone Tavern, guzzling wine with a young wench named Huguette.
Oh, that's not true, Father.
Well, I choose to believe it, and why shouldn't I? Have you ever shown me anything but ingratitude or brought me anything but misery since I took you in at the age of 6?
Ah, that is true, Father.
At 6, you were skilled at breaking windows.
At 7, I was an expert.
At 8, you stole a chicken from the spit of Monsieur Ledoux.
Oh, but that was a very small, thin chicken.
Now, don't cloud the issue. At 11, you stole a goat, a fat goat.
Lovely view from this window, Father. So impressive to see the faithful coming out from early mass.
And at 14, you were carefully avoiding your classes in the university to spend your days fishing and gambling and writing bad verses.
Name of 1,000 saints.
Francois, you're not listening. What's wrong with you?
Who is she, Father? Tell me.
Who is who?
There, that girl that just came out of the church.
I don't know. Now, Francois.
Look at her, Father. The face of a saint. The figure of an angel.
And what is that to you? She's a lady, Francois. From the court, perhaps.
She's getting into a coach alone. The princess must never ride alone.
Francois, come back. You can't knock that girl. You're mad. Francois!
Drive on, please, coachman.
Yes, milady.
Wait, please wait. Oh, I was afraid I wouldn't catch you.
Who are you?
Not a word, fair princess. Your coachman might hear and misunderstand. Princess, what have I done to offend you, ever?
What? Well, I've never seen you before in my life.
Oh, but you've forgotten my dreams. I've dreamt of you always. Each night we've roamed the starry way together. Each morning I've wakened with despair in my heart to realize no mortal could be so fair. Yet here you are, the loveliest lady this side of heaven.
I think you're a madman. Coachman, will you please?
Wait, may I read you a poem?
No, you may not.
Thank you, milady. If I were king, ah, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to stoop before your scepter and to swear allegiance to your lips and eyes and hair? Beneath your feet, what treasures I would fling. The stars would be your pearls upon a string. The world a ruby for your fingering. And you should have the sun and moon to wear. If I were king.
That verse. Whose is it?
Mine. Or rather yours now.
There's the man.
Of all the
You,
luck.
hold there.
Soldiers? What does this mean?
Come here.
You mean me, Captain?
Thought you got away, did you? Are you Francois Villon?
Francois Villon, Captain. At your service.
Where's that watchman? The one they bound?
Here, Captain.
Now, is this the man who robbed the King's storehouse? Well, answer.
And answer carefully, my good man.
No, I've never laid eyes on this man before. Have I? Fancy pants.
Never, my good leather breeches.
Well, we'll take him along anyway, just to be sure.
Just a moment, Captain.
Yes, milady.
There must be some mistake. I saw this gentleman at his prayers back there in the church. He's an acquaintance of mine. We've met before on starry nights.
What? Well, let the gentleman go, for the present at least. Forward!
Thank you, fair princess.
Drive on, coachman.
Yes, milady.
Farewell, princess.
To the palace, Lady Catherine.
To the palace, please.
Good morning, Lady Catherine.
Oh, Your Majesty, I didn't see you.
Fortunate quality of mine is ability to remain unobserved. The Queen's been asking for you.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Lovely girl, isn't she, Tristan?
Very. But, Your Majesty, you were telling me of the arrow that came over the walls last night.
Ah, yes, last night, Tristan, an arrow came over the wall from the Burgundian camp. There was a note in the feather, obviously intended for one of my more important traitors.
Who is it, Your Majesty?
The note didn't say. A soldier, probably in the pay of my traitor, was seen to pick the arrow up. I had him tortured all the evening.
Did he speak?
Yes, just a few minutes before dawn, he whispered the name of a person high in my favor.
A traitor? Here at court? Who is it?
It's a secret, Tristan, which you may know tonight. You see, the note was to be delivered to the landlord of the Fur-Cone Tavern. We will deliver it, you and I, in person.
The Fur-Cone Tavern, a retreat for every scoundrel in Paris. You can't go there, Your Majesty.
In disguise, Tristan, in complete disguise. The landlord will in turn give the note to the person for whom it was intended. When he does so, we have our traitor, Tristan.
But, Your Majesty, I tell you, the Fur-Cone Tavern...
The harbor of cutthroats, beggars, thieves, the scum of the earth. Interesting. I should like to see this scum alive. I've only seen it before at the end of a rope.
Good evening, brother.
Stranger, huh? Is this the Fur-Cone Tavern?
Yes, it is.
Is the landlord here?
I'm the landlord.
Then we'll come in for a cup of wine, my friend.
But who?
A cup of Burgundy wine.
What are you talking about?
Perhaps this note will talk for us.
I know. Give it to me quickly.
The other one. Will he be here for it tonight?
Yes. What will you have, monsieur?
A demi-flagon of red.
A demi-flagon of red. I don't like this, Your Majesty.
Tristan. Please, Tristan. Would you ruin my disguise with a word? Careful. We have a guest.
A drink for our company, gentlemen?
Charmed. What will it be, mademoiselle?
You can buy me wine. Colette, come here. They are going to buy us wine.
Get out of here.
Who's speaking to you? I'm interested in Horseface. Hello, Horseface. My name is, Huguette.
Huguette? Oh, lovely.
Did you say wine, Huguette? Oh, welcome, monsieur.
Get off my lap.
Oh, no, pussycat.
Come in, all of you.
Look, it's Francois Villon.
Francois! What is this? Those baskets of food and wine.
Help yourselves, everybody. Tonight you're the guests of His Majesty the King, because last night we robbed his storehouse.
Interesting. Very interesting, Tristan.
Very interesting.
Francois, here.
You get, my little love. Oh, you get. I'm sorry to see you in such poor company. With Father Time himself, I see, huh?
Who is this rope?
It's Francois Villon, the poet.
He probably rhymes badly.
Oh, a tinker of verses, gentlemen. No offense. Poetry is its own worst enemy. Now, come on, join me in a bottle of wine fit for a king. Here's to King Louis. May his hide rot on his carcass, and may the Burgundians take the city away from him. Or, better still, may they take him away from the city. For For he who does nothing gets nothing. And he who dares nothing deserves nothing. To King Nothing!
You drink more than is good for you, my friend.
What can a man do but drink when France is going to the devil and a nincompoop sits on the throne?
I suppose you could do better if you were king.
I don't want to appear boastful, Brother Longnose, but a child of 2 could do better.
Really?
Yes, really.
Well, if it's so easy to be king, how would you begin, my friend?
Well, first I'd clean house. The vermin who infest the palace, disguised as advisors, I'd hang in clusters.
And then?
I'd try to know my subjects. Try to earn their love instead of their loathing.
By abolishing taxes, I suppose.
No, by substituting hope for despair. By seeing my people as they are. By bringing out the best in them, by knowing the worst in them. In other words, if I were king, the French would be my children, not my enemies. Thank you, my subjects. Fergus, open the cheese.
Francois, what would you do for me if you were king, Francois?
If I were king? Oh, love, if I were king. What tributary nations would I bring to stoop before your scepter and to swear allegiance to your lips and eyes and hair?
Would you?
What?
What were you thinking about? When did you write that poem anyway? I never heard it.
I don't remember exactly.
You snake. You wrote it for some other wench.
I swear on my hereditary honor.
You have no honor. You're a liar, and I can tell by the look in your eyes. Here, clown. A coin for your rhymelets.
Well, that's more than I usually get.
I suppose you're going to keep it, you imp.
You get my little dog.
Open here.
In whose name?
In the name of the Grand Constable of France.
The Grand Constable himself. Open the door. Listen, over here, quickly. Out of sight. What is it, Your Majesty?
Grand Constable Tristan, high in my favor.
You think he is a traitor?
Look, the landlord. He's passing along our note.
But the Grand Constable of
Our man, Tristan, for the gibbet.
I shall examine this tax receipt later, landlord.
Yes, Your Excellency.
At the moment, I have other business. My men and I have been informed there is a certain storehouse thief here known as Francois Villon. Which is he?
We never heard of him.
What is this? Do I have to hang you all for a pack of lying knaves?
That won't be necessary, Your Excellency. That's Francois Villon, the tall one there.
Villon, come with me.
Stand back. I am Francois Villon, but I do not intend to know either the king's dungeon or the king's noose. Not while I have a sword.
Don't let them take you, Francois.
Do you defy the Grand Constable of France?
Yes.
Stand by, they brother.
Order! Order in the king's name!
My personal guard. That was thoughtful of you,
The Lord Grand Constable. Where is he?
He's here, Captain. Or rather, there.
He's dead.
Stabbed. Duval, Lafarge. This man has murdered the Grand Constable of France. Take him out and hang him.
Just a moment, Captain. Not so quick with the rope.
Who are you to interfere with the king's justice?
I am the king's justice.
What? Your Majesty.
God save the king.
Good evening, my loyal subjects. And good evening to you, Master Philosopher.
Kneel, Francois. The king.
I'm afraid it's a little late for etiquette.
Quite so, Master Villon. Captain, arrest these men. Remove them all to the palace dungeon.
Tristan, Your Majesty.
I will see Francois Villon in my private chambers. Bring him there at once. And now, Master Villon, I suppose you wonder what I'm going to do with you.
Well, Your Majesty is not of the imaginative type. I can almost guess.
Isn't that a dangerous tone to use in the circumstances? Villon, tonight you have insulted me publicly. You have made revolutionary speeches naming yourself as my successor. You have even robbed my storehouse and eaten the loot under my very nose.
I didn't know it was Your Majesty's nose.
Well, don't be impertinent. You did know it was my storehouse, and then you topped off the evening by assassinating my Grand Constable.
Well, he started the fight.
But you finished it. And for that piece of work, your king is indebted to you.
Indebted?
My Lord Grand Constable was a traitor.
Oh.
Which leaves me with the problem of at once punishing you and rewarding you. A problem for Solomon himself. A greater king would hang you at once. A lesser would forgive you. I probably fall somewhere between the two. And this is my decision. Since you have deprived me of my Grand Constable, and since you think it's so easy to rule these cockroaches who call themselves my subjects, I hereby appoint you Grand Constable of France and Brittany.
Grand Constable?
Defender of the Crown, Commander-in-Chief of the Armies, and Dispenser of Justice. High, middle, and low.
Is this a jest, Your Majesty?
Not at all. Heretofore, I've selected my Grand Constables from the noble families of France. They've been either traitors or cowards. Oh, it's true you come from the gutter. But you have a certain degree of loyalty, courage, and practical common sense. This time, I'm going to appoint a Grand Constable from the people. And, oh, yes, you'll need a title to go with it.
Title? But I...
On your knees. Francois Villon, cutthroat. I dub you Count de Montcorbier, hereditary Knight of the Golden Buckle. And now I think you need a bath.
This way, my lord.
Your Majesty.
My Lord Grand Constable.
The curtain falls on Act One of If I Were King. In the second act, we watch the amiable Monsieur Villon adjust a beggar's philosophy to the king's palace. But during this brief intermission, the amiable Monsieur Ruick and our merry trio have something to say and to sing that I think will interest you.
Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., Francis D., and Sir Cedric Hardwicke will be back in a few minutes to bring you Act Two of If I Were King. But while we're waiting, let's ask our friend Sally what makes her so thoughtful. She looks as if she had a real idea. Let us in on it, Sally?
Well, tonight's play, If I Were King, makes me think a lot of ifs. You know, a woman is always dreaming of the wonderful things she'd have if she had money. Oh, if she had talent, if this and if that.
Yes, and sometimes she doesn't value the priceless things she does have right now.
Like a Lux toilet soap complexion?
Of course. A smooth, soft complexion is something you can't buy and wouldn't take any amount of money for.
Yes, I should think any woman would realize that the beauty of her complexion is priceless. A possession that ought to be cherished most carefully. But why do I do the talking? This is a subject dear to every woman's heart. Why don't I hand it over to you girls?
We'll handle it with care, Mr. Ruick.
Beautiful complexion should be handled with care. You cannot buy a new one anytime, anywhere. So in picking beauty soap, make it your affair. That you are experimental, that your soap is really gentle. That's the reason Lux Soap is the right soap for you. That's why we advise you as we do. Choose the soap with active lather, for we know you'd really rather handle your complexion with care.
Thank you very much, girls.
Oh, you don't need to thank us, Mr. Ruick. It's fun to sing about Lux toilet soap.
And it's fun to use it. Honestly, I never saw such smooth, rich lather.
When you make Lux toilet soap a regular bedtime habit, you go to sleep with a clear conscience. You know you aren't leaving traces of dust and dirt or stale cosmetics to choke your pores. Use cosmetics all you want to, but remove them thoroughly every night with Lux toilet soap. The fine white soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use. The gentle soap that's good for your skin.
It will only take a minute from the time that you begin it. Don't forget your Lux Beauty Care.
Here's our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act Two of If I Were King, starring Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. as Francois Villon, Francis D. as Catherine, and Sir Cedric Hardwicke as the king. It's the following morning. Francois Villon, vagabond and poet, has awakened to find himself the Count de Montcorbier and Grand Constable of all France. In his luxurious apartments in the royal palace, he stands before a long mirror, wondering at his own transformation. A specially appointed aide addresses him.
And now the cape, Your Excellency. The final touch.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Oliver. Now, your name is Oliver, isn't it?
Yes, if it please your excellency.
It does please my excellency. Ah, I look very different in fancy dress. You know, I'm not quite sure myself that I am myself. Oh, well, then I'm not, am I? Incidentally, has the king informed the court in general as to my real identity?
Oh, no, my lord. No one knows save His Majesty, Lord Tristan, and necessarily myself.
And to all the rest?
You are a strange nobleman from the provinces, the Count de Montcorbier.
The Count de Montcorbier. Do you spell that with a small d or a capital D?
Small, Your Excellency. And now, if I may remind you, sir, you were to be presented to the court at 11 o'clock. It's 1:30 now.
In good time, Oliver. At the moment, there are some things I want to know. First, now that I am Grand Constable of France and Brittany, etc., what do I do?
Do, Your Excellency?
Yes.
You govern.
Oh, yes, of course, I govern. Yeah. Tell me, just how does a Grand Constable fill his day?
First, he inspects the guards.
Yes.
Reports to His Majesty. Tries all prisoners, both civil and military.
Prisoners? Have we any prisoners today?
Well, only those who were arrested last night at the Fir Cone Tavern.
What? Are they still here? And I'm supposed to try them?
At your convenience, my lord. There is no hurry.
No hurry? Listen, my friend, if you have ever been chained in a slimy dungeon, fearful and hopeless, and thinking every moment might be your last, you'd know whether there was need for hurry or not. I'll try those prisoners now, immediately.
But, Your Excellency, you can't. The king, the whole court, they're waiting.
And so are the prisoners. Bring them at once.
The man must be mad. Does he realize that I have been waiting, that the entire court has been waiting?
Yes, Your Majesty. But he insisted upon trying the prisoners. He hid behind a screen and heard their pleas, and then he freed them.
Freed them?
And gave them each a piece of gold.
What?
He told them it was from you, and they cheered you, Your Majesty.
Cheered me?
They cried, God save Louis.
I wish I'd been there. It would have been a novel sensation.
Your Majesty. Good morning, sir.
Ah, my Lord Grand Constable. I'm happy to learn of my new magnanimity. Now, instead of hanging criminals, I cover them with gold. Interesting.
And sensible, Your Majesty. Those criminals, as you call them, stole only to avoid starvation.
Well, we won't go into that at present. Now, if you don't mind, would you kindly come and meet my queen and court before they all collapse from exhaustion?
Your Majesty.
My Lord Grand Constable.
Lady Catherine, do you see him?
Yes, Your Majesty. He's coming this way now.
What does he look like, Catherine?
Well, he's quite handsome, Your Majesty.
For a Grand Constable, that's quite an innovation.
And now, my generals, or rather your generals, Count, Generals de la Nantouillet and de la Poussette, I present the Count de Montcorbier.
Honored, my lords.
I was just saying to Nantouillet that I am somehow unfamiliar with the name of de Montcorbier. That is the name, isn't it, Count?
Yes, with a small d.
Yes. I say I somehow have never heard the name.
Well, I can't say the same for the name of de Lau, General. Ever since you won the Battle of Montlhéry, I've watched your career with increasing interest.
I didn't win the Battle of Montlhéry.
Oh, that's right. You lost it. But there was the Battle of Liège.
Yes, we lost that too, my dear Count.
Oh, did we? Sorry. We must have a long chat about some of your other battles sometime.
Let us proceed, Count. And now, Viscount de Gretilla and the Seneschal.
Name of 1,000 saints. Your pardon, sir.
Here, Your Excellency, come back.
Mademoiselle.
My lord.
Forgive me, this may seem rude of me, but my name is de Montcorbier. Silly, I just looked at you from across the room there and nearly forgot my name. You don't live here.
I'm one of Her Majesty's ladies-in-waiting.
Oh, what a fortunate queen. You know, the moment I saw you, I said to myself, there is all the beauty of the universe, past, present, and future, embodied in one person.
My lord, His Majesty is waiting.
Tell me, what is it?
What is what, my lord?
The name of all this loveliness.
My name is Catherine de Vaucel.
Catherine de Vaucel.
Your
How
Majesty.
wonderful.
Your Majesty.
What is it, de Lau? Why this interruption?
An enemy herald from the Duke of Burgundy, sire, under a flag of truce. He demands audience.
Admit the herald of Burgundy.
Your Majesty, if the terms are at all reasonable, I should advise accepting them.
Would you, General de Lau?
Our army is extremely unsettled. desertions every day.
I shall remember, General.
The Herald of Burgundy.
Well, sir.